Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks versus the All Blacks, it's going to be epic. It's going to be hopefully close. It's going to be a measure of two teams who both, I suppose, have actually struggled with a little bit of consistency issues over the last 18 months, but they both looked close to their best this past weekend and at stages of the games. And I think that that's quite exciting for both teams because we've seen them in the last couple of years put on very good performances, but also looked beatable. But I think both teams took a big step forward, and it's going to be very interesting to see, first of all, what sort of teams we're going to see, as well as sort of the game plan we're going to see this weekend. Now, the big question is, how can you watch all the action? Right, that's what we're going to show you. So, it is being shown, there are no free-to-air broadcasts, unfortunately, but it is being shown on Steyn Sport, which does have a 7-day free trial. So, that's what we're going to show you how to do. So, if you're in Australia, you can access Steyn Sport and that 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, though, you're going to have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Right, now we recommend using Bitdefender. Bitdefender are one of our channel partners, and they provide world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN. And so what we're going to do is, first things first, link in the description. You're going to download, we're going to go and get Bitdefender. It's also stupidly cheap. It's dirt cheap. There's also a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, you can get your money back at the end of the month. So it's absolutely brilliant. And first things first, you're going to install it, and this is what it's going to look like. And over there, as you can see, I'm currently connected to Australia, so you just go to that location over there. You can go choose your various locations and stuff. We're connected to Australia, and as a result, I'm currently on my free trial for Steyn Sport, busy watching. Where's it gone? Wimbledon. And there it is. Yeah, so, and as you can see, quality is brilliant. And it's literally as easy as that. So you literally go and you sign up for a free trial, 7-day free trial. So if you sign up last weekend, for example, you'll still be able to watch this weekend. Go get yourself a 7-day free trial. Unfortunately, if you don't have a VPN and you're outside Australia, it will not work. You cannot access Steyn Sport outside Australia. But a VPN will basically locate your device to make it seem as if you're in Australia and therefore allow you to access it. So if you try and access it without a VPN, you won't even be able to get to sort of the proper screen, for example. If you try and log in or sign up and you are outside Australia without a VPN, it just comes across and says that you are unable to log into Australia right now. That's what it looks like. So you do need a VPN. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and I'll hopefully see you this weekend for the watch-along. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. And Jacques Nyaba has just announced his team to take on New Zealand this weekend. A bunch of players returning to the fold, but also interesting to see a couple of players who went over there early, not actually involved in the 23. It's a very strong 23. In fact, probably close to one of the strongest 23 we can probably currently put out. And a couple of very interesting decisions. Before we look at the team itself, sort of go through it and exactly what sort of we can expect, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so let's have a look at. This is the team that will take on New Zealand this weekend. First things first, big news is that Ebenezer is fit and will start and captain this side over in Auckland this weekend. Initially, we weren't quite sure whether he was going to be ready for the Rugby Championship. They did confirm that he was going to be ready, and it looks like he is back. He's fully fit, and he is set to start against the All Blacks this weekend. If we look at the front row, it's the exact same front row as last weekend. So Stephen Kitshoff, Bongi Manambi, and Frans having to double up from last weekend, and we'll start again once again. But it's a new lock combination in Ebenezer and Lourt Diaga, and a brand new loose trio in Kwaka Smith, Franco Moster, and Jasper Wiese. We kind of expected that loose trio, didn't we? Then the halfback pairing, Faf de Klerk versus and Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse in at 10, like he was at the end of last year. Malibov not starting, but is on the bench, which in itself is quite interesting. Marcus Pimpy, Chesman Colby of 2 wings, which was also kind of sort of expected. However, there's also speculation that Jesse Creel will be starting outside centre. That is not the case. Damien Delendi is once again joined by Kanyo, as is the norm. So they will reignite their centre partnership this weekend. Billy Leroux, after a brilliant performance last weekend, does start at full back. Then off the bench, Malcolm Marx, Thomas Toy, Vincent Koch. Vincent Koch getting another opportunity of last week. Malcolm Marx obviously coming into the side, and we know how useful he's been off the bench. Expect to probably see him about the 39th minute. And then, Pierre Step the Toy, Dwayne Vermeulen. I mean, it's a pretty formidable 6 to have coming off the bench in terms of adding that impact later in the game. Grant Williams gets an opportunity, which is quite an interesting decision, and then Malibok getting backed on the back of last weekend. So overall, I think there are certain players who are being rewarded from last weekend's form. I think Grant Williams, for example, I think that for me is quite a surprising inclusion. Some people are talking about Herschel Yankees getting an opportunity. I would have been surprised, but Kubas Ranoff, for example, has always sort of seemed to be the next choice scrum half. So very interesting that Grant Williams and Moy Liebach, who are players who are quite sort of X-factorish and quite edgy, for example, are being trusted to come on later in the game and sort of manage the game. So it's very, very interesting. And yeah, again, as I sort of mentioned, a couple of players who went over in the likes of no JC Creel, no Jean-Luc Dupria. We didn't expect to see Gerard Steyn, but no Trevor Nyakane, for example, also somebody we haven't seen in the first 2 games. We kind of expect to see some of those players involved in this weekend. But to be honest, I think we've got as full strength as we can. I don't think we've got a stronger 23 really. Maybe you might argue that Kubas Ranoff could come into the mix, but I think that's Oxen Chair when he's in fit, I think comes in there. Steyn Kitzel will drop down to the bench, and then maybe and obviously at least comes in, and Quacker Smith maybe drops down to the bench, and Peter States 12 potentially might start in front of Franco Mostert. It'll be interesting to see what our strongest 23 would actually be. But I think in terms of players available right now, I don't think it gets much stronger than that. In terms of experience, and a couple of milestones, Emirates Smith will captain the Springboks for the 30th time on Saturday. His last test was on the 20th of July 2019, back down in South Africa. It is the 28th time that David De Linden and Kanye will link up in the midfield. And the last time the Springboks suffered a defeat in New Zealand was in 2017. They beat the All Blacks 36-34 in 2018. And the sides last played in New Zealand in 2019, which was a 16-16 draw. In terms of the experience, lots of experience. The total amount of caps in the starting lineup is 797. There are 320 in the backline, 477 in the forwards, and a further 280 on the bench. The average caps per player in the backline is 45, and the forwards 59, while the players on the bench average 35. It's an incredibly experienced side. And when you think that, for example, if you look at that forward pack, Stephen Kitzel, Bongi Manambi, Frans Mahurba, Eben Etzebeth, the Centurion, but that front row, all 50 plus caps. Lord Diago, 50 plus caps. Franco Mostert, 50 plus caps. So you have Quacker Smith and Jasper Wiese who don't have 50 plus caps, and yet Quacker Smith has very quietly racked up 31 caps, whilst Jasper Wiese has racked up 20 caps. So yeah, you can't ask for much more experience than what we're looking at in that pack and in the backline as well. So yeah, let me know what you think of the team down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Right, and we are live. Hello, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And Jacques Ninoba has announced his side, and the Springboks have gone very, very full strength. I don't think we get much stronger than this right now with the current injuries and stuff like that. There are a couple of players who are obviously still to come back from injury, but in terms of the squad we've got right now, I don't think we can pick a stronger 23, to be brutally honest. Right, now before we sort of settle into the show, first, apologies for being a bit late. The team did come out later than what was scheduled, so we had to make sure that everything was sorted on our side. But yeah, let me know. So first things first, I'm going to put out a comment. I'm going to put a poll out that, and we're going to ask who is, do you like the team? Simple yes, no question. That's going to be the poll I'm going to ask you guys. Go and vote on that, and let me know what you think of the team. But we're going to go through it in a little bit. I'm going to sort of go and look at every single individual selection. I think it's a very good team. I think it's exactly the type of team we need to beat the All Blacks. A couple of very interesting calls, especially in terms of the players who were involved last week also being involved once again this weekend. I don't think it'll be a massive issue for them. You talk about sort of the jet lag and stuff like that, and it's at the end of the day, New Zealand also had to travel to Argentina, so those players are going to be no more or less impacted than actually the All Blacks. So yeah, I don't think we have to worry about that too much. But yeah, a couple of very interesting calls. I'm very interested in the bench. And it'll be interesting to look if we look at the players who come back from injury. Your Sia Khaleesi's, your Andre Pollard's, your Jaden Hendricks's, for example, Cox and Chair. Which sort of players would actually come into the side if we were to play a World Cup final tomorrow? So Yeah, it's an interesting side. But yeah, go and vote. Let me know what you think of the team. We're going to go through it sort of step by step by step by step. Yeah, let's have a look at it. So first things first, the front row, it's the usual sort of front row. The only, as I said, the changes would be if Oxenchair was fit, Stephen Kitson would drop down to the bench, and Thomas Sawyer would drop out, and Oxenchair would start. The Springbok team very much works in combinations, and so Stevie Kitson is starting because of the injury to Oxenchair, and he's next to Bongi Manambi and Frans Malherbe. I expect Stephen Kitson to play about 50, 60 minutes, and I expect Bongi Manambi and Frans Malherbe to play about 40 maybe. In fact, Frans Malherbe and Stephen Kitson might play a bit longer, but Malcolm Marks will come on about the half an hour mark, maybe the 50-minute mark at an absolute latest, to be honest. So yeah, I think that's pretty straightforward. I think we're kind of used to that. The lock pairing, Eben Etzebeth, Lua Tiago, they are back to sort of the usual as candidates. And then it's a very interesting loose trio. I think Franco Mostert, I think, has actually really earned that number 7 start ahead of Peter Steyn, who I thought looked very good this weekend, looked much better, looked a lot fitter around the park. Franco Mostert is one of our best players over the last 2 years, and I think he was probably one of the players of the tournament, of the series, in that British and Irish Lions series. So I've been really impressed with how he's really sort of kicked on and cemented himself within the sort of Springbok 23. He was a fantastic player in the World Cup, but very much sort of known for his work rate and sort of the end room. Now he's everything. He's a brilliant line-out jumper. He's obviously the work rate's still there. It's just that engine there. His fitness is just next level. Kwagga's also somebody who I think in the last year or two has really sort of his stocks have risen a lot. Electric type player, gets around the park very quickly, disrupts the breakdown. Different type of ball carrier to a Dwayne Vermeulen and a Jasper Wiese, but performs his own role very well. And then Jasper Wiese, we all know what he is, just the human wrecking ball. Still, I think got a little bit to learn at an international rugby, but it's a case of playing a man who's just going to bulldoze the opposition. We talk about the F them up physically. He is that in embodiment. So yeah, it's a really good loose trio. I think it's a very good pack. I think we've got a lot of physicality. Eben Etzebeth, Lua Diago brings a lot of bulk. It's a pretty heavy pack with the exception of Kwagga. Look, I mean, if you had to see Khaleesi and PSGF the toy ahead of Kwagga with the Franco Mostert, it gets a bit heavier. But physically wise, I don't think it's much different, and I think that it's a pack that's going to get around the park. Kwagga Smith, Franco Mostert, very mobile players. Eben Etzebeth is very mobile. So I'm very excited to see what they do, and I think the plan is obviously to hit them up front, and then we're going to try and see what this backline can do. David Willemse starting at 10. A lot of people were not happy with that and with the idea of it, and people saying that Mike Liebach should have started. At the end of the day, they view David Willemse as the second choice 10 at the moment. We know this because he started at 10 last year for those 3 tests, and the Springbok management do trust their players. So it's. Yes, maybe he's not a natural 10 in terms of playing it in his domestic side, but I think he views himself as a 10 and a 15. I think he really does back himself at 10. And I think what's a very big, important thing for them as well when it comes to David Willemse is his defense. His defense is absolutely brilliant. The only sort of fly-half option that comes anywhere near to Andre Pollard's physicality when it comes to defense. His kicking game is going to be tested, isn't it? That's always the biggest sort of question mark around David Willemse, is kicking for poles, whether he does actually kick for poles or whether it'll be Ches and Colby or Faf de Klerk, as well as the sort of tactical kicking. But the nice thing is, when you've got Faf de Klerk starting, you kick off 9 anyway. And that's what he does so well. So, yeah, it's a case of, I mean, Faf de Klerk's our best number 9. For me, that's not even in question. And then if we look at the rest of the back line, it's our current first choice back line. Last week, I think Curtly Orange said, threw down the gauntlet to the likes of Makamazuma Pimpy, saying, just watch your back because I just scored a hat-trick. So, you got to prove out guard and prove what you got to offer. Dane Dalindi Lakanyam, our first choice center partnership. A lot of people were stressing about Creel. I don't think Creel would have been terrible at all. I mean, I've long said I think the slander against JC Creel is very unwarranted. It's at the end of the day, he's a very solid player. He's not Lakanyam. He's a very different type of player, but very rarely lets the box down, if ever, and would have been more than solid enough this weekend. But Lakanyam does start, and I think he's actually still got a little bit to prove at the moment in terms of sort of working his way back into form. I think we can all admit that we haven't seen the kind of Aaron that we saw last week, and we really keep waiting for him to sort of kick on and take that next step with regards to sort of getting back to his best. So we'll hopefully see a bit of that this weekend. And then Chisholm Colby, that's pretty standard, pretty standard. But then the bench is very exciting. Malcolm Marks, Thomas the Toy, Vincent Koch, Arcas Neyman, Peter Steph the Toy, Dwayne Vermeulen. I mean, what an absolutely brilliant bunch of players to be able to bring on. And then Grant Williams gets an opportunity, which I think is quite interesting. And then Marty Ebok is probably expected because we had to have a cover for 10. So yeah, that is the team. What do we think? Now I've got 85% of people saying at the moment they like it. Let me go through some of the comments and see what. First of all, guys, I think let's be logical about this. The Bok management did say about 2 weeks ago that these are World Cup trials in many ways. So there was always going to be a lot of rotation. They still want to win matches. They obviously don't want to lose matches, but there's always going to be a lot of rotation. So for example, when you've got players like Jasper Pizza versus Dwayne Vermeulen, they're each going to get opportunities. Franco Moss, Peter Steph, the Toy, Kwaka Smith, Marco and Steyn. These players were always going to get a lot of game time. It's at the moment, I think, we've got our set sort of 23 to 25 players that we know are good enough. We're now trying to find the extra 8, aren't we? And so Curtly Orange, took his opportunity last weekend. Probably gets himself in the World Cup squad. Will he start ahead of Makazuma Mapimpi? Well, I think that remains to be seen. I think that's about now seeing what Mapimpi can do. At the end of the day, Mapimpi's done a lot of good work over the last 3-4 years. So he deserves the opportunity to continue to prove himself. And he scored quite a few tries last year. At the end of the year when he did place, and he's still a World Cup winner. So yes, maybe Curtly Orange is right now in better form, and that's what they're going to find out. But for example, apart from that, I don't think that there's too many selections over here that we can really sort of doubt. And yes, some players played well last week, but let's also be brutally honest. There's a whole different kettle of fish. Playing against a brand new Australian side under Eddie Jones, who didn't play particularly well, is very different to play against the All Blacks in Australia, in New Zealand rather. So it's a completely different game, and this is our strongest side. And the whole point of the sort of split squad approach was to try and make sure that a lot of key players who will be starting this weekend were well rested, well acclimatized to try and give us the edge. So we weren't going to suddenly go, right, well, let's send over pretty much our best, some of our best players. This team actually played pretty well against a very average Australia side. Therefore, we must actually just play them again. No, it's not how it works. We're preparing for the World Cup here. We're looking at options. So it's not as simple as going, Malcolm and Steyn played really well last weekend. Obviously he must play ahead of Kwaka Smith this weekend. That's just recency bias. Kwaka Smith was one of our best players last year. Malcolm Steyn has one good game, now he needs to start. Same thing with Andre Steyn. One of his best games in a Springbok jersey last weekend, no doubt about it. Damon Delendi's been one of the best inside centers for the last 4 years. Does an incredibly big job for the Boks. They were never going to suddenly go, you know what, Esterhuizen played pretty well. So Damon, you just actually get dropped this weekend. We're going to try Esterhuizen once again. So yeah, it was always going to be a couple of changes, and I think the changes are pretty good ones. I think that they've realized where they can rotate and where they can't rotate. Where we can't rotate is in the front row, and so we haven't. And where we can rotate is in the locks and the loose trio, which we can because we've got the depth. And the backline, I think we do have a lot of good backline players at the moment coming through, and there's a lot of depth there, so we can try and change things. So I personally, the only surprising selection is Grant Williams. I thought that Kubas Renouf would be there, and apart from that, I don't think there are too many surprise selections there. To be brutally honest, I mean, maybe a couple people saying that they thought maybe Jean-Luc Dupré will be involved. I think he'll play against Argentina. But I look at that side, and for me, there are very few surprises for me. Damian Willemse at 10, I think, was always going to happen. Remember that these guys have been preparing for a couple of weeks now, so there would have been a game plan for New Zealand that they would have been running patterns. Damian Willemse, David Delendi, Colby Leroux, they would have been running patterns for a while as a combination. So. Yeah, also remembering that, going into the World Cup, Monty the Buck's not going to be in that 23. Let's be very honest about it. Damian Willemse will be coming off the bench in the 23 jersey. in a 6-2 split, covering fly half, fullback, and inside centre, and wing if he has to be. So he's going to be our utility back in the World Cup. So if he's going to have to be trusted as a second choice 10, which is what we had at Frans Steyn and in the last World Cup, he needs to play games at 10. Because if everyone's fit and firing, Andre Pollard will start at 10. That's not even a conversation. So you've also got to sort of factor that in, that if he's going to play, if he's going to be our reserve 10, he needs to play at 10. So yes, Modibo played very well last week. Cool, great. He got the experience, fantastic. He's going to get more game time this weekend against the All Blacks. Brilliant, fantastic. He's starting to build up, 3-4 caps. I mean, he'll be playing his 5th game this weekend. And it'll be against the All Blacks. I reckon he'll play again against Argentina. And I think that, until Andre Pollard comes back, I think him and Valentin will both just be eating at the minutes at 10, which is a good thing. So, yeah, let's just hear some of the comments here. Quite a few, so apologies if I missed some. Ryan Steyn says, Rob Williams looked good. Glad to see him rewarded. Contender says, is a talented player, but based on form, Esterhuizen should have started. Well, that's got nothing to do with because Esterhuizen doesn't play outside centre. I think there's a chance that PSG to Toy might shift into lock like last game. Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, if you're looking at, I think Franco Master would sooner shift into lock, and PSG Toy would go into would go into the flank. It'll be interesting. I mean, does Etzebeth play the full game? Does I don't think Ludo Diago play the full game, especially if you look at our 6-2 split with Arcas name in there. So I think Arcas name for Ludo Diago is a pretty predictable substitution. The question is then if whether Franco Master or Eben Etzebeth goes the full distance. Franco Master for me is somebody that can go that plays the same way in the 75th minute as the 80th minute. Eben Etzebeth coming from injury, I'd like to see him get 60 minutes and then off. We need him fit and firing and at his best for the World Cup. So I don't want to take any risks when it comes to Eben Etzebeth. So you can't say such a strong 23. I think this is a lot looking to the future come World Cup knockout games, 100%. Mick James said we should not feel bad about players not playing because Rusty trying to find the best team and giving players a good go, and this team looks like the closest to the A team. They're resting Kirtley. No, they're not resting Kirtley. He could play this weekend, but they're rotating. Versus only compared to Liebach, otherwise it's solid. Again, I think also Liebach had a good game. The World Cup wasn't a perfect game, and we were up against New Zealand. So I don't mind the Damian Willems to start. Goal kicking, I think, for us is an issue, but it'll be interesting to see who does the goal kicking because, we said that this was going to be an issue last year against France. And between Colby and Faf, they actually kick really, really well, ironically. I actually want to go try and find that game and check the stats because I'm pretty sure stat-wise, I think we only missed one kick that entire day. So even that sort of concept of we're worried about kicking, well, last year we actually coped pretty well with it. Where is this game? Oh, here it is, I think. There we go. Here are the stats. When France won 30-26. Where was our goal kicking success rate? That's 100%. That's what I thought it was. Yeah, we operated 100%, and that was between Colby, Faf de Klerk, and Damian Willems all starting. I mean, keep it 100%. Ireland the week before was a bit of an issue, but and Damian Willems didn't have the best day of the tee. But Damian Willems, Colby took 2, Faf de Klerk took 1, and Damian Willems took 1. And we operated at 100%. So yeah, at the end of the day, I suppose it depends on the day, I suppose, how it goes. Last year we did cope in that game. So if you can cope again, for example, then why not, I suppose. Tian van den Berg said, a little worried about the lack of prop rotation. Has Indicane fallen out of favour? If not, will we see him start versus Argentina? I think he has to play against Argentina. It is interesting that he doesn't play this weekend. I would have thought he would have. I'm a bit sad at the fact that he hasn't. I mean, I understand he hasn't had a lot of game time in wrestling, but for me, if he's in the squad, you got to play him and see him where he's at. If you don't, then as you say, if we get another injury, then all of a sudden we haven't used a lot of people very much. So I don't know who will do the place kicking. That might actually be answered in the press conference. Else we'll ask it as the week goes by. KMC said the amount of games the players have to play, they need to make 2 teams. It's just too much, 100%. Wolf says we're going to miss out on points in the T yet again because we don't have our kicking story sorted. And also, on that note, I mean, Monty Leibach's a good place kicker, but he's not a phenomenal place kicker. So I don't think it's like, well, because he's not playing, we're guaranteed not to get any points off the tee. As I said, last year we did get points off the tee. In fact, I want to go to the South Africa versus England game. We'll also check out the Italian game as well. I mean, as I say, we know that David Phillips struggled in versus Ireland. The goal kicking wasn't great, but after that, there was far less of an issue. I mean, at the end of the day, our base goal kickers in the squad are Alton Yankees and Andre Paul, and they're both not playing. So Molly is probably the next base goal kicker after that. But right, so against England, we missed 2. Unfortunately, it doesn't say. And Faf de Klerk was the one kicking there. And Damian Williams got 2. Faf de Klerk got 1. And he was the one that missed 2. And then against Italy, we operated at go away. Well, I'd love to check, but I've got pop-ups that are popping up and not showing me. So that's really helpful. So I can't even tell you, unfortunately, because the pop-ups that are preventing me from having a look. Very annoying. But anyway, some of the other chaps, Grant saying, I love that we are going with the false 10 formation again. It's going to catch on internationally. Yeah, it's not an interesting point. Does Pollard really deserve to hold in the spot? He hasn't played international for a while. He could be the most vulnerable player to get injured at the World Cup. Yeah, listen, if you're asking if the guy who won us the World Cup last year and has had one of his best domestic seasons in the last probably 4 or 5 years should be playing in the World Cup, the answer is yes. He will be back. For example, if you're going to ask that question, and yes, he didn't play last year as much as we would have liked him to have. But in terms of this year, he's played a lot of rugby. Played very good rugby, and if you're worried about him coming back in August and playing in the World Cup, then we should also be worried about Khaleesi. And I personally am not worried about either. JP says Grant Williams clearly made an impression after close performance last week. I really feel he's 3rd, 4th choice. Brave says money players we get more tries, so points off the tee is not issue. Again, that's just pure speculation, isn't it? There's absolutely zero. You can't base on the fact of 1 start and 3 PNs off the bench that if Money plays, all of a sudden we're going to score tries for fun. This is a completely different beast, chaps. This is an All Black side who are playing a lot better than a year ago and are playing at home. This is not an Australian side playing away at Loftus and a very new Australian side which didn't really pitch up. Jade saying our squad depth is crazy, poor for choice. CS saying, I know a lot we're expecting some exciting names, but I think the coach will only tinker with the squad again in that game against Pumas if they do well against the All Blacks. And Fred says, the interchangeability of Leroux and Damien at 10 and 15 gives us an extra back on the field. Yana saying, I'm too slow, so we're going to find out this weekend for that. Leandre Bay is saying, love seeing Money on the bench, would have loved to see Kirkley on the wing, but I suspect that Pimpy's place will be determined with how he plays. Well, exactly. As I said, he deserves the opportunity to show what he's got. And then if he doesn't pitch up this weekend, if he struggles, then all of a sudden you're gonna sit there saying, right, well, Kirkley's not struggling, so we're gonna give him another game. And if he outplays you, then guess what? He's gonna become the pecking order is gonna change, and he's gonna become the number 1, starting winger. And you're gonna then have to try and change that. You're gonna have to come out and prove why you should and you deserve that spot. So I don't mind that sort of that from that perspective. That's what you want, isn't it? It's easy to say Kirkley Lawrence had a great game. He's got to start. But Mapimpi is a bit of a different player. So, yes, I do think that right now Kirkley Lawrence is putting a lot of pressure on him. And it'll be interesting to see how, when we go into the World Cup, what's going to happen. But, also different, horses for courses situation as well. Yes, I've been very impressed with Kirkley Lawrence's defense, stuff like that. And Mapimpi is a bit bigger, for example. And it's probably going to go up against be interested to see who they do go with winger this weekend, but it could be Mark Taylor, for example, who's also a pretty big wing. Kelly Clark, another wing versus Colby, is going to be a very big battle. Fred said, the selection suggests we're going back to set piece style rugby, and I'm hoping to continue our ball play from last weekend. We're a set piece team. We didn't move away from a set piece team last weekend. How good were our scrums? The lineouts were an issue, but we didn't move away from a set piece team. We've always going to be a set piece team. Why wouldn't you be a set piece team? If you've got one of the best set pieces in the world, use it. Ricardo says, the Quacker gets injured. Who replaces him in the game? I think that's probably one of the. I think he goes the distance for me. There isn't really a natural backup for him in this team over here. So, you could put Peter Steff, the Toy, and Frank Moss on the two different flanks, but very different type of players. So that's what I'm saying. His stocks have become very important with the injury to Siya Kolisi. Markham and Steyn played well this last weekend. I think his place in the squad has become quite important. But you do make a very good point, for example, and this is why I think in the World Cup, Kwagga Smith will be on the bench there. He'll be in that Francois low position for me. Because I think you do have to have a fetcher coming off the bench. Although you got Malcolm Marx comes with the second half. He'll do the fetching, in inverted commas. But it will be a very different look, loose trio, if you were to go off. Grace would hope to see Andre on the bench. Problem is you need a 10 cover. And Wolf says Damien holds up a lot of potential players. I don't know about him, but really impressed with Andre's all-round game. I think Damien didn't won us a World Cup and a British Irish Lions series. Bradshaw says Molly and Grant off the bench shows they want to amp up the speed in the last 20. Sia saying the best way to beat All Blacks is to outscore them with tries, not 3 points of penalties. A kicking 10 is not as needed much as a good 9 out of 10 who will guarantee to try and good play. Right. Well, as I said, we've beaten them every year since that we played them since 2018. And we've beaten them through often, pretty good forward play and a very solid game plan. 16-16 is not a high scoring game. The game before that, I think, was relatively high scoring, 36-34 2018. But you definitely can beat the All Blacks with penalty stuff again. You don't have to go and score tries all the time to beat them. I don't think it's as simple as that. So JD say, really worried that we're not starting with a recognised kicker with Glad Money on the bench. It's backup, probably best team that come up with. Naral was solid, and I think they showed beautiful defence. Assuming that he does start again. Grant says, Wefman is the only realist to replace Kwagga if he goes down. I'd be interested to see if they would then put on Dwayne on the flank or whether they'd. I have no idea how they'd actually work it out. As I said, from a fetching point of view, you've got Kitsoff, Marks, Vermeulen, Kwagga Smith. They're all fetchers in the side. But none of them have the pace and the mobility that Kwagga has. Cobra says, Mark should start, in my opinion. Albert says, if we beat the All Blacks, then Argentina game will be experimental team. ACC, we are committing suicide. I mean, it's wild to go Stephen Kitsoff, World Cup winner. Bongi Manambi, World Cup winner. Frans Malherbe, World Cup winner. Evan Etzebeth, World Cup winner. Lurt Diago, World Cup winner. Kwagga Smith, World Cup winner. Franco Monson, World Cup winner. Jasper Wiese new to the side. Patrick Clerk, World Cup winner. Damien Willemse, World Cup winner. Marcus Onamapimpi, World Cup winner. Damon Day Lindy, World Cup winner. Lakanya Am, World Cup winner. Cheslin Colby, World Cup winner. Vili Leroux, World Cup winner. And to then say we're committing suicide. There are 14 World Cup winners in the side. 14 in the starting lineup, by the way. Off the bench, Malcolm Mox, World Cup winner. Thomas the Toy, World Cup winner. Vincent Koch, World Cup winner. Archie Steyn, World Cup winner. Peter Toy, World Cup winner. Dwayne Vermeulen, World Cup winner. That's 6 out of your 8 are World Cup winners on the bench as well. So we're talking about a team that has 20 out of 23 Rugby World Cup winners. So to say we're committing suicide is a pretty hot take, in my opinion. Loazi says, with 3 lineup options, I'd really like to see the guys compete in the lineup when the opposition throw in. Yanis is back on fat kicking game. There's my Rugby Week swearing coming back. I said, I hope you're one of those people that swore the entire that swore the entire time the 2019 Rugby World Cup, and then had to take your medicine when we did win. And I also hope that you complain a lot when France kicks the ball, because they kick the ball more than anybody else in the world. And first, still can't believe this exact game could be the quarterfinal in the World Cup. Yeah, I mean, literally, that is a, for example, a very good point. This could be a World Cup clash. I mean, how mental is that? You could have the Boks versus the All Blacks, the biggest rivalry in rugby, as the Rugby World Cup's quarterfinal. How boring is that? I want to play New Zealand in the final again. It's we just don't get to play them in finals, unfortunately, since '95. My cushions come off my chair. Annoying. We're gonna start wrapping up there, people. It's we're gonna go live tomorrow and we're gonna have another look at this. Seeing as we're gonna have a bit of a day to sort of reflect on it and understand exactly how it all sort of works. Thursday will be the fan forum. We hope you're gonna have Chris back. We're gonna have a betting segment, and then Friday we will have in terms of the press conference. So what was I gonna say? Word Steve. Oh yeah. The announced press conference will be up within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So check that out on the channel. Tomorrow we will have press conference every single day coming out of the block camp. Unfortunately, at this stage doesn't look like we will have any of the New Zealand press conferences. And then on Saturday we obviously go live very early. The kicks off at about 9. We're hoping to have a bit of a pre-show at about 8 o'clock, which should be quite cool. And then I'll be live at Hofstra with you guys. And last weekend we did the biggest watch along in YouTube history. So how about this is my thinking. We try and do the same thing again this weekend and make this weekend the biggest watch along in YouTube history once again. And so if you haven't already, by the way, please do subscribe to the channel. We are 300 people less than, we're 230 people odd away from 31,000 subscribers as we now look to the next big milestone, which is 35,000 subscribers. We ticked off 30,000. We're now looking for that 35, then the 40. When we get to 50, I'm popping champagne, and then all of a sudden we're halfway to 100, which would be mental. That's when we get a little plaque, by the way. You get a little YouTube plaque when you get to 100,000 subscribers. So, imagine we were to do that. But yeah, people, keep very well. Go and throw all your comments and stuff on the team. You can comment on this video afterwards. You can go check out the announcement. You can go check out the presser where they'll announce. They'll explain exactly what the thinking is between the various selections and stuff like that. I will see you guys tomorrow at about 1 o'clock for the Rugby News Live. We'll see you guys on Thursday in the evening for the fan forum. And then we're gonna have the entire week where we can debate and discuss and shout at each other regarding why this team is so good or not good, etc. And then we get to watch it all unfold on Saturday morning. Smash like on the video on the way out. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. As always, Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks versus the All Blacks. It's going to be epic. It's going to be hopefully close. It's going to be a measure of two teams who both, I suppose, have actually struggled with a little bit of consistency issues over the last 18 months. But they both looked close to their best this past weekend and at stages of the games. And I think that's quite exciting for both teams because, we've seen them in the last couple of years put on very good performances, but also looked beatable. But I think both teams took a big step forward, and it's going to be very interesting to see, first of all, what sort of teams we're going to see, as well as sort of the game plan we're going to see this weekend. Now, the big question is, how can you watch all the action? Right, that's what we're going to show you. So, it is being shown, there are no free-to-air broadcasts, unfortunately, but it is being shown on Stan Sport, which does have a 7-day free trial. So, that's what we're going to show you how to do. So, if you're in Australia, you can access Stan Sport and that 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, though, you're going to have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Right, now we recommend using Bitdefender. Bitdefender are one of our channel partners, and they provide world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN. And so what we're going to do is, first things first, link in the description. You're going to download, we're going to go and get Bitdefender. It's also stupidly cheap. It's dirt cheap. There's also a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, you can get your money back at the end of the month. So it's absolutely brilliant. And first things first, you're going to install it, and this is what it's going to look like. And over there, as you can see, I'm currently connected to Australia, so you just go to that location over there. You can go choose your various locations and stuff. We're connected to Australia, and as a result, I'm currently on my free trial for Stan Sport, busy watching. Where's it gone? Wimbledon. And there it is. Yeah, so, and as you can see, quality is brilliant. And it's literally as easy as that. So you literally go and you sign up for a free trial, 7-day free trial. So if you sign up last weekend, for example, you'll still be able to watch this weekend. Go get yourself a 7-day free trial. Unfortunately, if you don't have a VPN and you're outside Australia, it will not work. You cannot access Steyn Sport outside Australia, but a VPN will basically locate your device to make it seem as if you're in Australia and therefore allow you to access it. So if you try and access it without a VPN, you won't even be able to get to sort of the proper screen, for example. If you try and log in or sign up and you are outside Australia without a VPN, it just comes across and says that you're unable to log into Steyn. I'll show you right now. That's what it looks like. So you do need a VPN. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and I'll hopefully see you this weekend for the watch along.
Yeah, definitely great to see the way the boys played over the weekend, and I'm sure there's still a lot that we would like to improve on and that we can rectify going up into the Rugby Championship.
Guys, can I please ask that we just all ask one question at first, so that we can give as many people a chance to ask questions as possible, and then we will, if there is another opportunity, we'll take your second question. So, Craig Ray.
Morning, guys, or evening, guys. Morning from South Africa. Just Jacques. Obviously, some players had to double up from last week. I think Kitsov, Frans Malherbe, Lucanio Am. Yeah, it's never perfect because you don't have enough players to send a full squad there in advance. How are those guys integrated? I know they would have done a lot of training, but in terms of jet lag and getting over that, is that one area of concern for you?
No, I think the plan was always to with the two squads that we or not two full squads, but sending guys here a little bit earlier obviously gives you the benefit of them adjusting to the different time zones. But the benefit for the guys who stayed and played a test match is they probably got they got exposure to top international rugby, which the guys who's here probably haven't had, so there's a little bit of pros and cons in both. So as these guys are sitting here, bodies nice and fresh and well adjusted, or better adjusted to the time zones, they haven't had international rugby exposure. But the other guys are maybe a little bit stiff and sore today and are adjusting to the time zones, but they have had a proper test match under the belt. So I think, Craig, it's a little bit of pros and cons for both, and but they both adjusted well in the training session, and looking forward to see. I think if you look at the squad or the team that we selected on that topic, is that you can see we've almost tried, and I won't say perfectly balanced it, but I think there is a good blend of guys that's nice and fresh and well adjusted in terms of time zones, and then there's also guys that have had a proper heat out against Australia, so almost trying to get that balance.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Ina. How's it, guys? How's it, Rock? Very interesting loose trio you've named there, one we haven't really seen before. How have they been in training, and are you quite confident that they'll be able to gel quite nicely off the bat against New Zealand?
Yeah, I think it's I don't think it's one that we haven't combined. So's played, or Franco Mostert played the majority when in 2021. I think he played a lot of open side for us, blind side for us, 7. And Kwacha has played a lot of games for us. But yes, I think it's an exciting loose trio. Obviously, like I mentioned now, some guys had the opportunity against Australia, and these guys get the opportunity now. And looking forward to see how they'll perform.
Jan? Jan?
Yeah, no, sorry, apologies. I struggled a bit with the mic there. Jacques Jan de Koning. Your halfback combination, scrum half, fly half. Talk to us about what do you expect him. Obviously, we saw what happened last week, and we had really good results from that. Now you've got a very different halfback combination. Do you expect the same style? Do you expect different things from him?
I think, on the halfbacks, very obviously Kobus is very experienced guy, and it was Marnie's first start for us, and I thought Marnie did well in terms of driving the team forward and making good decisions, and probably that's the same thing. We've got Damien and Faf has played together before. And I think in terms of your question, do we expect the same thing? Yes, we will obviously we'll see different pictures from New Zealand than what we saw from Australia. So basically, what do we want from our 9 and 10 is to make good decisions and to make sure that our back's going forward. And like I said, the pictures and opportunities will be different because it's a different team.
Morgan?
Thank you. Hi, Coach. On Saturday, Coach Stick said that there were a handful of players that had played themselves into the team for New Zealand. And just looking at the team that you guys have sent out now, who are those players that managed to make this team after their performance against Australia? And
I think that we pretty much we were open with the players, so they pretty much had a good idea of who will play in the test match on both sides. I mean, we were open and honest with them from the start. But obviously the New Zealand side weren't selected because of their injuries, because of form and stuff like that. But I'm not going to go into too much detail in terms of who played themselves in. We always had the idea, like I mentioned before, that we would like to, if it was possible, to have a blend between guys that have travelled early and guys that have played against Australia, to almost get that balance right, and having guys that, let's call it battle hardened, guys that's battle hardened, that had a test match under their belt, and then guys that's fresh. We always thought of having that blend. That's why I think in last week's presser we mentioned a couple of times that the guys that have travelled here, some of them will not even be in the match day 23. Some of them will not start because that was always at the back of our head, that we will try and blend it as much as possible.
Percy?
Dankie Zina. Zina, ek het 'n Afrikaanse vraag net vir Loot en vir Cheslin. Meneer, ek Frans die vraag. Loot, julle afvatters besluit op Eben Etzebeth, 'n baie ervare man as julle leier vir hierdie naweek se wedstryd. Hy was lank weg van die wedstryd gewees. Sê gou vinnig iets vir hy van omtrent Eben Etzebeth met sy ervaring, en wat verwag julle van die tuisspan? Hulle kom ook met groot selfvertroue terug van Argentinië af. Baie dankie. Julle albei.
Hi Percy, ja, ek dink op Eben, hy was al voorheen Springbok kaptein. Hy's 'n ou, die mees ervare ou in die span of in die groep. Iemand wat ons almal baie respek voor het en nou wat lei deur sy aksies, so is maklik om so te volg. Ek dink New Zealand is altyd 'n harde wedstryd, altyd 'n baie taai opponent, en vir alles hulle in New Zealand speel ook met baie trots vir die try, en dit gaan Saterdag weer eens 'n groot toets wees vir ons as 'n span.
Ja, van my kant af dieselfde wat Lot ook gesê het. Eben is al hier vir 2 jaar, baie ervaring en hy's 'n professionele atleet, en ons almal kyk ook op na hom, en hy's net 'n ou wat lei op die veld, en verwag net van almal rondom hom om self te doen ook.
Ken?
Thanks, Sina. Morning, guys. Jacques, you must be very happy with how things have turned out. I mean, it was obviously maybe a little bit of a gamble with the team you selected last weekend, but they obviously did the business in very good fashion. And now, as you've said, you're able to take on the All Blacks with pretty much exactly the blend of team that you wanted, and you've got a very good result behind you already. Is it also, I mean, never mind whether teams are first choice, second choice, whatever, it seems to be the team that you've played against the All Blacks a lot over the last couple of years. So is it more about specific things that the All Blacks bring in the game, that this is the best team to counter those things?
Yeah, Ken, it's Ken. Ken, yeah, you can ask. Yeah, Ken. Yeah, I think the probably the first thing is that we know that we will we need a squad to build momentum during the Rugby Championship. And to try and be competitive and win the Rugby Championship, we know that we need a squad. And we also need a squad for the 2 warm-up games that we're going to play against Wales and against the All Blacks at Twickenham. And then we will need a squad going into the World Cup. So I think the thing is, and we said it from the start, there wasn't an A and a B side. Like you rightly mentioned, I think now, is that the team that we selected to play against Australia is a team that we felt had the right mix to be competitive with Australia, and the same with this one. Obviously, we weren't as because of injuries, and there could have been injury changes. We weren't 100% sure of how this team would pan out, but the team that we selected for this weekend is obviously a team that we feel can be competitive against a very good New Zealand side. And I think if you look at the last couple of exchanges that we had between ourselves and New Zealand, they were always close, and that's the nature of the competition between the 2 countries. So yes, I think the main thing is we will need a squad, and just as the guys, Cheslin and Lewis and the guys who came over early had the responsibility of preparing that Australian side to put out a good performance against Australia. The guys who've travelled here now, who's not in the team, has got the same responsibility of preparing these guys as good as they can for a New Zealand side, like you rightly say, on form. They had a good result over the weekend. They were impressive. So yeah, I think that's the main thing. Like we've said from the start, there was no A and a B side, and the team that we selected for the 2 teams are teams that we feel would be good to do the job for us.
Kotso? Kotso, we can hardly hear you.
Just wanted to find out who's been given the responsibility for kicking responsibility.
Kicking responsibilities. We can't hear you very well.
Yes, I think your question was kicking responsibility. Am I right? I think they.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. That's much better.
All right. Just wanted to find out who's been given the kicking responsibilities.
Yes, I think we haven't had like we I'll take you back to the end of year tour last year. We said, listen, our kickers are kicking, and Cheslin is kicking footballs. He can kick footballs. He did in the end of year tour. Damian Willems is kicking footballs as he did on the end of year tour. Faf is kicking footballs like he did on the end of year tour. So we've got a couple of options, and between them, they will probably make a decision. And we're measuring their trainings and their kicks at poles and who's in good form and rhythm. And obviously between them and Stoker and because I don't know anything about kicking, but they will probably have a good discussion in terms of who will start and who will not. In terms of kicking footballs, I mean.
Guys, we can take 2 more questions, so please keep them short. We'll take Leighton and Simon, and then unfortunately that's all we can do for South African questions.
Thank you, Z. Morning, Jacques, Cheslin, and Louis. Jacques, just for you, please. Was there a temptation to stray away from a 6-2 split for this game, or was it always in your plans to go 6-2 again?
Yeah, the question between a 5-3 and a 6-2 is always for us. If we have the versatility in terms of the backline, and we have like for like players, if I can put it like that, that's on the bench versus the guys that's starting. We and it's available for us. We will go with a 6-2 split. Yeah, so it's not always something that we strive towards. It depends on the makeup of whoever's starting and who's available from a forwards perspective, and almost. Yeah, that I would say is the decision-making process between are we going to go a 6-2 or 5-3. Also, if we have maybe niggles or injury doubts, guys that can train, but let's say they had a bump or a bruise during the weekend or during the week, and we may be nervous that there's a backline player that might not finish the game. Then obviously the risk is a little bit too much. But yeah, so 6-2 split or 5-3, it's something we sit down and we discuss. And there's a couple of factors that play a role in us deciding, are we going to go with a 6-2 or are we going to go with a 5-3?
Simon, you can wrap it up for us.
Dankie Zina, Afrikaans vir julle Jacques. Julle speel by die Mount Smart stadion. Ian Jones, die oud All Black, sê dit is soos om op 'n neutrale veld te speel. Hoe voel julle daaroor dat julle op daardie veld speel en nie op Eden Park nie?
Ja, in terme van my, nee, ek was nog nooit daar nie. Ja, dis een van die veld, ja, ek het al so baie stadions hier gespeel, North Harbour, Pukekowie, Eden Park. Ja, so jy was nog nooit daar nie, so dit sal die eerste vir ons wees. Ja, en ons sal seker Vrydag kapteinsoefening daar gaan hê en dan sal ons sien hoe lyk die veld vir die eerste keer. Hoeveel dit vir ons maak dit nie 'n verskil nie. Ek bedoel, of ons dit nou op Eden Park speel en of ons dit nou hier speel, of op 'n ander veld speel, dit maak nie saak nie. Dit is net vir ons 'n ongelooflike geleentheid. Om in Nieu-Seeland teen Nieu-Seeland te speel. Jy weet, ons het laas gedoen in 2019. Ek het nou vir die media van Nieu-Seeland gesê, van 1999 af, dink ek, kom ek elke jaar Nieu-Seeland toe, saam met die Stormers en die Cheetahs en daai spanne. En die Cats, daai tyd in 1999, hou altyd ten minste vir 2 weke met Super Rugby, het jy 'n jaar hiernatoe gekom, en nou ewe skielik van 2019 af, was ons net nooit weer hier nie. So, dis so half, ja, is net lekker om weer in Nieu-Seeland te wees, en om die kan ek maar sê, die vibe van toets rugby in Nieu-Seeland te ervaar. Ons weet hoe belangrik rugby in Nieu-Seeland is, en hoe belangrik die All Blacks vir Nieu-Seeland is. So net om deel te wees daarvan, wel vir my persoonlik is net lekker om weer te wees.
Well, thank you, guys. We are going to leave the camera and the microphone on, so you're more than welcome to listen in. We're just going to take questions from the floor over here in New Zealand. So, guys.
Hey, Jacques. The last time you faced the All Blacks at Ellis Park, they were a bit of a different team. They were a team in a bit of a crisis. Since then, in your analysis that you've done of them, what sort of growth have you seen in the All Blacks? And what kind of All Blacks team do you think you're going to run into on Saturday night?
So I think, yeah, it's funny if you, I remember when it was written in the press that New Zealand are in a crisis, you know, if they lose 2 games or if their win percentage drop below 85% or below 80, it's a crisis, you know, which a lot of teams in the world are striving for. So I think crisis from my perspective is what's the right word in English? It's subjective. They just had a couple of bad runs, you know, and there was a couple of cards against the Australia game that probably some went for them, some went against them, and then with how close the top 10 teams are towards each other currently in the world, I think that might be the difference between winning a game with a couple of points or losing a game. So I think, yeah, they're definitely back on form and they've got back their confidence. I think after that, if I'm not mistaken, they were on a pretty good run. They won the Rugby Championship. On the end of year tour, they were on great form. And yeah, they had an unbelievable performance against, not unbelievable, they had a very good performance against Argentina. We know how tough it is to go to Mendoza and perform there. So yeah, no, we believe we know we're going to get a proper test match.
Jacques, is it still just as daunting as what has been in the past to come to New Zealand and play the All Blacks? Or is some of that more gone after seeing the likes of Argentina, Ireland, knock them over at home?
No, it's always no. For me, it will always be one of the biggest test matches in the world, and for us, I think the rivalry has been over 100 years, or 100 test matches, 100 years that we've played against each other. So the rivalry is also massive. No, and for us, New Zealand hasn't lost their aura. They still a formidable side. That's why they are ranked highly and consistently high in the world.
Look, the welcoming back Sam Whitelock. He's on track to return. What does he add to that All Blacks pack?
Yeah, I think he adds a lot. He's obviously a very experienced player, very good in the lineouts, great lineout forward, and he's good around the park, got a good work rate, and yeah, he's a very, very good player, and he's massive for them in their pack. Like I said, brings a lot of experience, and he's a guy that grafts around the field, works really hard, and a type of a no-nonsense player. So yeah, I think it'll make a big difference to their pack if he plays.
Speaking of, how much more confident are you than even out there on Gilbert?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Eben, like I've mentioned previously, he's a very experienced player, our most experienced player, and he's a guy that leads by his actions and takes control of his job on the field and tries to help others as well. So for me, yeah, it's great for me to have him with me on the field. And yeah, looking forward to it.
Jack, this is the Springboks' first time in 4 years being in New Zealand Super Rugby no longer. How much do you think South African rugby misses more regular contact?
Yeah, that's probably going to be my personal opinion. But I think South African rugby is in a good state in terms of that. We get the best of both worlds. We get exposure to the URC and the Northern Hemisphere competitions, the Heineken Cup. So you get different countries, different styles. When you coach in the URC, and when I was with Rassie at Munster, the funny thing was that we were in the Pro 12 back then, so there was 12 teams in the Pro 12, and we coached against more New Zealand coaches then than in Super Rugby, because in Super Rugby there was only the 5 New Zealand teams, where you got exposure to a lot of New Zealand coaches who's applying their trade up north, and then obviously that's the club side of things. And then we're lucky and fortunate from a Springbok point of view to still get the exposure in the Rugby Championship. So you get that almost because of probably external conditions and stuff like that. You get almost this test match grinding. If you play at Connacht in Ireland and it's wet and windy, you have to grind out the game. It's not so conducive for keeping ball in hand, so you must find other ways to apply pressure on teams. So you get that kind of exposure with the URC. But then sometimes there you can play on a 4G pitch and it's a beautiful day and the game is quick as it is in Super Rugby. But then we obviously, I think, get the exposure with the Boks, playing against quality sides with great individuals that can create magic through playing against Argentina, Australia, New Zealand. So I think we're in a good position. Again, it's me personally. I feel we're in a good position in terms of South African rugby that we get that exposure to both sides, to the north and the south.
For the players who come early for to prepare for the game, what's that kind of allowed you guys to do all this prepare for this weekend's game? And does it feel like you guys have a slight advantage, those players in particular, I guess, climatising into the weather and preparing for the game?
I think first and foremost was for us to come over and get used to the weather and climate over here. So that definitely does. It's an advantage. We still have to go out and play 85 minutes on the field and play to the best of our ability at the end of the day. So it all depends up to us as players and the coaching staff, what we do during the week and what the build-up will be leading up to the weekend.
I know you guys had Steyn come along, Steyn come along with you guys as well. His presence, I mean, even though he is recovering from injury, what's his presence on the Spur trips in New Zealand? How that impacted you guys, helping you guys out?
Yeah, it's always good having Steyn around. He's been our captain for such a long time, and he's such an integral part of our group. He's just a nice guy overall to have around the squad, and he's working hard every single day to get back as soon as he can. So no, it's been great having him around.
Cheslin, the All Blacks were talking today about how much they relish the rivalry with South Africa and how special it is to play tests against the Springboks. From your perspective, the rivalry with the All Blacks, how much do you enjoy that? How much is that a challenge you really look forward to?
No, obviously it's been a rivalry for years, and whenever the Springboks and New Zealand meet, it's always a tough battle, and it will continue to be that way, sure. And for us, as I said, and I'm a firm believer, it's what you do during the week and what confidence you can get throughout that, and taking that out onto the field as well. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting test match, and one that I'm sure each and every player is also looking forward to this coming weekend.
Choose them last week, killed the Aaron, so obviously paper cracker, 3 tries. Does that sort of make you want to raise your game?
I think the nice thing about this group is we learn from each other, we push each other to the limits just to get the best out of each and every one. We just want to contribute where we can contribute for the team, and just to see the things that we train during the week play on the game day. It's fantastic to see, and it's just for us to raise the ball for each and every time we get out on the field and get the opportunity to wear that green and gold jersey. So really exciting for Kirkley and what he's been doing since he started. And I'm sure there's a lot of amazing things to still come.
Jacques, where is Sia at? It's like he's running today.
Did you say he's running today? Yeah, he's doing very well. He's a hard worker, professional, just as Eben, Eben in the beginning it was touching. Yeah, this game was touch and go, but in terms of the prediction, and sometimes you might miss it with a week or two, but they were very diligent and worked incredibly hard, and Sia's doing the same thing. So so we feel he's on track, definitely on track.
Jacques, you're probably used to either one of Bowden Barrow or Richie Moanga steering the ship for the All Blacks. Last week it was Damien McKenzie. Obviously they haven't named their team this week yet, but do you kind of have to prepare for a bit of an unknown quantity in Damien? He hasn't played a lot of Test rugby at first 5 if the All Blacks do decide to go with him again.
Yeah, I would say we obviously coached against him a lot in Super Rugby, and yes, he played the majority of the games. I would say at 15, but he's also slotted in at 10 for the Chiefs back then, and we obviously had a very close eye on Super Rugby, and followed him and the Chiefs' performance over the season. They were a house on fire. I think, they were probably from the start. They were one of the informed teams. So yeah, we know he's a quality rugby player, as always have been, and with the other 2 prospects there as well. They very well known, very good. So it's going to be a nice challenge for us.
I think you might have been asked to play home video, but is Mount Smart any less intimidating than Eden Park? Obviously, without that incredible record.
Yes, I haven't been there at that stadium before. So obviously Eden Park is special, and a special stadium to play in. And we haven't actually, I can't remember when's the last time that we actually played. We played in the 2014 Junior World Cup. I think we played against England at Eden Park. So that's probably the last time that I've been involved in a game at Eden Park. But no, for us, it just, like I mentioned before we started, just the fact that for me personally, being in New Zealand and it's something that you so take for granted. For over 20 odd years, you're probably going to end up in New Zealand for 2 weeks, any give or take. And like I said now, myself and Rusty's been part of the 2011 World Cup, which was hosted here. I've been here for the 2014 World Cup. So you've been here for extended periods of time. So just to be here again is phenomenal. And just to play against New Zealand in New Zealand, is something that you so take for granted. And when it goes away for 4 years, it's just nice to be back. So we will play. It doesn't matter if it's Eden Park or Pukekohe or Pongarai, anywhere. We'll just the opportunity to test yourself against them. It's going to be awesome.
And last question.
Is Razzie happy to be back? Thank you.
Anyone else? Cool. Awesome, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks versus the All Blacks, it's going to be epic. It's going to be hopefully close. It's going to be a measure of two teams who both, I suppose, have actually struggled with a little bit of consistency issues over the last 18 months, but they both looked close to their best this past weekend and at stages of the games. And I think that that's quite exciting for both teams because, you know, we've seen them in the last couple of years put on very good performances, but also looked beatable. But I think both teams took a big step forward, and it's going to be very interesting to see, first of all, what sort of teams we're going to see, as well as sort of the game plan we're going to see this weekend. Now, the big question is, how can you watch all the action? Right, that's what we're going to show you. So, it is being shown, there are no free-to-air broadcasts, unfortunately, but it is being shown on Stan Sport, which does have a 7-day free trial. So, that's what we're going to show you how to do. So, if you're in Australia, you can access Stan Sport and that 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, though, you're going to have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Right, now we recommend using Bitdefender. Bitdefender are one of our channel partners, and they provide world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN. And so what we're going to do is, first things first, link in the description. You're going to download it. We're going to go and get Bitdefender. It's also stupidly cheap. It's dirt cheap. There's also a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, you can get your money back at the end of the month. So it's absolutely brilliant. And first things first, you're going to install it, and this is what it's going to look like. And over there, as you can see, I'm currently connected to Australia, so you just go to that location over there. You can go choose your various location stuff. We're connected to Australia, and as a result, I'm currently on my free trial for Stan Sport, busy watching. Where is it gone? Wimbledon. And there it is. Yeah, so, and as you can see, quality is brilliant. And it's literally as easy as that. So you literally go and you sign up for a free trial, 7-day free trial. So if you sign up last weekend, for example, you'll still be able to watch this weekend. Go get yourself a 7-day free trial. Unfortunately, if you don't have a VPN and you're outside Australia, it will not work. You cannot access Stan Sport outside Australia. But a VPN will basically locate your device to make it seem as if you're in Australia and therefore allow you to access it. So if you try and access it without a VPN, you won't even be able to get to sort of the proper screen, for example. If you try and log in or sign up and you are outside Australia without a VPN, it just comes across and says that you are unable to log into Stan Australia right now. That's what it looks like. So you do need a VPN. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and I'll hopefully see you this weekend for the Watchalong. And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports on a very cold Wednesday afternoon here in Johannesburg. And it's been a very cold week, actually, as he's suffering with the cold front, which has not been particularly fun. But nevertheless, the only thing that is keeping us going at the moment is Springbok Rugby this weekend, and it's the old foe, the Boks taking on the All Blacks on Saturday. And there's been a couple of fighting words coming out of the All Black camp, which we're going to talk a little bit about, but lots to get through over the next sort of half an hour as we sort of bring you all the latest rugby news. And there's quite a few things to talk about. First of all, we're going to be talking about Frans Steyn, who has hung up his boots. We're going to be talking a little about Johnny Sexton, whose disciplinary hearing is coming up. We're going to be talking a little bit about the Springbok squad, which might or might not change as a result of personal issues with Ibn Etzebeth. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And just tragic news around the rugby world a lot, actually, today, which is very sad. And then apart from that, we'll just sort of do a bit of a roundup on what's sort of trending and stuff. We had URC fixtures coming out yesterday. It's been a very busy rugby week, so we're going to try and sort of cover a little bit of all of that over the next sort of 30 minutes. So if you have any questions or any comments, please do put them in the chat. And if you are new to the channel, please do subscribe to the channel as well, because we are sitting less than about 150 odd people away from 31,000 subscribers. be very cool if we can get there before Saturday. And then Saturday, who knows? Maybe if you do another 2,000, all of a sudden we could be sitting on 33,000. You could be looking at 35,000 by the end of the month. You could be looking at 40,000 before the World Cup. Who knows what you guys can do? And it is what you guys, because it's all everybody that watches that aren't subscribed that can make that happen. But yeah, so let's talk about it. Where should we begin? Let's talk about this weekend, shall we? Now, first of all, there's two things. So first of all, with regards to the Springbok update. Now, as some of you might have seen, the news that Eben Etzebeth's father passed away last night has circulated and been confirmed. He had been sick for a while, and for that reason, in fact, Eben actually asked last year to play in that Welsh game in Bloemfontein to ensure that his 100th test would then come in Cape Town, where he'd be able to get his father there because he was sick, and traveling was an issue for him. So it has been a long-term illness. I'm not entirely sure what the details are about it. Doesn't really matter. But our thoughts go out to Eben and his family. And yeah, I mean, if nothing else, his father can be very proud of the rugby player he helped produce, because Eben is one of the all-time greats already as a player. But obviously, that sort of now begs the question: what's going to happen this weekend? Because yesterday, Eben was named as the captain for this weekend and was named to start, obviously, in the team. So there has been no news out of the Bok camp at this stage. We haven't heard anything with regards to whether he will fly back early, whether he will play this weekend. And to be honest, I've actually had no indication which is more likely. You'd imagine that he'd want to sort of want to leave and come back to be with his family, but at the same time, because he's so far away, he's looking at about 2 days away, 2 days worth of travel getting back here, depending on even the flight availability, for example. So it's difficult to know if you were to leave. I mean, for example, at the moment it's like midnight over in New Zealand. So I don't exactly know what time his father passed, and I mean it's and whether he had time. He could have been on the flight today. Well, I imagine he's not on the flight today, or wasn't on the flight today, given the fact that there hasn't been any sort of release. So we kind of wait to see exactly what will happen. I think by tomorrow we'll have the answers with regards to whether he will remain with the squad and play on Saturday, or whether he will in fact travel back and not play on Saturday. And I mean, I remember, for example, must have been a while ago now. It must have been about 5 or 6 years. Rowan Jansen van Rensburg, when he was still at the Lions, he lost his mother in the week to a build-up of a game, very unexpectedly as well. And I think it was on a Tuesday or Wednesday, or I think actually even on a Thursday. And he still played on Saturday. And the big thing he said he wanted to play in her memory, and and he said that she would have wanted him to have played. And he actually went on and had a man of the match performance. Really, it was actually a very emotional day where he went out. I mean, obviously had the black armbands, and you could see he was playing out there for much more than just himself. And he said he wants to honor his mother's memory. So there are players that have taken that sort of direction, where they're sitting there thinking, right, well, what would they have wanted me to do? But there's a couple of things to talk about with that. First of all, how are you feeling yourself? It's about whether Eben can himself deal with it, cope with it, and still manage to play on Saturday. I don't think I'll be able to do it, for example. So it comes down to mentally whether he is in a position where he feels he can still produce his level of performance on Saturday. Whether it's going to, whether he can remain focused. The second thing, obviously, is his family and how his family are coping. Because he's just married now as well, and will want to be with his family at this time. I mean, everybody would want to be with his family at the time. So it's a tricky situation. There's no right or wrong answer. Again, I think a lot of it probably comes down to the travel arrangements, whether he can get back, if he can't get back, and he can focus, and he is mentally, I don't think he's going to be right at the moment. He's going to be absolutely devastated. But whether he is capable of playing this weekend, it wouldn't surprise me if he did do that and sort of went and played in his dad's honor and sort of, as a sort of a way of paying homage to him. So the bottom line is we don't know what's going to happen, and I'll be purely speculating if I were to make any sort of suggestions, because there is no word out of the SA Rugby camp. At this stage he is still there, as far as we understand. At this stage nothing has changed to the starting lineup. But that could very well change. And in terms of the changes we might see, it wouldn't surprise me if Jean Klein then came into a starting lineup, and Lekanya took over the captaincy, or if they could, or the Michael Pierce set the toy, for example, because they like having a captain who's closer to the referee, so they like having a loose forward or sort of a scrum half, fly half. So that for me would be the interesting change. Whether I think Jean and Klein or Jean-Luc Dupré, I suppose, could come in as well. But I wouldn't be surprised on the back of last week's performance, especially given the fact that they want to keep that sort of bomb squad element, whether they then do go Jean Klein in the starting lineup next to Lua Diaga and keep Arke Stemmer on the bench for his impact. So, yeah, that for me would be the interesting thing. If Eben were to drop out, what would they do? How would they actually tweak the team? Or do they go Arke Stemmer into the starting lineup, bring on a Jean-Luc Dupré onto the bench, bring on a Jean Klein onto the bench? Where would they? How would they sort of? How would they juggle that? So as soon as we understand the situation, we will put a video up there. So if he does leave the squad, we'll let you guys know. And if there is changes to the teams, then obviously you hear from here first. But for now, our thoughts do go out to him and his family. And whatever decision he makes, we'll all behind. You'll know that he'll have the entire country behind him, whether he decides to step away, whether he does play. I think everybody will respect his decision, and he'll have the full support of the team, the public, and the general rugby world in general. But now, speaking about this weekend, some fighting talk has come out of the All Blacks, and Rieko Awani has come out and said that they're ready for the Boks, and interesting sort of comments. Now, he didn't go. Yeah, we'll talk about the comments a little bit. Now, there's quite a lot to sort of talk about in terms of previewing this game with regards to where the Boks at, where the All Blacks at, who's actually the favourites coming in this. We lost to New Zealand in New Zealand. I think it was 2016. I think it was. We haven't lost to them in quite a long time. I want to look at it over here, and I don't want to lie to you. But yeah, the last time we lost to New Zealand was 2017. I apologize, 2017. Where we lost 57-0. Was that 57-0? A year later, we went to Wellington and we beat them 36 points to 34. And then obviously in the World Cup year, we drew 16-16. And we haven't played them in New Zealand since. We played them in Queensland in 2021, where we lost by 2 points. We played them in Queensland again, where we beat them by 2 points. Last year, we played them both in South Africa. So we actually haven't lost to the All Blacks in New Zealand in 6 years. So it's interesting in that regard, where Fortress sort of New Zealand, and also they're playing in Auckland, but they're not playing at Eden Park. So they're not playing at sort of the Fortress where they would, because that is being used for the Football World Cup. So it's actually taking place at a whole different stadium. So there's no sort of real. I don't think we've actually ever played there. I'm trying to sort of see it here. I don't think so. I can't see where we've played at the stadium before. So there's no previous sort of information with regards to how we fare at this particular stadium, for example. And as I said, we haven't actually lost New Zealand in New Zealand since back in 2017. So we're on a bit of a run at the moment, and hopefully we can continue it this weekend. Now the question is, what are some of the outside factors, I suppose, that could influence this? That can influence this result. Now, first of all, All Blacks, obviously, the majority of the All Black squad were in Argentina and had to travel late. On the counter of that, a lot of the South Africans squad and the Springbok squad were already in New Zealand at the time. So there's a certain amount of they've already acclimatized, stuff like that, and New Zealand have to sort of come back, recover, adjust to time zone, and get themselves up for Saturday. So that is why this whole split squad approach is so intelligent, because and we actually don't know how much of a physical impact it is, but from a mental point of view, there is a lot riding on the fact that you'll sit there and you can sit there and say, oh no, we're acclimatized, we're ready to go. They must be dealing with the jet lag, whether they are or whether they're not. There's a certain mental sort of thing saying, well, we're very fresh. Half our team didn't even play last week. The counter argument for that is, well, that means you haven't played rugby in a while. It's going to take a while for you to get going. Yes, you guys are fresh, but you haven't had that 60, 70 minutes of test rugby that gets you ready for this sort of occasion. So that in itself is going to be quite an interesting sort of aspect to it. So there's a lot of sort of small intricacies about the game itself. But in terms of what Rieko Ioane said, he's talked about over here, where it is over here. He said, and I quote, hopefully we can post 40 again, that would be good. But I'm not too sure what's going to unfold. But we know that both teams are prepared to put out their best performance, and hopefully it's a cracker. I don't watch too much footy, but definitely their wingers. I think Moody played against us last year and caused a bit of havoc under the high ball. We're going to have things in place to counter that, but we don't look too much at individuals as we do team versus team, and I back our boys. So Rieko Ioane has come out and said he's hoping that they can put another 40 points on the box. I don't think they'll put 40 points on the box. I don't think the box will put 40 points on New Zealand. I mean, last year we have had a couple of high-scoring games in the last few years, but the last time New Zealand scored more than 40 points was that 57-0 match back in 2017. And since then there have been, and I want to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tests since that have not, where neither team has actually gone past the 40-point mark. Last year was probably the closest they've gone, where they went 35 points to 23 over in Johannesburg. So I'd be very surprised if that's the scoring game. I don't think it'll necessarily be that high scoring. It's always going to be a very big defensive area from both teams. I think South Africa demonstrated that if they set piece functions, that they can be quite deadly. But at the end of the day, they are a team that really enjoys defending and pride themselves on their defense, and very much far more secure than in Argentina, for example. So yeah, I'll be very surprised and I'll be very pissed off if we do shift 40 points on Saturday, because I don't think that I don't think it's an excuse to have done that. I think we've got a structure sorted and we've got a team that should not be conceding that amount of points. I think a lot of people are sort of saying, well, when will be the first time when South Africa really goes and hammers New Zealand? We've never really thrashed New Zealand, have we? We've beaten New Zealand, and we've beaten New Zealand soundly at times, but we've never really hammered New Zealand. It's always been pretty close. To be fair, take away those sort of 2 57-point games, and I think 41 points. So you take away that sort of 2016-17 season, games have always traditionally been quite tight between the two sides. There's very rarely more than about 10 to 12 points in it. That's why it's such a cool rivalry. Because if you go and look at the points against, for example, it's not that high. So the Springboks' biggest win is 17 points. They scored 2,143 points against. Sorry, they scored 1,674 points against the All Blacks and conceded 2,143. So yes, there's not a lot of leeway in these games. So yeah, and in terms of comments, so Tawa is saying Springboks could not beat the All Blacks at Ellis Park. What makes them think they could beat them in New Zealand? Springboks overrated All Blacks by 13. Well, we've beaten you in New Zealand already. And when you say that, we struggled to beat Springboks could not beat the All Blacks at Ellis Park. I mean, that's last year. What makes it think we could beat the All Blacks? I mean, that's as I said, that's got the last time we played in New Zealand, we drew. The time before that, we won. So I'm not quite sure what last year's game at Ellis Park has got to do with the price of cheese. But anyway, Shifty Lad says, looking in from Ireland, what do you think of the World Cup draw? Very lopsided, stupidity to do draw 4 years ago. Basically, 100%. We said that quite a lot. For me, they should be doing the draw after the Alternation Series at the very least 2 years ago. I can understand having to do a draw relatively early because you need to do sort of the logistics, but you can't be doing the draw. In fact, I think you should be doing the draw about a year out, to be honest. I think they should be doing the draw after the alternations last year. So last year in December, you should be doing the draw. The problem is the tickets were already on sale. So maybe 2 years. Maybe 2 years ago, they should be doing the draw. Or yeah, actually I think that'll be fine. So 2023, but 2021 at the end of the year after the alternation series, you take those rankings, you pull them, you do the draw. 2 years out, fine, fair enough. Because I understand there's obviously a lot of logistics with regards to who's going to be based where the venue's going to take, how, and how it's all going to unfold. So there is a lot to do. So I can understand that it does have to be done. You can't just do it like, the year before. But yeah, we do need to look at that because the way it sort of ended up is a little bit childish. Adam says, we haven't the All Blacks Ellis Park 2004. I was there a while ago. Well, let's go back and check that. 2004. Yeah, 40 points, 26. That's actually the one I mentioned. Good memory. Well, I'm glad you were there for that. Yeah, it was 16 points. The biggest win apparently is 17 points. I cannot immediately see it in this list. I don't know how far back we have to go. Surely not that far. Last year was a 16-point win against in Mbombela. 2009 apparently. Let's go and see 2009. No, 2009 was 28 points to 19, 31 points to 19. When was this game? I don't know, we'll find it somewhere. It must be somewhere around there. Anyway, so yeah, so this weekend I think is a very close one to call, and also I think a lot of the world will be watching this game. I mean, if you're in Ireland, you're in France, you're watching this game, going, right, what can we expect from these two teams? Because if there's any sort of, if you're ever going to get a lot of information out of a game, this would be it. I suppose even more so than I think the Twickenham game, to be honest. I think the Twickenham is closer to the World Cup. There might be a certain amount of keeping it a bit back, whereas I think at the moment, at the end of the day, this is basically the final of the Rugby Championship in many ways. Now, there's no guarantee that next week, 2 weeks' time, South Africa will beat Argentina, New Zealand will beat the All Blacks. Or All Blacks will beat New Zealand, rather. All Blacks will beat New Zealand. All Blacks will beat Australia, rather. But this is always the game that defines the Rugby Championship. And so you do kind of feel that the winner of this weekend will likely go on to win the Rugby Championship based on how that first round unfolded. But I do expect Argentina and New Zealand to get substantially better. So anyway, as much as Rico Awani thinks that there's going to be a 40-point, they want to put 40 points on, I'm very doubtful. In terms of some other news, as we move away from that, Johnny Sexton's hearing is tomorrow. Dun, dun, dun. So we will find out exactly what happens with Johnny Sexton tomorrow. I'm trying to see exactly if there's anything in terms of when there's no sort of timeline when we'll notice any sort of action. But in theory, they're usually quite quick. So it could be a case of, we could actually know probably within the next week what the situation will be around him. So we're a bit of sweaty Irish fans who'll be watching or be looking at that with bated breath to find out exactly what's going to happen to him and whether he is going to get banned. I'll be interested. I think there has to be some sort of action. And what's interesting is the fact that, trying to find the way to word it, but Johnny Sexton always sort of tends to get away with a lot. He does. The way he speaks to referees and stuff like that, he always toes the line. And he does it very well. A lot of people don't like it, but it seems to work. He's never really been taken task by referees for his comments and stuff like that. So it's difficult to say that, it doesn't work or he's not good at it, because I think he is. But, that with that regard, the fact that he has kind of a bit of a reputation of not getting punished for this will be interesting to see if he does. And a lot of South African fans, it's interesting how much South African fans, and you understand why, because they were so angry at the fact that Rassie Erasmus, had to serve that ban when they said, well, he doesn't deserve it. And now they're baying for blood. Now they're saying, right, well, if Rassie had to serve a ban, then Johnny Sexton has to serve a ban. That's only fair. And, it's difficult to sort of know what is fair, what isn't fair, but you do kind of feel that if World Rugby are going to take this sort of hardline approach and say, right, no, we're going to really back our referees. Personally, I think if World Rugby were to just clear up a lot of the laws and take a bit more ownership with regard to how the law should be implemented and give more support to the referees with regards to more specifics and being a bit more clear about the laws, I think that is the best way to really support the referees, because then there will be less abuse, or at least there'll be less ambiguity. And that's the problem at the moment, is the interpretation is there's far too much interpretation. And as a result, referees are getting hammered for a lot of decision making where all they're doing is implementing a bit of a law book which has got quite a lot of ambiguity. And if they fix that, for example, then I think things would get a lot easier for referees, and World Rugby wouldn't have to be worried too much about the referee abuse. It's always going to be referee abuse. I don't think that's ever going to change at the end of the day. People are always going to look for a scapegoat that always kind of comes up to be the referee. But be clear on the laws, create laws that we can all get behind and understand. Then I think it becomes a lot easier to, first of all, hold the referees to account, because you can sit there saying, well, the law is very clear. Why aren't you doing it like this? Because at the moment, teams are going, well, why didn't you do this? But this guy does that. And they're going, well, that's my interpretation. And people are saying, well, that's unfair. And they actually got legitimate grievances. And then World Rugby say, no, but you can't back our referees. But at the same time, in the performance review, they might be saying, but you should be doing this. And the referees are kind of just in the middle going, well, it's all very well for you guys to try and stand up for us in the public, but you're not helping us with regards to making our job easier and making it better for us to be able to officiate. And that's the problem. So, yeah, let's go to some of the comments. Really saying that our bench will blow them away. Gone are the days of the All Blacks keeping it up in gear come 60th minute. Christopher saying, where's the new jersey? It's out there. We played with it on Saturday. I've got the supporters jersey. Frank says, outdoors, you guys drew with England last year, whereas we beat 27-13. That means we're winning by 14 points. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. 100%. I don't think last year's game's got any due to that. Johnny deserves a penalty kicks, Liam. Yeah, and the All Blacks couldn't even beat Argentina at Christchurch. David said, Ronnie O'Gara was banned twice in the span of a year last year for abusing referees. Hardly any outrage over that. You make a very good point. I'm going to talk about Frans Steyn right now. And Elias saying that they should let Yemen go home. Obviously, family is more important than any game of rugby. Look, it'll be his decision at the end of the day. That's one thing we can guarantee when it comes to this Bok management. It will be his decision. If he feels he needs to go, they'll send him home, no issue. There will be absolutely zero expectation of him to play. There will also be no one's going to be sitting there saying, oh, but we think you should play. They'll be sitting there saying, right, what do you need? And I think they will give him the full support. And I don't know if we actually have. It'll be interesting because I know that in lots of teams they actually are traveling, I think therapists, but psychologists, stuff like that. I do a lot of sort of sports psychology, so it'll be interesting to see if there is someone over there. But I'm sure there'll be a very good support system around that will be talking to him and finding out what the best thing is for him. And if they need to put him on a plane and send him home, they'll put him on a plane and send him home. And there'll be no expectation. He could come back against Argentina. He could come back in August. He's that important to the team that, again, same as sort of Jaden Hendricks, his father also died, and they said, right, off you go. Go and be with your family. We'll be here when you get back. I do think that Jaden Hendricks is a bit different because I think that, he's now going to have few opportunities to make that squad. Evan Esabet's going to France and he starts every game as much as he can. That's just a fact. So whether he needs to take 3 weeks, he can take 3 weeks. And then I think they will give him all of the support he needs. Frans Steyn, everybody. What a player. What an absolute legend. And he's gone from the game. He's still alive, sorry. He doesn't want to sort of play it like that. But he's retired. He's gone. There's no more Frans Steyn in World Rugby. And that is a very sad moment, isn't it? For me, one of the most naturally talented players to ever don a Springbok jersey. To ever hold a rugby ball, to be honest. And you look at his record, and it is absolutely insane. First of all, the youngest player, I think, ever to win the World Cup. He's had the longest Springbok career ever with regards to the days and years, well, the years and months and days between his first test and his last test. And then you go look at his record. This is just his test record. And he played 78 tests, 165 points, scoring 11 tries. Domestically, he won the Challenge Cup and 2 Currie Cups. And then in the test arena, he won 2 rugby championships, 2 World Cups, and 2 British Irish Lions series. Was the British Irish Lions series winner. He's the youngest player to win a Rugby World Cup and the 21st player to win 2 Rugby World Cups and only the second South Africa to win 2 Rugby World Cups. Should we have a look at his statement, shall we, and see what he had to say about his retirement? Here it is. I'm going to give it smaller. He says, and I quote, "It's been a tough few months to come into terms with saying goodbye to the game that has been my entire life. In answer to many questions I have faced since sustaining a knee injury earlier this year, I'm hereby announcing my retirement from professional rugby. To be honest, this is not how I envisioned the journey ending. Every player wants to end on their own terms. But I'm fortunate to have played this game for so long and incredibly grateful for the journey I have had. I've given it my everything and I have no regrets. I have a massive number of people to thank from all around the world and for the support throughout the highs and lows of my career. I'll forever be grateful for the opportunity, the friendships, the memories, and lessons that rugby has given me. I look forward to the next chapter and the opportunity to give back to the game that has given me everything. Thank you for all the support. It has been a massive honor, Frans, Steyn. The exciting thing for me in reading that is, to give back to the game that has given me everything. I really, really, really hope he does go into coaching. I think he's someone that understands the game very well, reads the game very well, and he was unbelievably naturally talented. But yeah, I think as a kicking coach, for example, I think he has a lot of value, and I'd be interested to see what kind of sort of a coach he makes. Everybody talks about him as a very good mentor. For example, like a Billy LaRue is going to be a brilliant attack coach one day. We just know that, don't we? So I'd be very interested to see what his next step is and where he will be taking it. Whether he's going to go down the coaching route or maybe might not, and whether he'll take a bit of time before going down the coaching route or whether he'll go sort of directly into it. We wait and see. But yeah, one of the best players to ever play the game, Frans Steyn. And yeah, he's gone. I think we kind of knew it, to be honest. At the end of the day, he wasn't playing a lot of rugby at the Cheetahs this season. We got that knee injury, and as soon as it was basically said, you're not going to make the Rugby Championship, we knew he probably wasn't going to make the World Cup. And yeah, I think, to be honest, maybe I wouldn't say a blessing in disguise. I think he would have added a lot of value to the World Cup squad from a personality point of view, and leadership point of view. I don't think he would have made the 23. How would he? You've got Damian Willemse has to be in that 23, for example. Billy LaRue at this stage, we can't now start a fullback. So Damian Willemse will probably be in the 23 jersey in the Frans Steyn role of last World Cup. Yes, it would have been fantastic to have Frans Steyn in the squad, to have mentored him and showed him exactly the ropes, but I don't think he makes our strongest 23 anymore. So we lose a lot out of it. We lose a lot of experience, we lose a lot of leadership, we lose a lot of class. But maybe it's a good thing that he doesn't go to the World Cup and we don't see him play, or if we do see him play, he's not at his best, and that's how I remember him. It's annoying. It's frustrating for him, because I think, as I said, he would have liked to have gone on his own terms. Whether that could have even been playing a test in the Rugby Championship and playing in down in the Shark Tank where it all started for him, and saying, we wouldn't have had one. But even like in Joburg, for example, in 2 weeks' time, and saying, right, that's my test career done, chaps. Thank you very much for the memories, but I'm hanging up the boots. It would have been nice for him to have played that last test and then, as he said, go out on his own terms. But unfortunately, it's not always the way the cookie crumbles. For example, Adam Jones doesn't even get a farewell test. Really, he retired after the season was done and will not be going to the World Cup. That's one of the greatest players ever, the most capped player ever. He didn't get a farewell, for example, so it doesn't always go according to plan. Ivan says, sad to see his career end, but what a beautiful career it was. Werner says, I really hope he does go into coaching. Personally, I think he'll make a great coach. We'll have to wait and see what happens. The Riddler saying, it would have been nice for him to play in this World Cup, but I suppose there was a reason for everything, and in this case, it is a good one. Martin says, I think he would have played the Bob role in the squad in 2007, slightly less game time in the mentor role, was surely Bob's main role. Yeah, I think it's a bit like Scout Brits in the last World Cup, that whole role that we've also talked about quite a lot. So yeah, I think he probably would have done something similar to that. But yeah, people, that brings us to the end of the show. Thank you very much for watching. Please do subscribe to the channel if you're new. As I said, we are trying to sort of work our way up towards that 31,000 subscriber mark, on the way to 35,000. Ideally, it would be amazing if we can get to 40,000 before the World Cup. And hopefully we're going to have a World Cup announcement. I keep teasing it, but hopefully we will have a World Cup announcement, by the way, in the next week or two. With regards to what our coverage is going to look like. It is about just under 60 days to the World Cup. So yeah, hopefully very soon we will be announcing our World Cup coverage and what we've got planned. The only thing I will tell you is that if you think our coverage on a week-to-week basis or the Rugby Champion stuff like that is pretty in-depth, you've got no idea what we've got planned for the World Cup. It is going to be one of the single biggest YouTube campaigns for Rugby World Cup ever, if not the biggest, to be honest. I personally think we might even have a bigger campaign plan than some of the actual big broadcasters. The amount of content we're going to be pushing out is going to be ridiculous. I've literally scheduled like a month in December just to sleep because of how much stuff we got planned in September, October, and I cannot wait to share it all with you. It's going to be absolutely mental. I've got some very cool ideas as well with regards to what's going to happen. So yeah, but again, hopefully we'll have that announcement in the next week or two, and then we can really start sort of gearing up. But at the moment, we're all focused on the Rugby Championship, the All Blacks versus the Springboks on Saturday morning. And hopefully we'll see you guys all in the watch along, and hopefully you'll stay on and watch Argentina versus Australia. The nice thing about this weekend is that we watch the rugby. It kind of finishes at about 1:30. Then we've got the afternoon, and if we win, we can celebrate all day. And if we lose, well, light the brass, have a beer or two, and we can sort of wind down in the Saturday afternoon. I've actually got a braai plan in my own house, which I don't usually get to do because we were usually always live at the time that people are having brass. So that's going to be quite cool. But anyway, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel, and I will see you guys all tomorrow on the Fan Forum at 7 o'clock South African Standard Time. Our panel will be Rion, Wes, and Chris, who will be back. It's a very cool panel. It's a very cool show. It's a very fun show. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks versus the All Blacks. It's going to be epic. It's going to be hopefully close. It's going to be a measure of two teams who both, I suppose, have actually struggled with a little bit of consistency issues over the last 18 months. But they both looked close to their best this past weekend and at stages of the games. And I think that that's quite exciting for both teams because, you know, we've seen them in the last couple of years put on very good performances, but also looked beatable. But I think both teams took a big step forward, and it's going to be very interesting to see, first of all, what sort of teams we're going to see, as well as sort of the game plan we're going to see this weekend. Now, the big question is, how can you watch all the action? Right, that's what we're going to show you. So, it is being shown, there are no free-to-air broadcasts, unfortunately, but it is being shown on Stan Sport, which does have a 7-day free trial. So, that's what we're going to show you how to do. So, if you're in Australia, you can access Stan Sport and that 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, though, you're going to have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Right, now we recommend using Bitdefender. Bitdefender are one of our channel partners, and they provide world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN. And so what we're going to do is, first things first, link in the description. You're going to download, we're going to go and get Bitdefender. It's also stupidly cheap. It's dirt cheap. There's also a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, you can get your money back at the end of the month. So it's absolutely brilliant. And first things first, you're going to install it, and this is what it's going to look like. And over there, as you can see, I'm currently connected to Australia, so you just go to that location over there. You can go choose your various locations and stuff. We're connected to Australia, and as a result, I'm currently on my free trial for Stan Sport, busy watching. Where's it gone? Wimbledon. And there it is. Yeah, so, and as you can see, quality is brilliant. And it's literally as easy as that. So you literally go and you sign up for a free trial, 7-day free trial. So if you sign up last weekend, for example, you'll still be able to watch this weekend. Go get yourself a 7-day free trial. Unfortunately, if you don't have a VPN and you're outside Australia, it will not work. You cannot access Stan Sport outside Australia. But a VPN will basically locate your device to make it seem as if you're in Australia and therefore allow you to access it. So if you try and access it without a VPN, you won't even be able to get to sort of the proper screen, for example. If you try and log in for or sign up and you are outside Australia without a VPN, it just comes across and says that you're unable to log into Stan Australia right now. That's what it looks like. So you do need a VPN. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and I'll hopefully see you this weekend for the watch along.
Hi Zina, I've got my hand up.
Okay. Oh, there we go. I can see you. Okay, cool. Ashfaq, you can fire.
Thanks, Zina. Hi, Lucanio. Hi, Kocha. Hope you guys are well there. Lucanio, having played last week and now traveling to New Zealand and facing the All Blacks, how are you feeling about that in terms of the travel and being ready for Saturday?
Yeah, Ashfaq, I think coming from a game last week, I think how I really feel, I feel in a good condition. We got here, kind of recovered and started, straight into it. So it's not really an issue. I think we've done it, multiple times over the seasons. And New Zealand players as well, I think they went through the similar conditions. They played all the way in Argentina and flew in, just the other day. So yeah, really feeling good.
Stephen?
Thanks, E. Morning, guys. Lucanio, the team that played last weekend, obviously there's a lot of changes, but it's a heck of a standard that was set. What do you think you can do to kind of, in terms of performance, build on that? What are the areas that you can possibly still fine-tune after great performance?
Yeah, I think over the camps that we had, I think we had quite enough time to gel and prepare as much as we could. And I think going to this week with a couple of changes in the team, I hope we'll be able to take the momentum and bring it in for this game. But as much as we played well, there were obviously certain places that we feel maybe we could have done better. But this weekend we're facing a different side. So we will be having a different challenge, compared to the Aussies. But we all know, our can I say big rocks, our strengths, in the team. So we will focus more on that, our set piece work and forwards, creating opportunities for us as backs and just trying to capitalize on that. So there's not a lot that we can change. We'll just focus on what we're good at and just try and making it better.
Ati?
Thanks, Zina. Evening, guys. Morning, colleagues. My question is for Lucanio. Lucanio, just wanted to ask on a personal note right now, where are you in terms of finding your rhythm? We know last year's injury sort of kind of like set you back, but then where are you right now in terms of just hitting that peak performance of form that you showed last year?
Yeah, I think it was. I'm one game in. I don't want to really look, deep into it. But getting another opportunity this week, I really feel like, I'm in a good space, in the team. And yeah, for me, want to, serve the team and serve where I'm needed. So I just want to, get my confidence, and try getting to where I was. But yeah, overall, I'm really happy where I'm at.
Percy?
Goeiemôre collega's, goeiemôre Lucanio, goeiemôre Koggo. Koggo, kan ek vir jou vinnige vraag vra in Afrikaans vra dan? Jou afroters gister kategories gevra deur een van die plaaslike media is dat of New Zealand hulle aura verloor het en hy was baie duidelik dit kan nie die geval wees, hulle bly nog steeds 'n gedigte land. Deel jy daai sentiment en kan ek vir jou vra, is dit makliker vir julle wat deesdae nie meer so gereeld teen New Zealand speel, jy weet in Japan speel en spelers wat nou deesdae in Europa speel om teen 'n soort van 'n onbekende All Black span of New Zealandse spelers te speel in aanloop tot hierdie toets?
Ja, ek dink New Zealand is 'n goeie span en ek dink hulle sal nooit hulle aura verloor nie. Ek dink elke wedstryd wat teen hulle gespeel word, Suid-Afrika teen New Zealand, gaan altyd 'n harde wedstryd wees. So ons weet die naweek gaan ook nie maklik wees nie en dit gaan hard wees en hulle gaan alles gee. Ek bedoel hulle is by hulle tuisgrond, so hulle wil natuurlik wen voor hulle toeskouers. Ja, ek dink om nie meer in Super Rugby te speel nie is eintlik, ek weet nie, ek mis dit half. So mens leer die spelers meer ken as jy teen hulle speel deur 'n kompetisie en jy ken hulle bietjie beter, waar jy nou soos jy sê, dis nou 'n bietjie onbekend, maar dit kan dalk tot die voordeel ook wees. Maar ek dink ons fokus maar op ons gameplan en ons probeer maar analiseer en maak seker dat ons die spelers ken en dat ons reg is vir die wedstryd Saterdag.
Guys, we're going to take some questions from the floor, and if there is time to come back before the next two come in, then we'll switch back to the online questions. Questions up here, guys?
Hey guys. First time New Zealand with the Springboks, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's that different from previous tours?
No, I don't think there's a big difference. I think it's going to be an epic match over the weekend. I think both teams had a good performance last weekend, and it's about now it's going to be one or another. So it's going to be a tough game, and I think it's going to really be nice rugby to watch and be really exciting for the fans to watch.
Is it less daunting that you're playing, not playing at Eden Park?
Yeah, definitely, but it's a new venue and it's a new place to play, and I think the class of rugby will still be the same no matter where it's played, and it's going to be a really high tempo game and a really good game.
You always miss the New Zealand Super Rugby connection.
Yeah, that's actually what the Afrikaans question is. Yeah, definitely. I think you get to learn players better and you get to know them better. And like I say, it's a huge level of competition when you play Super Rugby against each other. But now also it's something else, getting to play maybe once or twice a year against each other. And it's like I say, I always love it playing against the All Blacks because it brings out the best in you. They're a really good side, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Okay, is this the biggest rivalry in world rugby?
Some people would disagree with me, but I definitely think so. Personally, for me, it's my biggest rivalry. If I play against the All Blacks, me and Adi has played against each other under 20s, 7s, and international and Super Rugby. So for me, it's the game that I really want to play every year.
And I'm saying that says you're not a real Springbok until you've played the All Blacks. Is that still true for you guys?
Yeah, it's difficult for me to say, but yeah, I think playing against the All Blacks is your ultimate test at this moment, and the other teams will also bring it, but the rivalry and the history behind it is really big, and that makes it such an iconic game.
Yeah. Okay, what did you make of obviously the strategy to send a bunch of players over there first and then link up together for this test? What do you make of that strategy?
Yeah, I think it's a strategy we've also used in the past. We know the traveling, does affect, you and in terms of preparation as well. Only getting you on a Tuesday, having almost like a short week to prepare. So it's definitely a thing that we thought it would play in our advantage in terms of preparation wise. Yeah, it's something we've done before, which really helped us.
And Cora, way that I think mostly the New Zealand rugby public would see All Black Springboks clashes is that they're going to be decided on set piece, discipline, and penalties. Is that how you guys approach clashes with the All Blacks, or is it a bit different?
Yeah, definitely. I think any close game, it's going to be about discipline and who's using the opportunities the most. I think set piece creates you a lot of opportunities, but I think these days the game is so quick. It's all about who used the opportunities and who doesn't use the opportunities, or who denies the other team to use the opportunities. So I think it's a difficult game to call on which aspects it's going to go down. We'll have to wait and see on that.
Where do you guys see potential weaknesses?
Oh, they're a good team. I wouldn't say they have a lot of weaknesses or any weaknesses. It's good. You got to be on your game on the day and make sure that you fire and that you don't get disrupted by them, letting them play their game. So you stick to your guns and stick to what you know and how you play the game.
Can you, what I mentioned before about how you guys aren't playing Super Rugby against the young teams anymore, but have you still been keeping an eye on what's been happening over here on Super Rugby itself? And if so, what?
Yeah, I think I definitely do still, follow a bit of Super Rugby. I think the competitions are just, different with us playing the North and kind of missing, the style of play, that's here down in the South. But as much as we're not in it, it's also almost like a good and the bad, side of the competition. But yeah, we really I was excited, being down here playing New Zealand. They're very good quality side. As much as we don't get to face the players anymore in Super Rugby, at least we do get opportunity to be playing them at least once or twice.
What are those biggest differences between Super Rugby and the USA?
Yeah, I think in the North, it's more set piece, technical, aerial, territorial. Whereas I think Super Rugby, the conditions, it's much faster. The ball doesn't work. Balls got moved around quite more. So I think it's those small margins and small differences in the two competition.
Lucky, just for our media back home, can you just in Kosa give us a nice quote on, what you're expecting the weekend and, how big the rivalry is between the sides?
Kule mpelaveki kule sobe sidlala neNew Zealand izaba ilidaba elikhulu kakhulu for thina. I think i-team zombini kule weekend isiphuma kuyo sibonise umdlalo omhle kakhulu. Kodwa ke thina sinamabhongo nje size apha siyazi sizokwenza umsebenzi and izoba i-game ezathi enhle for ubukela ne-game ezabe nathi singabadlali ezosichallenje. So ke nathi si-excited kakhulu for uphuma komgqibelo siyojongana nala madoda.
Charles, do you have memories of watching all that Springbok tests when you were younger, and if so, what stands out?
Yeah, I think for me, as a young kid watching the game, grew up with rugby, obviously in South Africa, same as New Zealand. It's the big thing. As a kid growing up, I remember watching the Haka for the first time, and I was like, "What's going on here?" And then it grew on me, and it's about the challenge, and yeah, I really love it. And facing the Haka my first time also was incredible, and a memory that will always stick with me.
Corey, so much is made of the battle between the two forward packs when it comes to Springboks and the All Blacks. Who do you reckon the scariest people to All Blacks forward pack?
Oh, that's a really difficult question. I think it depends on who they're picking, but I must say Adi is a big driver in that pack. He's always been a good player, and I look up to him. He's the same age as me, and we played against each other. But he's a really quality player, and I really think he's done well for himself, and he keeps his standard up high.
And who do you think's the scariest in your pack?
Oh, I think if you take our tight five, all of them are scary. So yeah, it's going to be a big one this weekend.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, E. Morning, guys.
Hello, morning.
Faf, not too long ago, you guys, I think, were in New Zealand, and there was a heck of a lot of questioning and things about the way you play, maybe slightly disrespectful tone. Do you guys feel that you now, have you felt that you're getting respect there in New Zealand that you deserve now?
Yeah, I think we do. Yeah, just speaking to some fans that are over here and other players and stuff. Yeah, I think there is respect. Look, a few years ago we weren't up to standard in the way we played at all. So getting a lot of points put up against you is not, you're not going to warrant respect. So, but yeah, I think especially the way the boys played last week shows that there's something about us. And yeah, I think there's always been a great respect between New Zealand and South Africa. So yeah, I think that will continue.
Percy?
Baie dankie Zina, good day, Malcolm, good day. Faf, kan ek van jou vinnige vraag in Afrikaans vra? Faf, kan ek 'n soort van 'n opvolgvraag op daai vraag vra? Die feit dat julle as Springbokke 'n week vroeër gegaan het na Nieu-Seeland toe, is dit ook 'n bewys dat julle groot respek vir Nieu-Seeland het, dat julle voorbereiding goed genoeg wil doen? En wat in jou opinie, julle weet nog nie wat 'n span uitgestuur gaan word van Nieu-Seeland se kant af nie, maar watse uitdaging bring die tuisspan vir julle hierdie naweek in Nieu-Seeland, in Auckland?
Ja, ons het verseker respek vir hulle. En ek dink ook ons het genoeg diepte om so iets te kan doen. Soos jy gesien het, die ouens het ongelooflik die naweek gespeel en ons gaan ons kouse moet optrek as ons hier wil bly. So dis lekker om my diepte te hê. En sorry, wat is jou ander vraag?
Ek het gevra wat tipe uitdaging gaan hierdie span? Ja.
Ja, nee, soos ons kon sien teen Argentinië en al die jare, ek dink ons grootste uitdaging gaan wees om hulle daai wat jy dink jy's in beheer van situasies waar hulle iets van niks maak nie en 'n 3 druk van hulle eie 5 meter af. Daai stukkie wat jy net so 'n bietjie afswitch en hulle vat daai geleentheid en jy kan ewe skielik 20 punte agter wees. So ek dink ons groot ding gaan net wees om nooit af te switch nie en wakker te wees die hele game. Al dink jy's onder beheer op defense of attack, kan dinge so vinnig draai. So net om heeltyd reg te wees vir enigiets wat hulle gooi.
Leighton?
Thank you, Z. Hello, guys. Faf, just for you, please. Back in South Africa on Saturday, the guys really set a nice challenge for the guys coming in for this All Black game to keep that tempo up, that game up. Do you feel that is the case?
I don't think it's a challenge. They spotted opportunity and they took it, and the boys' skill level allowed them to do that. Obviously, we're gonna have to read the game and read the situation, what we're in. If we see space and we need to take it, and if that's with quick ball or if we need to kick, if it's a slow game, if it's raining, we need to make that judgment on the field as players, and also the messages that we receive. So yeah, I think they set the standard, and we need to make sure we uphold that or outperform. So it's a squad effort. We've been training together for 4 weeks now, so we all know what to expect from each other.
Good. How much are you guys looking at this game as a marker of how these All Blacks to be right against each other in regards to the World Cup?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's been a bit strange for us not playing against each other recently, and also in like the Super Rugby that's gone. We don't really know where the measure is, so I think it will be interesting to see if we up to standard or they're up to standard, or we both just happy where we are with the way we play. I think it's going to be a good. We know they a world-class team every single year, so if you can be there or thereabouts or outperform, you know you're at a good place. So I think we'll probably see after the game and analyze what we did first, and then see if we can improve on things that we did.
Yeah, and obviously only second game of the year, so there's not a hell of a lot for you guys to go on in terms of what the All Blacks look like. What have you guys talked about in regards to what you're expecting?
Yeah, it seems like they like to keep the ball in hand a bit. Not kicking a lot of 9 anymore, kicking a lot of 10. So a bit of a change there. But yeah, just I think like always, but more now than ever is their game breakers in the team. If you switch off for 1 second, you're probably going to end up behind the poles. So it's going to be our ability to stay awake and stay alive as much as possible throughout the game. Because if there's 1 or 2 guys that just knocks off for a moment, that's where they're going to attack you.
But Smith, this might be one of the last times you play against him. He said some words about his career and will be rest.
Yeah, I think he's probably one of the best to ever do it in that jersey, and a role model for a lot of guys coming from before my time. So and still, so it's another honor to play against him this weekend if he plays. But yeah, always great off the field as well. I think people think we sometimes have a massive rivalry, but off the pitch we're actually good mates, and I think that's what rugby's about. And yeah, he's still a fierce competitor. He loves what he does, and he loves the All Blacks. And I think he'll do anything for them. So yeah, looking forward to hopefully getting a few more run-outs against him.
Yeah, when did you learn that guys 3 times the size or not?
Alki was still very young at the Lions, and yeah, tried to run over me once and taught him a lesson. So no, just always been obviously one of the smaller guys on the team, and Dad helping me with technique and to make sure you are never fearless. Oh, you need to be fearless. Sorry. So yeah, I think that's probably the big thing is technique and not being scared. Yeah, so I think you can make that decision.
Of kan ek jou vra, wil jy gou iets sê oor Frans Steyn asseblief van jou ervaring met Frans Steyn en die bydrae wat hy gelewer het tot Suid-Afrikaanse rugby en selfs Springbok rugby asseblief meneer, in jou ervaring?
Ja, ek het vir Frans nie baie lank geken voor ek hom leer ken het by die Bokke nie. Ja, so 2019 was vir my great geweest om saam te wees en te experience die tipe mens wat hy is. Ja, so moes oor hy gee baie om vir die span en vir die Springbokke. En ek dink ons het dit gesien en hy's bereid om enigiets te doen vir sy spanmaats. En ja, ek dink hy's die jongste ou wat ooit 'n World Cup gewen het. En ja, ek dink dit op daai ouderdom om dit te kan doen en te doen wat hy gedoen het met sy skoppery en hoe hy speel is amazing. Ek dink ons almal streef om eendag te wees waar hy nou is. Maar ja, ek dink hy sien baie uit vir sy toekoms nou en tyd om sy familie te spandeer, wat hy ook ongelooflik vir lief het. En ja, hy's 'n great mens en ons gaan hom baie mis hier by die Bokke verseker.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks versus the All Blacks. It's going to be epic. It's going to be hopefully close. It's going to be a measure of two teams who both, I suppose, have actually struggled with a little bit of consistency issues over the last 18 months, but they both looked close to their best this past weekend and at stages of the games. And I think that's quite exciting for both teams because, you know, we've seen them in the last couple of years put on very good performances, but also looked beatable. But I think both teams took a big step forward, and it's going to be very interesting to see, first of all, what sort of teams we're going to see, as well as sort of the game plan we're going to see this weekend. Now, the big question is, how can you watch all the action? Right, that's what we're going to show you. So, it is being shown, there are no free-to-air broadcasts, unfortunately, but it is being shown on Stan Sport, which does have a 7-day free trial. So, that's what we're going to show you how to do. So, if you're in Australia, you can access Stan Sport and that 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, though, you're going to have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Right, now we recommend using Bitdefender. Bitdefender are one of our channel partners, and they provide world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN. And so what we're going to do is, first things first, link in the description. You're going to download, we're going to go and get Bitdefender. It's also stupidly cheap. It's dirt cheap. There's also a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, you can get your money back at the end of the month. So it's absolutely brilliant. And first things first, you're going to install it, and this is what it's going to look like. And over there, as you can see, I'm currently connected to Australia, so you just go to that location over there. You can go choose your various locations and stuff. We're connected to Australia, and as a result, I'm currently on my free trial for Stan Sport, busy watching. Where's it gone? Wimbledon. And there it is. Yeah, so, and as you can see, quality is brilliant. And it's literally as easy as that. So you literally go and you sign up for a free trial, 7-day free trial. So if you sign up last weekend, for example, you'll still be able to watch this weekend. Go get yourself a 7-day free trial. Unfortunately, if you don't have a VPN and you're outside Australia, it will not work. You cannot access Stan Sport outside Australia. But a VPN will basically locate your device to make it seem as if you're in Australia and therefore allow you to access it. So if you try and access it without a VPN, you won't even be able to get to sort of the proper screen, for example. If you try and log in for or sign up and you are outside Australia without a VPN, it just comes across and says that you are unable to log into Australia right now. That's what it looks like. So you do need a VPN. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and I'll hopefully see you this weekend for the watch-along. Right, and we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Thursday night, and it is the return to the regular fan forum slot because we were last live last week Wednesday for the fan forum, and as you can see, we've got a full panel tonight. We have got a pretty international panel as well. We've got the return of the stash. Wes is joining us from Botswana. We've got Chris, who's back on the show. The betting segment is coming back tonight, all the way from the UK now. And then we've got Rian and myself all the way from sunny South Africa as we freeze our asses off here in what has been a pretty ridiculous week in Johannesburg. How are we?
Good. Glad to be back.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've had. I mean, to be fair, it's been a while since we've done the fan forum, so it's been a while since any of you guys have been on. So it's good to be back. It is good to be back, and yeah, hopefully it'll all work out. Basically, now we're going to keep going from now straight through the World Cup. So it's going to be a busy time for the fan forum, and so much to talk about. I don't know what we're going to be able to do. I don't know how we're going to be able to do this during the World Cup when we've got like 8 to 9 games in between shows. But we'll endeavour to do our very
More
best.
shows.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go. Stop doing like a daily show. It's going to be that much rugby. I was watching 48 games in like 7 weeks. It's going to be rugby mad, but it should be a lot of fun.
Bliss.
So, yeah, right, chaps. Let's get into it, shall we? We had a pretty interesting week last week, and Chris, we'll go to you first. What did you make of the Springbok performance, the lack of Wallaby performance? How good was the Boks? How bad was Australia?
Yeah, I think, well, let's be honest, I think most of us were pretty surprised with that result for sure. It was a good betting day as well. So I was having my first bribe back with my mates. So it was a really, really good day all around for me. But yeah, no, the Boks were impressive for sure. And Australia were woefully bad, and surprisingly so. I thought before the game that the Boks could get on a roll at Loftus. They often can. But yeah, Australia obviously scored that first try, and I think we all were going, oh no, problem. Yeah, we go. Yeah, as our bogey side, but we pulled together. I'm sure everyone will go on it, but this is a bit of a different side, and the Boks, the 10. He was against England and he came on against Italy in our last 3 games. I think, the way we play, it's so interesting, because it's going to be very contradictory to Saturday. I know we'll probably get into Saturday, but we don't play like that week in, week out. But what is nice to see, there seems to be progression in the Boks, definitely attack and play. We always seem we're going to defend well, but it's just really good to see that even the commentators and John de Villiers are calling out how we are changing things up in certain parts of the game and areas of the field. So it was amazing, really great. Poor Australia. We should be excited. We should be happy. It's great, but hey, we've got New Zealand this week. There's still lots to come. We could take a lot from that game. The Saturday is going to be awesome. But yeah, it was really, really good to see the Boks play like that. It's such a shame guys like Moody and Orange don't have those starting bursts just yet, but their time is definitely coming. But it's good times for South Africa, sure.
And someone who managed to witness it firsthand was Riyadh, who was on the verandas and cloak and in the stands of Loftus. Loftus must have been absolutely heaving.
Oh, it was pumping, guys. If you had to choose between going to Ultrafest or a rugby game at Loftus, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It's basically a EDM concert and rugby happens on the side. That's inside the stadium, and then outside is Aardklop and Potch. It's stallikies everywhere, Mampur going, people in parkas and fallies. It is a massive jewel. I don't know. Apparently they changed their braai and their beer tent areas from like an old smaller field to the B field now. And we walked in, it looked like 50,000 people were all braaiing together. It was insane. It was great to watch. And then we went into the stadium, and as Chris said, Australia they pitched up for that first 5 minutes, and then the Boks just started their game plan going, and they couldn't live with them. It was beautiful to watch. Pure physicality, just tackling the lights out, running hard, and Australia just couldn't take it. It was so good, so good.
Yeah, I'm very jealous. As I said, I was there on Friday for the captain's run, and I parked by the B field, and I was there about an hour early, so I just walked up around the B field. And I was just like, this mental, just what they had set.
Yeah.
There was I don't know if there were 2 stages, but there was one big stage that put up. Looked like they were putting up another stage. The amount of tables and bars that they were erecting. It looked like a fan park. So it was very, very cool. We probably won't have something like that at Ellis in 2 weeks' time. There just isn't really the space that they have, but. Yeah, that opportunity game should be interesting because it's the last game before we do Jet Talk, so it's the last opportunity for people to watch us on home soil. So hopefully we will see some people there. But let's talk a little bit more about sort of performance and specifics, and let's start with sort of Australia. A new era for Eddie Jones. Look, I don't think we can read too much into that game. It was his first game, but I think we were all quite surprised. I don't think any of us expected them to be, at their best immediately, but I think it's safe to say we didn't expect them to be that bad.
No, I think absolutely right. I appreciate you saying, tough ask for Eddie or any coach really coming in against the Boks at home at Loftus as their first sort of trial. But as you said, Steve, absolutely didn't expect them to be quite that bad. To be honest, they reminded me a little bit of almost South African rugby in a way where they've been told to do something and they're just going to do that to the death, even if it's not working. So for me, what was really encouraging about South African play I saw on Saturday was we were creative, we tried different things, we had multifaceted, but the Aussies just, were told, it seemed like they were told to do one thing, and they did that thing, and it worked once, and then it stopped working because we clicked onto it, and they just did that same thing over and over again, and they just couldn't find the same way through. So yeah, that for me was I was glad to see that we've moved past that, but yeah, it was tough for the Australians in Pretoria.
And I mean, South Africa being a very sort of defense-orientated side, we're a side that we don't mind not having the ball, we don't mind having to defend a lot of the time. There were worries in the last sort of 2 years that we kind of hadn't, we kind of lost our touch when it came to the defense that we saw in 2019. What I mean, you just said us being able to manage and to adapt towards Australia. Were you quite happy with what you saw from the South African defense, and do you think we're sort of getting ourselves back to the standards that we saw 4 years ago?
So for Wesley?
Yeah, so I think Wesley just dropped off a bit, yeah. This is the problem with Botswana. Hey, I mean, we talk about structure. Life in the bush is tough. So we'll get Wes back on as soon as he unfreezes. But I'll divert that question back to you, Chris. Are you happy with the Boks defense? And do you think that we're back to getting close back to our best?
Yes. I don't think we're quite at like as we were last World Cup time, but I think when it comes World Cup time and it's time to win in an important game, it will be there. So I'm not overly concerned, but yeah, we are a little bit more shaky. But we made more changes. We've got more attack-minded players. It's a bit of a different team. So yeah, I'm not overly concerned about defense this year. It will be interesting to see again Saturday. But again, it's the more defensive team. So I'm expecting them to try hold out what is certainly going to be all black blitz on Saturday.
Right, and I think Wes is back. So Wes, what I was saying is we spoke about the South African defense adapting to Australia, and let's see if we continue. What did you make of the defense, and do you think we're making strides in the right direction towards it?
No, I don't think he's hearing us.
That was brutal.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we'll see what we can get. I don't think he can hear us at the moment. So
maybe you have to go back in and out. Yeah.
Yeah. So once Wes returns, we'll move. But okay, cool. So let's move away from the Boks and the Australia game. I mean, this is it. I think we can read a certain amount into the game. I think there's a certain amount that we can't read with regards to probably a bit of both the situation of the Boks playing well, Australia playing badly. But there was also obviously another game over in Mendoza, and it was an interesting game because that first 20 minutes, Argentina basically didn't arrive. In fact, they might as well not have run to the park. They had one good moment where McKenzie was charged down and they almost scored within a minute. And after that, it kind of reminded me of sort of the vintage All Blacks, where literally like one missed tackle and bang, they were over. One sort of mistake, bang, they were over. And all of a sudden, the All Blacks had scored 3 tries in, I think it was about 15, I think it was about 12 or 13 minutes that Jordy Barrett actually went over for that third try. Rion, I mean, obviously Argentina are a side that they do take a while to get going. And again, a bit like the Australia, I don't think you can read too much into that. But how impressive were New Zealand in that sort of opening 20 minutes in terms of as soon as there was an opportunity, they were taking it and converting?
Yeah, I think a big issue of New Zealand is obviously extremely good. You could tell they were using the what's his name, Aaron Smith's long pass on Saturday. He was sending it out into the second channel, past the 10, and then a forward could catch it, run it up, and he'd do a pop pass to get a runner next to him onto an inside shoulder. They were doing it so quick because they're so used to playing together that the Argentines were just not there. And I've said it before, Argentina need to try and schedule a game the weekend before the Rugby Championship starts, because I've looked at the stats from 2012 when they joined until now. They've only won an opening game ever, but their average score on their opening match is something like 43-12 or something like that they lose it. They are just not there in that first game. And New Zealand knew it. They knew if they play fast, Argentina wouldn't be switched on, and they get through them easily, and that's exactly what happened. I would say Argentina needs to look at, if they don't have the Jaguares playing in Super Rugby anymore, they need to find cohesion some other way, because just showing up and playing the All Blacks after some of your guys haven't played since Jan is not going to work. Some of those guys on that team haven't played since Jan or Feb, like multiple players there. So you can't show up to the All Blacks and do that.
Yeah, it's a problem for them, and I think it's one of the big issues that they have structurally with them, and it's probably one of the reasons that's holding them back. I mean, we've seen those Argentinian performances when they beat the All Blacks in Christchurch, and they've had those days, and you sit there thinking these guys could really be world beaters if they can find that consistency and they can get going from the get-go. Chris, your sort of take a bit on...
I think yes. I mean, New Zealand, exactly what Ryan said. I mean, they came out the blocks. So again, probably unexpected. I expected Argentina to be the one out the blocks, and then New Zealand probably wear them down. But you made a good point there, Ryan. I think the Jaguars, what you want to call them, not in Super Rugby anymore, is a big difference, because they did really well. They made that final. They were getting week in, week out, that high quality play. And now that they're not there anymore, you can see that physicality and level is dropping off. You can. I know we have this fantasy. We love Argentina. It's all our second, third team. But let's be honest, they've struggled the last 12 months, and I do actually fear for them. Yeah, sure, they're going to put in good games, but you can see their levels tapered off since they've left Super Rugby. I think that was critical. I think they need to get back into that Super Rugby competition as fast as they can, even if it's the Australia, New Zealand teams. But they need that to be playing at that level. So New Zealand. I mean, I did catch the first half, missed the second, but New Zealand looked good. I mean, New Zealand, they're not a bad team overnight, and it does. Yeah, you want to write them off, fine. But I think at the moment combinations are important. And I think Geordie Barrett at 12, even D-Mac at 10. Obviously, he's not playing, but I think those at the moment with the players that New Zealand have, combinations are important. So I think again we'll see a different kind of New Zealand style, but D-Mac and Barrett and only took them out wide to pieces. So second half again, who we're going to preview. I mean, again, New Zealand's second half is an issue, I think, and we can discuss that in our preview. But I think they're set, which is not. This is what's surprising about this New Zealand side. Normally, they would put the foot down and go through to a 50-60 win, but why they didn't do that is also must be concerning for them.
Yeah, so I mean, now that Wes seems to be back and I think can hear us as well, we'll talk a little about that second half, because it's that Argentina side were woeful in the first half, but second half kind of looked a bit like a new team. They actually saw this had a bit of attacking shape. They looked like they had a bit of defensive shape. We saw them, a couple of people, rushing out.
They won the second half, I think.
They did. They did.
Yeah.
So Wes, if you can hear us, and if we can hear you, that second half performance from Argentina, do you think that was quite a nice positive for them in terms of taking a step forward? But also similarly, is there a concern about the All Blacks that they might not have that ruthlessness that they might have had a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I think definitely from an Argentinian perspective, you could look at it as a positive way to end the game, and much better to end the game that way. But from a competitive standpoint, as a player, I would have gone, well, why couldn't we do that in the first half? If we can put a performance like that together in the second half, where we can hold our own and we can, play in such a way, why was that not possible in the first half, boys? Like that's it would be positive if we ended that way, but I'd be frustrated as an Argentinian player saying, well, why then? From a New Zealand side of things, rather, potentially an area of concern for them. They need to know that it's an 80-minute game, 40-minute halves, and that they cannot let the gas off at any point, because there will be teams that will come back harder in the second half and take it to the 80th minute, and they need to know they can go the full 80. So, potentially an area to watch for them.
Yeah, so we'll talk a little about that when we start to look at this weekend. But also people that are watching, please do jump in the comments. I got a couple of comments in the chat at the moment. Archie Barge saying goal kicking only could serve for the box. We'll talk about that a bit now. Michelle says it's difficult to say as both teams were not really challenged in the previous games. So when you see in the box really so good, or the opposition just bad. Again, we'll talk about that a bit now. And Cammie saying that she's got faith in our boys. It's going to be tough. We can go anywhere, but I think we are solid. Michelle then saying, I'd love to see Mighty Bug at 10 against New Zealand as a real test to see if you can stand up to the real challenge. He was good on set, but I feel it was not challenged. Chaps, let's talk about Saturday, shall we? Yeah, we had the first round of Rugby Championship. And again, I think almost every half was something a bit different. So we've seen so far a good New Zealand performance, a good South Africa performance, a pretty woeful Wallaby performance, a very iffy Argentina performance. I think it's probably quite cool that Argentina and Australia were both playing each other this weekend, so they'll be able to sort of respond. And then on the back of two sort of 40 plus, or scoring 40 plus in their wins, South Africa versus New Zealand. Before we talk about the actual clash, let's talk about the South African team, shall we? And yeah, quite a few changes expected. So it's the same front row, but apart from that, it's a very different pack. I'm David Daly back in the centres. Damian Phillips here at 10. There's a lot to pick apart here. Let's start with the pack, Wes. Is this pack going to bully the All Blacks? Can they bully the All Blacks?
Cool.
Yeah, instinct as a South African is to say, of course we can. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it is a solid pack. I think, not just the Oaks starting. I think if you look at the guys on the bench, which we'll get to, but there are some big, strong boys in this side. So now I'm excited to see this pack at work, and I think what I'm keen to see is our lineouts as well. That was my one area for our game against Oz, where we weren't as clinical as we should have been. We lost a few lineout balls, but now back with good old Lurt and Eben in the center, the locks there. I'm keen to see how our lineouts look and how clinical we can be.
Yeah, I think obviously Franco Masters as well as another lineout jumper. There's options there, which is very cool. And yeah, for me, and the weird thing for me with last week is that Marvin Orie is a quality operator when it comes to the lineouts, but I felt that Bongi just didn't quite seem to be on song, which is very, very weird.
Yeah, he's supposed to be the guy.
Well, that was the thing. You go back 4 years ago, and Malcolm Marx was starting most games, and then was throwing terribly, and then they started saying, right, well, let's start Bongi and see if that still starts working, and all of a sudden that was sort of a set piece of it. So it was interesting to see that our most reliable lineout thrower was off the mark, but he is somebody who works very hard, and I'm not too worried about him this weekend. Rian, let's talk a little bit about that loose trio. Two former Lions boys in there. So, Kwagga Smith playing against the side where he just always seems to play well. He even said himself, he said he loves playing against the All Blacks. Franco Mostyn at number 7. And then Jasper Wiese, the wrecking ball. It's an exciting loose trio, but it's a very different loose trio, I suppose, what we used to.
Yeah, no, I've heard a few people say that why is Franco Mostyn there? People forget to put respect on his name. I don't know why we wouldn't pick him. He's one of the most best tacklers in our team, and he makes 20 tackles a game with a smile on his face. Obviously, Kwagga, speed, I think he's there almost as a matchup for Ardie Savea. He might not be as strong, but he's faster. He also fights in the tackle. He's excellent at ripping balls. So if you go in high, carrying on him, he often rips the ball out of the hand. So I'm very happy with those two guys there. And then Wiese, he's the biggest ball carrier in Europe, basically. Maybe only Gregory Aldrich carries more than him. So I'm very excited to see a South African scrum, nice and stable, and then Wiese picking it up off the back and just going. I've been watching him play for the Leicester Tigers. He's actually picked up a little bit of speed in the last few months. He's actually gotten faster, and he's been offloading as well, which is very nice to see. So I'm keen to see if they bring, like the team here in South Africa did at Loftus, if they all bring something a little different, because we all think that this is the dense, the heavy box side that's there to kill you with physicality. But I'm hoping to see a little bit of finesse as well. Maybe a little offload from Wiese or Kwagga getting the ball a bit wider out, just to see if we can put some doubt in the minds of the New Zealanders.
Yeah, I think that was for me was something quite interesting about last week, is that we did see a lot of offloading from our forwards. I think it built up to one of the Orange tries, but Marvin Orie, loose ball on the floor, he got there early, and his immediate thought was to try and offload it. A bit of a stillness sort of thing coming through. Whereas I think 2 years ago, your immediate sort of thought as a block player would have been, right, I need to dive on this ball, I need to secure this ball, we'll reset, what do we do? But, we don't really play in broken play. So that's a bit of a shift of an attitude there. So, that's the pack, and it is a frighteningly good pack. I'm very excited to see exactly what it can do. Halfback pairing. So, Faf de Klerk starts. Chris, we're going to throw it to you, because there was some Faf de Klerk disrespect in the well, not Faf de Klerk disrespect, but rather some Kubus Reinach fangirl, yeah, I'd say there. But the halfback
Oh,
pairing,
yeah.
back to Klerk and
This man and his
yeah.
Kobus Reinach love, please.
So, Chris, what's your take on the halfback pairing?
No, yeah, just personal opinion, guys. Just personal opinion. I feel Reinach has got more to offer as a scrum half than Faf, but Faf obviously suits the game plan what the coaches want perfectly. And I'm not disrespecting Faf's done his job. He's done well. I think if I wasn't the head coach, probably I would have been picking him right. But that's just me. But no, but Faf's great. Yeah, obviously Faf's played a lot of his rugby with old obviously Pollard. So Willems is a different ball games. I'm quite interested to see how this combination goes. I'm very, very keen to see Willems to go at 10. I love Willems. I've actually been still think he will be good at 12 with like a LeBook type of play inside him, because those guys feed off each other, that type of style. You can see it. It's organic. It's an instinct. And
that's next year's problem.
Yeah, I'll be interested.
Yeah.
That's 2027
So,
combination.
yeah, but it's going to be high pressure. It's going to be interesting because, Willems parts in the early part of his career did struggle. We saw him struggle under pressure and for Stormers and so on. So I think it's quite hectic that we chucked him at 10 for this game. At fullback, 12, where he's done really well. Yeah, but this is going to be interesting. Good to see it. I don't know how it's going to go. That's why I'm not overly confident about the Boks this weekend, just because it is New Zealand away. And yeah, that is an interesting combination. And going back to the forwards, I know we didn't touch on it, but it'll be interesting to see where its best space is, because he hasn't played for a long time. His father passed away this week, so I wonder where his head is at. So yeah, it'd be interesting. But I think I love him, sir. He's the future. If they're thinking of him 10 long term, then this is fine to put him in there. That's why not give him a go? He's played enough. He's good enough, and I hope he goes well.
Yeah, well, I think, and we'll chat about that now. I think the biggest thing for me and this Willems at 10 at the end of last year and then this weekend, I think it's we all know now. I mean, Hunter Pollard comes back in August and he'll start every game of the World Cup, bar maybe one. Maybe that Romanian game, but I mean, you can't really afford to take too many games for granted. So, I mean, Wes, how much do you think that this weekend? Obviously, this is the game that we want to win every single year. If there's one game you want to win, you want to beat the All Blacks, especially in New Zealand for us, which we actually haven't lost since 17, I think it was, which is quite cool. But do you think that this game is a case of, right, well, Damian Willems at this rate, we saw how important Billy is. It will likely be on the bench come the World Cup in that 6-2 split, covering in the France Steyn role, covering 10, 12, 15, even a better wing. So do you think this is the case of, right, well, we've got to put him at 10, because if Pollard goes down 10 minutes into the World Cup final, Willems is going to be running at 10, type of situation. So how much do you think that comes into it?
Yeah, no, I'm 100% there with you, Steve. Like, I think, as you said, as much as we want to win this game, because it's New Zealand, it's in New Zealand. If I offered you winning this game or winning the World Cup game in a quarter or semi or final against New Zealand, I think we're going to pick the World Cup game. So we need to give ourselves the best chance at winning that game down the road. And if that means starting Damian to blood him a bit, to get him used to that All Black intensity at 10 in case, give him the intensity of it all. Let him feel that now. I mean, even if we lose, like, again, I hope we don't lose. It's a tough ask for us to win that side, but even if we lose and he gains that experience so that he can come in, should something happen, unfortunately, to Pollard or whatever in the World Cup, I think that's a trade I'm happy to make.
And so obviously there's a lot of people talking. Recency bias has definitely come into in the last week with regards to certain people saying that certain players should be starting. Miley Bob not involved in is not starting, or a lot of people would have liked to have seen. I mean, this Bob coaching staff don't.
Where does that come from? I thought everyone thought he was useless. He can't be a Springbok. Now it's like, why is he not starting?
That was a month ago, Rion. How you get with the times, Same thing as Marco van Staden, who even a week ago everybody said shouldn't be starting, shouldn't be in the box squad. Now it's, well, how is he starting ahead of
Where's
Marcus Smith?
Dupree was starting there? Now he's like.
But with how much? I mean, do you think that Liebach's got a chance of making that final Springbok 23 when you go to the World Cup, or do you think that we've pretty much got it nailed on 23? I think it's pretty close to the current 23 that we've got for Saturday. Once obviously a couple like your Pollards, Khaleesi's, a couple of players will come in. But do you think Liebach's got a chance to get to that 23, or do you think he's going to go to the World Cup and kind of be that Alton Dunkeys role where he might play one or two of the pool games, but come playoffs if everyone's fit, won't feature?
It's so tough to say. Let's go along the lines of everyone's fit, right? So there's no injuries that he has to come in. So if we're going down that route, I think he has to go with, and he has to hopefully get a taste in some games. He might not feature majorly, again, if everyone's fit. But for me, it's long term. You can't keep thinking, about short term in this World Cup. We've got to start thinking about the next sort of journey. And if he can start to get that BMT, that big match temperament, I've played in some. Okay, I haven't played in the World Cup sort of level competitions, but played in big enough competitions where you saw the guys who came in their first time just be wide-eyed. There's a lot going on, and I can imagine it is 1,000-fold, for the World Cup, even for professionals. It is a Rugby World Cup, and is the highest you can do. So if we just give that little bit of exposure, and he can get there, and he can start to feel a bit more comfortable, then later down the line, we're going to reap the rewards of that. So for this World Cup, I mean, it'd be exciting to see him on the field. But again, we want to give ourselves the best chance to win now and later. And maybe it's a bit of a combination of playing him some and then, maybe not so much.
I think what would be interesting is and touch where it doesn't happen, if, for example, a Pollard were to go down during the World Cup, which unfortunately could be a reality. He's not somebody who hasn't had his injury issues in the last 4 years. What would be interesting is if he were to be ruled out and say an altered Yankees comes into the squad, how much trust would they have? And obviously it'll depend on what he does in the next few games. Do they have any in the World Cup? Because we have sometimes seen this coaching staff go, right, well, we know what, we've got to go back to try and test it. So it'll be interesting, if an Alton Yankees were to come into the squad in a World Cup situation where they suddenly go, shit, well, that guy's played in the World Cup, he's played British and Irish Lions, we know what he can do. Yes, he's not the forward player. Yes, in theory, Liebach's ahead of him, but crunch situation, who do they go with? I think that for me would be a very interesting scenario, which hopefully we won't have to find out about. But
Steve, can I? Sorry, when you finish. Just this Liebach. I mean, I mentioned earlier in the show, the last 2.5 halves of rugby this guy's played, the Springboks have been very good. Let's be honest. They've been on the front foot. He's let them play with abandon. He's letting the guys. I'm not saying that he's the right option, but what concerns me is if we do go back into our shoal in a quarterfinal or semi, and it is Pollard, we're going to have another one kick game against Wales. And this much feels like there's more room for error. I know his kick is not as strong as Pollard, but I just feel that Liebach's the right cog for the players that we have. But I know we're going to go back to basically the team that won the World Cup last year. So we have to bear that in mind. It's just, I think what the whole thing is this is just throwing a spanner in the works, because if you think about it, they probably had Willemse as the backup to Pollard all along. We had Yankees then the third choice, but now we've lost Yankees falling off the cliff on form, and we've lost Frans Steyn. Probably Steyn was also the cover. So now we've got Liebach, probably the form fly-up in the country, and Willems is kind of fallen down the ranks of 10. So it's put the guys in a bit of a dilemma. But I've got the feeling at the moment, what I've seen from the squad, and what I've seen from the coach and stuff, I actually have don't mind whoever is on the park at any point in time. I trust the players and I trust the coach and stuff. I trust whatever it always looks like we now have a plan and we know what we're doing. The players know what they're doing. So if it's Pollard, Willemse, Liebach, I'm going to back the boys to do what they've been asked to do. I just wonder, against Australia, it looked like there was a little bit of a nothing to lose attitude there as well, right? They were trying things. I wonder if they were given that license. It didn't look like they were told to. It didn't look like let's scrum more, line up, boom. It looked like they were told, have a go, guys, and enjoy yourselves, and they certainly did.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get quite the same freedom this weekend.
No, I don't. That's what I'm saying.
And we shouldn't give them the same sort of freedom this weekend, because you turn over a ball in a dangerous position, and this All Black side, especially the one that's been named, which is a very good side, will punish them. Speaking of people are very getting a bit edgy with, Andre Esterhuizen comes in and has an absolute blinder in the centres, and all of a sudden people are now questioning Damien Dalendi, which for me is it blows my mind when you think of how good this guy's been for how many years. For me, I don't understand why we can't go, what cheapest? Andre Esterhuizen was unbelievable. That means our second choice inside centre is unbelievable, but our first choice, Dukes, and back in the combination there, surely there's no pressure on Dalendi at the moment.
No, there's none. What has he done wrong? He's done nothing wrong.
He didn't make it
still
Australia.
great just
That's
because
what
Andre
he's done
Esterhuizen is playing well. Andre Esterhuizen is good. We're happy. It's good to see we have a man who can distribute, who can run over people, who can kick. Dukes can do all of that as well. So, and he's just as good at it, if not better. So, no, I don't think there should be pressure on him. Obviously, if he plays badly, then we can start having the conversation. But I'm happy. I'm happy with the Islanders staying there. He's played well for the last 4 years. He's one of our most consistent bocks. He's always picked. He's great over the ball as well. I haven't seen Andre Esterhuizen do a lot of steals. With the Islander, you can have him run in the tram lines if you're going wide to wide quickly, and he can clear a ruck for you.
He's basically
if your loose forwards can't get there.
Yeah, I mean, he's like having an extra flank at the back line.
Yeah. So just keep him. I'm happy with him. Andre Esterhuizen is a good backup to have, but sometimes you just can't fit everyone into the team. That's when you get things like Muanga, Barrett, D-Mac. How do we get them all into the team at the same time? Sometimes you just got to be like, sorry, man. We have someone already. Just hope he goes down, and that's just what you got to live with.
And Deolanda has been one of the players that I mean, in the beginning he was very raw, but the last he's only been on like this upward trajectory. He's just getting like a fine wine. I think I was questioning whether he should be, but he's actually improved year on year on year. He's at his peak. He's at his prime. He needs to be the anchor in there. Especially
and when he's angry, last year when we played our second test against Australia, he was angry and he was like the catalyst for us to hammer them in Australia. So no, he's got to be there and try and get him angry as well, and we'll be doing well. We'll be golden.
Yeah. Now, speaking of somebody who I think is under pressure, and funny enough, we spoke about it a week ago, was good old Mapimps, and you got to feel sorry for the guy. He's got one of the most prolific try scoring records. Not only in like Springbok history, but like in Test history. Like his try to game ratio is mental. But a week ago, we talked about the fact that he was catching this unnecessary slander because obviously the form that Kurt Lawrence is in. And we said that, at the end of the day, it's Mapimpi's jersey. Until he starts playing badly in it, it's his jersey. And then Kurt Lawrence decides to go and score a hat trick. Whether it's fair or not, I think Mapimpi must sort of feel that he knows he has to perform because there is a very capable replacement who is actually currently got a better try scoring record than him and is itching to try and take that jersey away from him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's definitely a bit of heat coming from behind him, which is rare to hear with a name like Mapimpi there and the speed he brings. But absolutely, I think this is a great problem to have. What we're discussing as well. As Rian was saying, you can't fit all the Oaks in the team at once. I mean, I'd much rather be stuck with this, spoiled for choice, where you've got guys chomping at the bit, sort of putting pressure on the guys who's in the team to perform. What you'll find is maybe some of that pressure can manifest a bit negatively. Oaks sort of get into their heads and they fall out. But we hope that doesn't happen, obviously. But it sort of weeds out the strongest players. And I think a name like Mapimpi, who's been to the big dance, who's probably had this pressure before. There've been guys who've maybe come for that spot before. He, as an athlete, as a what's the word I'm looking for, as like a competitive person, will see that as a challenge and hopefully rise to it, and we'll just even get more Mapimpi, which we can hope for.
Yeah, I do think that is kind of
more Mapimpi.
Yeah, and he is someone that's had to overcome obstacle over obstacle. I mean, I watched him for the first time down when he scored that hat trick against the Sharks when he was playing for the EP Kings. Before then, he was actually playing for the Border Bulldogs, which is really sort of shows.
We lost Steve. It was a Mayan connection.
Well, I think everybody else is here. You're still hearing us, Chris.
Is it me? It's me. Okay, it's me. Sorry.
The problem is you.
Yeah, I've lost. I'm the problem as usual. Yeah, sorry. It was so weird. Wesley left and you left something, and I've seen myself move. So
take the hint, Chris. Take the hint. Well, Chris, I'll go to you now. So let's talk about the game, and we can bring the sort of the bomb squad into it. New Zealand have named a couple of big players back into their side. Brady Metallic has returned. Richie Moanga has come into the number 10. No D-Mac. Big core. An interesting bench to Marty Williams, 140 kg plus prop coming on to potentially make his debut. Samasoi Takawau named on the bench. It does look like it's a team that has been very specifically picked to play against the Springboks.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think how much do you think they can nullify the Bok game plan, and are we going to cope with what they've named?
I think physically, So Takioka, when he came in that Ellis Park game last year, was a big difference for them, and I think he will do the same. I'm surprised he's not starting, to be honest. I think he might come on sooner than later if if they are struggling. But you're right, they picked their strong side at home. I think they're gonna come and play their game. To be honest, I think the game's gonna be tight. If you're gonna ask me how it's gonna go, we've picked a team that's gonna play tight. Maybe we probably might surprise them with a pass or whatever when they're not expecting it. But I think generally this is going to be another All Black Springbok humdinger, not more than 40, 45 points. And I think that's how it's going to go. I think this is probably their strongest team for the way they want to play against us. And it's not weak. I would never say it's a weak New Zealand team. I think also like these smaller grounds that we go to, we don't often actually do well as well. So I think it's going to be great. It's going to be I think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be as easy for us as maybe some people are thinking with the recency bias. But just I can't wait for it.
And then Rian, no DMAC, which is an interesting call given last week. Geordie Barrett at 12. There's Mark Taylor coming, 2 new wings, and Mark Taylor coming into the lineup. Will Jordan not at 15, at 14. That New Zealand backline is still pretty scary.
Yeah, I think it was a fair trade for us dropping Kirtley, that they would drop DMAC. You can't, we can't drop Kirtley and then they keep him. So that's a good trade. I'd take it. But it's weird. They've got Caleb Clark on the bench. Why would you have a strict winger on the bench?
Out and out winger. And especially, it's not like Caleb Clark is a good player, but he's not. He's very direct. He's very physical. He kind of is what he is. It's not like he's a very
unless they're going to spring a surprise on us, and maybe they'll spring a surprise, and all of a sudden Clark comes on at 12 or 13. He's had this in his pocket the whole time. But I don't understand why you would have Clark as a replacement. But that backline, as always, is quite scary. Beauden Barrett just loves beating the Springboks. I wish that man would just go away already. But my thing that I'm always scared of is their pack. I saw last week Jason Ryan is their new forwards coach, the guy who was under Scott Robertson. And you can just see this forward pack. There's something about a New Zealand forward pack that plays well. Their body position is lower. Their shoulders are together when they go into rucks. Latches are just a little bit better latched, more accurate. They're cleaning at the rucks, more accurate. So that's my biggest fear is these guys. They've got a coach who can get their forward pack to work hard, and so we're going to have to be very, very accurate to stop that. And then if the ball goes out wide, we just got to hope. Had a bit of a slow game last week. They got outside him a couple times. I hope he's on the ball because he's the guy that our defense hinges on. If he's on song, the All Blacks struggle to get the ball out. So for me, that's a 2-1. Nullify their pack, and it's all on you, man. I hope you're in a good space on Saturday.
A lot of people thought that Jesse Creel was going to be playing, and a lot of people seem to be relieved that he wasn't. Not that I actually wouldn't have minded Jesse Creel on Saturday. Simply as you talk about the defensive point of view, I think Jesse Creel is a brilliant defender. But before we go to the betting segment and let Chris tell us how he's going to win us all the money this weekend, Argentina versus Australia. The two teams that have to bounce back. Where's Oslo at home? It's a couple of big changes. It's a very strange bench. It's a very different bench to what we saw last week. Richie Arnold, Will Skelton completing what could be the biggest lock pairing ever. And a very new look loose trio as well with Fraser McGrath and Jed Holloway. What do you make of Eddie's changes? And do you think it's going to be enough to try and inspire you can't get much worse, but a better performance?
Yeah, no, as you said, some interesting changes, but he's got to try something, right? And again, as we said, it was Eddie's first try and then a tough opposition against the Boks, and now he's got Argentina, who's can also be tough if they decide to show up, which they have been over the last couple of games. I think it's a big call I'm about to make, but I think if Australia want to have a good World Cup, they have to win this game because they're at home. It's against what would traditionally be a weaker side. I'm saying traditionally. I'm not saying Argentina's are. We know they've gotten better. But from a mentality, confidence point of view, if the Wallabies struggle to get a confident win performance at home against this side, I think it's going to be a tough ask for them in the World Cup.
Yeah, and then Chris, Argentina, what do they need to do to do better. It's Argentina. They're such a strange side because, as I said, they can have moments of absolute brilliance and then moment of absolute. I mean, they can go from tier 1 top nation to tier 2, tier 3 nation very quickly.
Yeah. Well, they've got to bring that fire, that Pablo Matera fire when they would get themselves up against, when they were beating the All Blacks, giving those All Blacks those runs in those games. They have beaten Australia. They hammered Australia last time, didn't they, in Argentina? That was a shocking game for us to watch as well. But I'm also on Wes' side. I'm going to stick my neck out here as well. We are going to see an Australian comeback. There has to be. There will be. They'll be prepared. They'll be ready. And if they are, I think the team selections are right. I was one when I looked at Australia last week and saw Reece Hodge in the middle. I laughed. I was like, are you joking? And Vunivalu is too raw. I think he's got the right selections this week, and I think Oz are going to be prepared. Argentina are going to be fighting, but at home they're not playing. They're playing in that NRL stadium as well. Sometimes those pitches can be slow, which will suit Argentina. You've got Piper on the whistle, so I think the game's going to open up. Like Argentina, they have to bring for Argentina to win. They have to bring you into a dogfight, and I don't see that happen. I think Australia are going to give it some air, good weather, fast pitch, paper. So I think Argies are going to probably bat. I'm going to stick my neck out. Argies are going to battle a bit. It might be close for 60, 70 minutes, but I think Australia will be okay winners.
Look, at the end of the day, with there's no Marcus Cremer, there's no part. I mean, that guy's one of those players. Whenever Argentina have those blinders against New Zealand, it's like him or Pablo Matera and one of them that just have an absolute silly game where they're calling like 45 tackles. But
in those games when they did well against New Zealand, sorry quickly, Steve, it was raining now because I remember these games clearly.
Yeah.
It was raining, so it suited RG to get into the boxing match, and I just don't see those conditions happening on Australia, and they've just got Australia at a bad spot because Australia will respond. I think with that, I think Eddie Jones will have them ready, and I think it's going to be a tough game for the RGs.
Yeah, well, speaking of the Argentina, it's as you said, they should be doing a game before for the Rugby Championship. As Michael Cheika right now, do you think he's sitting there going, we've got to win this weekend, we've got to try and give the Boks a real go, or do you think he's sitting there saying, I know that we have got a pool that suits us come the World Cup where we can get ourselves quite far, quite easily, compared to a New Zealand, France, Ireland, South Africa, for example. So do you think that he is going to be worried right now with where his team is at, or do you think he's treating this as a genuine? The Rugby Championship could even be the pre-season Rugby World Cup game, warm-up games could then be the sort of the fine-tuning and goes to the World Cup. How much do you think he cares about the results right now compared to having a real go come the World Cup?
I think he doesn't not give a single shit about the current games. He's still resting guys who play in France. All his most of his best players are still not playing. Eddie's already playing Skelton and he's flogging Arnold as well. But the RG guys who played in finals, they haven't stepped into the team yet. So it's obvious that Cheika is thinking about the World Cup. I'm sure he would love to do well. I think they will do well this weekend. They won't win. Australia, they really struggle to beat them there. But I don't think they are seeing they seeing this championship as a proper, we build cohesion, we start getting combinations together. And if we lose, we lose. We just need to start building combinations and then just try and survive until Kremer's back, because he's got a few more weeks left on his ban before he's back. But with him out, they'll at least be able to see some other guys behind Kremer that can do some combinations. But they've got Matera, they've got Gonzalez playing at 8 this week, so they're obviously going for some speed. And then just try and keep Lavanini from getting a red card as well. They can't have two guys banned.
Don't ask too much.
Yeah, but I mean, there must be a certain amount of Eddie Jones going, listen, Lavanini, like I know you're going to get a red this year. So if you're going to get one, you actually kind of need to do it like now so that you're back for the World Cup. You can't afford to go to the World Cup.
Last week.
Yeah, like come on, he's going to see that first headbutt in the first minute and be like, okay, cool, well done. Now we'll see you in France. You can go straight there and start scouting out. You're making a very good point.
They need to find props. They have no props.
Yeah.
They have one front line of props. One of them is like 37, and then behind that, there's nothing. So
yeah, well,
that's I think what they're
Padilla coming in this weekend. I mean, I'll just see how he goes. I'm a big Bello fan. I think that I really enjoy watching. But look, I thought Lucio Tordoni played well in a losing cause last week. One of the few people who kind of looked at, and Thomas Gallo.
Gallo is always good. I love him.
He's a very. I mean, I'm very surprised he hasn't moved from Benetton to a top side. I think he could be really good. But there are obviously a couple, as you mentioned, quite a few players that they still do have missing, and very keen to see what they'll look like when all those sort of players do get back.
Especially their centre pairing. They thrive with a good centre pairing, and those guys are still resting.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's still, for example, I mean, there's no Cordero, there's no Juan Imor, for example, this weekend. They are missing Nocho Cabarres, who's a really fun player to watch. A lot of players missing. But the nice thing about Argentina, as I say, I think that they've got a draw that really suits them, and a lot of them are, as I think Chris said earlier, Argentina is everyone's second team. We all know what they can do when they get going. Chris, based on all this that we've been talking about, based on last weekend, based on not a lot of information, to be brutally honest, given how last weekend's games went, this is what you've got for us for this weekend. It is the first time we've actually got a BT segment since I think we said the 25th of May was the last time we did this. Now, before you get into this, everybody, these odds are on Boyle Sports. They have just launched in South Africa, and it's actually Chris's main market that he uses over there in the UK. So they are new to the SAFA shores. So we'd really like you to go and give them their support. If you go and check out in the description, I'm going to put in the chat as well. Go and get sign up for an account. And Chris, we've got a decent season record. I don't know if you can even remember that last recap of who was playing. I think the URC was still going on back then. And then what have you got for us this weekend?
Yeah, so on the tip, like you say, I haven't put in the individual games. I've just given a recap on the bets that we did make, and it was a good weekend. As you can see, we are up 4.5 units, so it was actually a really nice weekend for us, mainly because we had this multi, 9-8-1 multi that came in, only half a unit on there. But yeah, that was a big winner, our biggest win to date for sure. And I was just looking back, we've done this 11 weeks. We've had, even though it's been a small win, some small winning weeks, we're on a 10 out of 11 winning week run on this, doing this with you guys. So yeah, as you can see, obviously the season record, we're up to a nice 14.75 units. Return on invest, very healthy, 67%. As I said, I'm really stoked with that. That, I'll be honest, transparency, that's my best record with it, or other records that I've got going and tracking. So you're doing well, yeah.
Luck here, people. Stick with us. Stick with us.
And the thing is, I was saying, the bets that I come up on Thursday are not always the bets I personally make of the weekend, and I feel I'm limited, but maybe because I've invested so much time for you guys and everyone out there, I've come up with obviously it's come out all right, But yeah. So I'm going to go, we could just double, it's only the two games. It's 1.5 units. It's obviously I'm not overly confident, and I'll tell you why it is actually the South African game I'm worried about. If I was a bit more confident on the books, I would make this a 3 or 4 unit play. But I'm just going to say I didn't say it, but we have seen this all before. I think we've hammered Australia or someone many times before, gone to New Zealand and got our asses absolutely stuffed. So we've been here before. So I'm not jumping in. I'm not jumping in and saying we're winning. But the thing is just that everyone who understands betting, the line handicap, which we spoke about, actually opened at about 11 or 12, which is very interesting. The bookies had the New Zealand very big favourites. So this is a lower odds. It's down to 7 now. So money certainly came for it, and that was certainly the wrong handicap. If you bet, plus 10 is still solid, but the value has gone, and that's why we've put it in a double. Put South Africa plus 10 on the handicap. So if Australia win by 10, we still win because we got that half point in the bag. And then as you guys heard, I like Australia, quite confident in Australia. So we'll just put that in the double. The handicap's also 7. I think Australia win probably by between 8 and 12. But let's just stay safe on Australia win, because if RGs bring them into a dogfight, it could be a 3-point game at the end of it. So yeah, let's get back onto it. Just a nice little 1.5 unit play. If it comes in steady as she likes, we're moving into international season, which is one of my favorites, my successes. I love internationals. So we've got months of international rugby to bet on, which I'm excited for. So let's just keep building this bank balance with you guys. And I hope if you tail, good luck. And that's where we are.
Cool. Thank you very much, Chris. Looking forward to getting our winning streak going on Boyle Sports now again. So as I said, please do go and check that link out. and go and show them the support. And also right now, before we sort of start wrapping up, a big thank you to Bitdefender, who's one of our channel partners. They are making it easier than ever for you to first of all keep yourself out against all the various cyber security issues that are going around the internet, which there's quite a few these days. So if you want to try to protect yourself from all these various things, you get yourself a Bitdefender subscription. More importantly, they've got a very cool VPN which can let you watch the match this weekend using a Steyn Sport free trial. A video on the channel on how to do that and a link in the description. So yeah, please go and check out Bitdefender, go and support Boyle Sports because it's through their support that we can bring you guys all the various coverage. And always go and check out Chris on Twitter at the Crow Tips. He's got I'm sure. Well, I'm not too much rugby this weekend, but I'm sure there'll be a couple of extra ones that will come up. Are you looking at the under-20s tomorrow and putting a bit of money down there?
No, to be honest, I haven't had the time with my move and everything to be best looking to follow. I haven't followed in the 20s. I saw the pig styles or the mud bath. I haven't got into it. South African team hasn't been strong, so that I have had any focus. I'll be honest, I was using Polish bookmakers for a while and they weren't offering it, so I haven't been involved. And so no, I'll maybe follow now these games this weekend, but no idea of who's going to do what.
Fair enough. Well, we do have the Summer Nation series that they've now officially branded coming up in August, and there is, to think that we're all gearing up for a hectic World Cup. I mean, that Summer Nation series is almost as hectic. It's going to be a lot of fun coming up in August. So we'll have plenty to talk about there and then. Yeah. Right. So in terms of, before we go to our final predictions, stuff like that, in terms of what's going to happen this weekend, it's going to be a lot of fun. So on Saturday, obviously we're going to go live nice and early. We're going to have a pre-game show. That'll go live at 8 o'clock SAST. Wes will be with Reza and their cups of coffee, taking you guys through the game. I cannot confirm nor deny whether there will be a bit of brandy in the coffee. That is up to them. I would guess that there might be, especially in the case of Reza, who's not here to defend himself. Those two will also be with you for the halftime show as well as for fan camps afterwards. I'll be with you guys for the watch-along. We'll also be live for Australia versus Argentina, which should be quite a fun game. And then a very weird day because the rugby sort of finished at Hoppers 1 and so our coverage will pretty much finish at 2, and then I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with myself for the free Saturday afternoon. So we'll have to find a way to keep ourselves busy. Right, chaps, cock on the block stuff now. I want predictions, and I want people to go bold. Not as bold as I went last week, where I said on Super Brew that Argentina would win, and
well, you're already behind.
Yeah, no. So that's why I don't do Super Brew. Like I can't do it. It's as soon as I put something down, you might as well just put betting the opposite, to be honest. But we'll start sort of. Let's go left to right. I want a prediction for each game. I want a score line. Doesn't have to by 7 or you can give exact scores if you're feeling confident.
Right, I'm gonna go. Not gonna go too exact, but I'm gonna say we'll start with the Boks and All Blacks. I'm gonna say the Boks win it by 4. So I'm going for a Boks win in New Zealand, but I think it's going to be a tightly contested match. And then for Australia, Argentina, I'm going to say the Aussies win by at least 12. At least 12.
At least 12. Okay. Right, Chris, are you backing the shout?
Not people aren't gonna be fans, but I'm going New Zealand by 2 and Australia by 10.
This is what happens when they emigrate. The loyalty just goes out the window. Right. So
I don't know. I hope we win, but let's see. I think we're gonna run into a big New Zealand war. So let's see how we go.
Look, I don't think a loss will be the end of the world, to be honest. Any loss we learn a few lessons, it's good for us. But
I think just to add as well, like you said, I think this Bok team, like previously there was things we almost felt like inevitably we would lose in New Zealand. What I feel now though, this Bok doesn't fear this New Zealand team, and that's awesome. I think we do genuinely believe we are maybe on their level or better. I think you can see it in the players, and I hope so. But you just know when it gets tight, man, these things are going to be decided on. Something dodgy might decide this game, and so I'm going to just say New Zealand by 2. But I hope
careful your comments, because Johnny Sexton's been in the hearing all day about his comments to the referees, so we hate to have to subject you to a similar process.
Well, it's rain out on the ref, and you remember the Aussie New Zealand game?
Yeah,
who knows if he's going to pull something out again like that. So let's see.
Can I change my answer now? Can I
No, you put it. You had your time. You had the opportunity. Now, with all that information that you've now been fed, what are you going with now?
Okay, I'll say Aussie and Argentina first. Australia win there. I think they'll probably pull away at the end of the match. So probably 10 points to the Aussies there. And then South Africa versus New Zealand. Let's say a draw. 18 all draw.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. We did draw the last
Yeah.
time.
Yes, I love
I think we won't be able to split these two teams. They'll forget there's a World Cup at the end of the year and they'll play each other off the park and we'll all be kissing our sisters at the end. 18 points.
Literally every single time I see a draw, I can't even remember exactly who it was, but it was a Super Rugby game, and I think it was a New Zealander who said on live TV, a draw is like kissing your sister. It's not great, but you'll take it. You're sitting there going, dude, there's no ways you just said that to the world.
No, you won't.
Come on, man. So Rion's going with a draw. Okay, so I'm going to go box by. I'm gonna go box by 7. I think we.
Ooh, big calls.
Yeah, look at what I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go ballsy. And
imagine. I'd love it.
I'm gonna go odds by. I'm gonna go odds by 4. I think Argentina could stay in the fight. I think Montoya might have taken last week's very personally. And him and Pablo Mateo, they decided to pitch up then. Then they can get going. Also, I'm still not convinced about the whole Will Skelton Richie Arnold hype because I've yet to see Will Skelton play well in a Wallaby shirt. So until they can get that pack firing to what that pack can do, I also think that Oz bench is rubbish. Not rubbish, but it's very new.
It's a weird bench.
It's a very weird bench. So I do think that if Argentina can keep themselves in the game, what I'd like to see a young Nicolas Sanchez masterclass off the bench, roll back the years. And get the Argentinians nice and close. Right, people, thank you very much for joining us. Rion and Chris, enjoy Saturday. Wes, we will see you on Saturday morning.
Can't wait, man.
And to everybody else in the comments, thank you very much for jumping in. We actually had quite a few, we have a lot more viewers than usual, so it's going to see that we're all picking up for international season. We will be back once again next week. If you are just tuning in now, this will be available obviously on the channel as well as a podcast on all your favorite streaming platforms, so go and check us out. Thank you very much. Please do smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. We are like less than 100 people away from 31,000 subscribers, so go and get that done.
Nice.
And we will see everybody this weekend. The captain's press conference will come out tomorrow, which will in theory be Evan Etzebeth. So at this stage we have had it confirmed, well, not confirmed, but he hasn't announced that he is leaving, so we'll have final confirmation of that. And tomorrow we'll be able to get a bit of an insight as to where he is. And as we've been saying during the week, thoughts do go out to him and his family, as well as the family of Costa, who also tragically lost his life this week. So it's not been a happy week in the South African rugby community, but hopefully if there's anything that brings a country together, it is a Bok win. Bok Fridays are also back, by the way, tomorrow, everybody, in case you didn't see the announcement. So get your Bok shirts out for tomorrow.
I've got my jersey. I've got mine.
Yeah, but the thing is, so if you wear that tomorrow, what are you wearing on Saturday? You've got to get another jersey now.
I've got 4 Springbok jerseys, so don't you worry about that.
Yeah, I've got like 5. I only print about 2
I've got a
these
Springbok
days.
mag as well, so don't worry about it.
Fair enough. Right, cool. Thanks, everybody. Please do keep warm if you're in South Africa. If you're in the UK, put on your sunscreen. And if you're in Botswana like Wes, well, enjoy stuff like that. People, thank you very much, and we'll see you guys all next time. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks versus the All Blacks, it's going to be epic. It's going to be hopefully close. It's going to be a measure of two teams who both, I suppose, have actually struggled with a little bit of consistency issues over the last 18 months, but they both looked close to their best this past weekend and at stages of the games. And I think that's quite exciting for both teams because we've seen them in the last couple of years put on very good performances, but also looked beatable. But I think both teams took a big step forward, and it's going to be very interesting to see, first of all, what sort of teams we're going to see, as well as sort of the game plan we're going to see this weekend. Now, the big question is, how can you watch all the action? Right, that's what we're going to show you. So, it is being shown, there are no free-to-air broadcasts, unfortunately, but it is being shown on Stan Sport, which does have a 7-day free trial. So that's what we're going to show you how to do. So, if you're in Australia, you can access Stan Sport and that 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, though, you're going to have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Right, now we recommend using Bitdefender. Bitdefender are one of our channel partners, and they provide world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN. And so what we're going to do is, first things first, link in the description. You're going to download, we're going to go and get Bitdefender. It's also stupidly cheap. It's dirt cheap. There's also a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, you can get your money back at the end of the month. So it's absolutely brilliant. And first things first, you're going to install it, and this is what it's going to look like. And over there, as you can see, I'm currently connected to Australia, so you just go to that location over there. You can go choose your various locations and stuff. We're connected to Australia, and as a result, I'm currently on my free trial for Steyn Sport, busy watching. Where's it gone? Wimbledon. And there it is. Yeah, so, and as you can see, quality is brilliant. And it's literally as easy as that. So you literally go and you sign up for a free trial, 7-day free trial. So if you sign up last weekend, for example, you'll still be able to watch this weekend. Go get yourself a 7-day free trial. Unfortunately, if you don't have a VPN and you're outside Australia, it will not work. You cannot access Steyn Sport outside Australia. But a VPN will basically locate your device to make it seem as if you're in Australia and therefore allow you to access it. So if you try and access it without a VPN, you won't even be able to get to sort of the proper screen, for example. If you try and log in or sign up and you are outside Australia without a VPN, it just comes across and says that you are unable to log into Australia right now. That's what it looks like. So you do need a VPN. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and I'll hopefully see you this weekend for the watch-along.
Hi, good morning, Coach Steek and Bongi, or good evening, New Zealand. Just Coach Steek, quickly, just how has the preparations gone this week? You know, obviously with Ewan's dad passing away, how's preparations gone this week? Thanks.
Yeah, Mobin, I think we've prepared the best possible way that we can prepare. You know, we're playing a big game against the All Blacks away from home in Auckland, you know. So, yeah, besides Evan's loss, you know, which is also part of our loss, you know, because we are a family, you know, it's very, very sad. And heartfelt condolences to him and his family. We are really with him. And there's one thing about us as a team, we're always there for each other through tough times, you know. And I know the focus this week is about him and his dad. Also in our camp, we've also lost Jaden's dad also just before we left South Africa, you know. And that's one thing that I must be honest about and say as a team, you know, we're always there to support the guys. And we've done everything in our powers to make sure that we're there for Evan. And that's also the reason why he's playing. You know, he is that he made a choice to play this week. And probably I would like to think that he wants to do it for his dad, you know. And so, yeah, once again, we are there 100% behind him to support him as a team. And yeah.
Frans?
Morning, gents. Hope you're well. Bongi, just wanted to ask you actually, almost tongue in cheek, after a season of, 30-hour flights, to Europe and stuff, was a flight to New Zealand a bit less complicated actually? And on a more serious note, how has it felt actually, the jet lag and that type of thing? I almost feel like a throwback to Super Rugby, and that you guys feel a bit, actually almost like delving into the motor memory and sort of like adapting.
Yeah, I must say the flight did give us some flashback to Super Rugby back in New Zealand. But I must say it was smooth sailing all the way here. We came early mornings of Tuesday morning, and we got something to eat, luckily. And then we jumped into bed and prepared for the week's training. And I must say that we've done all our prep, and everybody's aligned, and looking forward to tomorrow.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up, Bongi. Just on that, do you feel almost like this short turnaround actually helps you guys in a sense?
Yeah, I think the short turnaround we've dealt with before. I think the way the management and the coaching staff decided to split the two groups, it was very well planned. And obviously we just here to train, and the management takes care of everything else, which takes a lot of load off the players. And to make sure that we're all fresh and ready to go on game day.
Kate?
My question was actually asked by Ati, but to the coach, so I'll ask you to Bongi. Bongi, what emphasis have you guys as a group placed on this match? I mean, Coach Stick speaks about the winner of this match could potentially win the rugby championship, but also, and then just on the side note, have you had any conversation with Eben? How easy?
Yeah, I think this game is obviously massive. As Coach Dick said, every other test match that we play is an important game for us, not just as a test, not just for the match itself, but obviously in preparation for the World Cup. But yeah, we don't look further than this game. And yeah, we made sure that we all aligned on the same page, especially with the two groups. And yeah, once we landed, we knew exactly what to do because we all had the game downloaded on our phones, and obviously did our studies. And yeah, I mean, when we arrived here, all the planning was done just to go to the pitch and make sure that we're all on the same page. And regarding to Eben, yeah, I don't think I want to delve into that. I think Eben is a grown man who can answer that by himself.
Thanks, E. Hi, guys. Coach, with the situation in the camp now, is there a feeling that the guys that you guys want to do it for Eben, so to speak? And, you know, obviously a win over the All Blacks is probably the best way in the rugby sense. Or is Eben kind of saying, guys, this is not about me, let's just focus on the game? Or is there that emotional thing of wanting to do it for him?
Stephen, I think from our side with our preps, you know, since we got here, we've prepped like we always do with other test matches, you know, and we knew it's going to be a big task for us to come and play the All Blacks away from home. With Eben's loss, you know, which is very, very sad. Like Bongi said, he doesn't want to go deep on it, but I personally, you know, we just want to be there for Eben. So whatever decision he wants to take with his, with everything that he's going through at the moment, you know, we just want to be there for him. So once again, the gentleman made a decision. He wants to play. He wants to probably honor his dad, you know, with this game. And then you can't ask for any better game than playing against the All Blacks. You know, I think it will be very, very special through what he's going through. You know, us as a team, we're just there for him. So whatever feeling he's got at the moment, we just want to be there. And we are sad with him because it's a big loss also for us to lose, you know, a parent. You know, we are a family as a Springbok team, you know. So once again, we're just going to make sure that we go there and do everything in our powers, as Eben is our captain for the week. So we're always going to try to make sure we perform the best as possible as we can.
Percy?
Thanks so much, Gina. Good morning, good evening, gentlemen. Bongi, can I just ask you, the gentleman next to you, he was very pleased after that match in Pretoria last weekend. In fact, he had flowery language about how you guys performed there against Australia. Will it be easy? Will it be difficult for you guys to build onto that on that performance last week against the Wallabies, knowing that you guys are facing a different challenge tomorrow?
Yeah, it's definitely a different challenge. Yeah, Australia was a good start for us, but that we quickly put it behind us because we knew that there's another big challenge coming ahead, which is the All Blacks. So we've put all our energy, all our focus on our preparation this week, and yeah, we're just looking forward to executing tomorrow.
Leighton?
Thank you, Z. Morning, Bongi. Morning, Stick. Bongi, just for you, yeah, speaking on that that Aussie game, what did you guys bring to the side that went over, and what did they in turn give to you in terms of bringing that all together in the build up to this week, if you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, obviously we came at separate times, and the guys who were here the week before us, they obviously told us about the weather here and how the training pitch is and everything. And yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we played in Auckland against New Zealand. And yeah, today captains, we went to the stadium that we're playing at, and obviously we checked out the field and everything. And yeah, it was just us coming together as a squad and preparing together and making sure that we're all aligned.
Right?
That means easy. So, evening, guys. Coach, you guys are often you very much about staying in the now. This team, you about what's in front of you. You don't really go too far ahead, or that's always been your mantra. But has history been part of the conversation? The Springboks have not won in Auckland since 1937. Has that sort of been something that you use as motivation as well?
Actually, the first time I hear about that history, that the last time we won here, it was then. So
feel free to use it.
Yeah, I'll probably. It will be nice and special, for the boys. More especially, like you just mentioned, none of us, even our coaching staff, with Dion and Rasi being one of our patches in our team. So I don't think it will really something. I don't think it was something that was really in our heads. We didn't actually talk a lot about it, but I can guarantee you that we've spoke about playing the All Blacks away from home and how special it is, to be able to win, because majority of us, we were there in 2018 when we won against them in Wellington, so irrespective of you playing them in Auckland or wherever, but when you play away from home in New Zealand against them, it's always tough. And I think that's something that we all live for, to be able to come in New Zealand, play against the All Blacks. We know the history between the two sides, it's something that is massive. So for me, it's not actually about winning against them in Auckland. It's just playing in New Zealand. It's always a tough task, But once again, I think it will be a massive thing for our boys to win. If they can win the game for all of us, and also making sure that we keep on building towards the World Cup.
Thanks.
Dylan? Dylan? Okay, Ashfaq, we'll go to you.
Thanks, Ina. Hi, guys. Bongi, just quickly for you and the pack, what would you say is the biggest challenge tomorrow to overcome against the All Blacks? And Stocker, in terms of it's a World Cup year, I know you obviously want to win on Saturday, but is it difficult to withhold some fire because of the World Cup? You don't want to show your full hand so early in the year.
Yeah, for us as a pack, it's always a massive challenge. Play against a fully loaded New Zealand pack. We know that they're very good scrummaging team, and obviously the first coach done a lot of work with them. We saw their performance against Argentina last weekend, and we know the challenges ahead of us. And from our side, we've done all the prep that we need to do, and tomorrow just about making things work.
Yeah, I think regarding us showing our full hand, Ashfaq, I'm not really sure if what that means also, because of you want to play against the All Blacks and you want to win against them. You have to be at your best, irrespective of you showing whatever you stand for and what you're up to towards building towards the World Cup. I think for us, the main thing was just to prep as best as possible to make sure that when we pitch up on the field tomorrow, we perform at our best. So I don't think we're going to hold back on anything. We're just going to make sure that we do everything in our powers to make sure that we win the game against the All Blacks, because it's not going to be easy. Something that is very, very tough. Yeah, but once again, I think we've prepped the best possible way for us to make sure that we win the game tomorrow.
And then, guys, last question for now. If there is a chance a little later, we'll come back to the online questions. Simon, do you get that question?
Thanks, Ina. Good day, gents. Tell us a little bit about the weather conditions and the situation inside the stadium. It's also, according to us and our information, a small stadium, 25,000 people. How will you adapt as far as game plans are concerned if the weather changes and when the weather changes?
Simon, honestly, from my side, the way people spoke about the field before we went there, we were actually surprised when we got into the field, where the pitch is proper. The pitch is like they've got one of the best pitches on the field, and then the stadium itself also, it's a very, very nice stadium, but it's something different to what we normally used to, with these traditional stadiums that we normally play at, but once again, coming from South Africa, we are used to traveling around to welcome, back in our younger days when we used to play juniors, we would play in Brakpan. And, when you travel to Kimberley, it's not one of the friendliest place for you to visit, regarding to the hospitality, So I think we are used to tough fields than what we saw today. So what we saw today from my side, I don't think it's going to have any massive impact on both teams, We just need to make sure that we pitch up on a day and make sure that we perform as best as possible to stand a chance to win the game. And regarding the conditions, it's been wet since we've arrived in New Zealand, and that is something that we've also prepped for. So unfortunately, there's nothing we can control about the weather, and the nice thing is that we are expecting a good weather tomorrow. That's going to be dry, but if it does rain, I don't think it's something that we're not used to. Since we've got here, we've been training under wet conditions, so we will be prepared for the game. But once again, the stadium is an awesome stadium. The pitch is nice. I think I saw the guys also when we were going through our captain's run. The boys really enjoyed the conditions and the pitch there.
Cool. Thank you, guys. We'll take questions from the floor over here, and if there is time, come back to online.
Guys, is this the biggest test for the Boks outside of the World Cup this year?
Say that again.
Is this the biggest test for the Springboks outside of the World Cup this year?
We know the nature of the game between the two teams. We know the history behind it, and last week, if you had to ask me the game against Australia, because we wanted to have a good start, it was one of the biggest games of the season. But once again, I think playing against the All Blacks in Auckland, that's one of the massive biggest games, for everyone to get involved in. So it is one of the biggest games. But once again, like I said to you, when you play the All Blacks away from home, it's something that is massive. I think it's something that majority of us will live for, It's one of those games. When you look back with the results, the good results, you will always talk about it. So it's a very, very massive game. But if you had to say it's the biggest game of the season so far, I think last week was also one of the biggest games.
And Bongi, how does the physicality of the All Blacks rate in terms of other international sides? Are these the toughest tests to play?
Yeah, I think all the international teams are quite physical. I wouldn't pick a team out that is more physical than the other. Rugby is a physical game; it's a contact sport, and the All Blacks always have a massive pack, very good line-out system, and the ball carriers, they've quality ball carriers, and we know there's going to be a tough game, especially with the weather and the type of pitch you're playing on, the type of stadium you're playing at. It's an open stadium, weather can change, and obviously it will affect the game. But it's always tough and physical playing against the All Blacks.
My name's John from the Irish Exam in the USA. Just a question. We were able to beat the All Blacks last year playing a very physical frontline game. What type of game are the South Africans looking to bring to Byron? Are they going to bring in a back row running game, or are they going to look at using physicality in the front row?
When it comes to test match, I think if you look at the top probably 6 sides in the world rankings, on a day, if any of those teams won't pitch up physically or mentally, and they're not at their best on a day, any team can lose on a day. You just use a reference of Ireland coming to New Zealand, and we know they're not number one team in the world for nothing. Surely they're doing something right. The way they're playing, and once again, we know also as a nation, physicality is part of our DNA. That's something that we don't shy away from it. That we will never try to move away from it. It's part of our DNA, but once again, All Blacks, one of the best teams in the world. They've dominated for years. So no doubt at all that to beat them, you have to make sure that you can stand against them physically, and also being able to handle the high tempo game that they always bring between the 4 lines. So being physically, I think it's something that you have to be at your best, on the day. So the All Blacks just easily, you don't get those games. So we have to physically pitch up there, and we know very well the task in hand. And I think on the other side also, like I've touched on it, when it comes to the nature of the game they're going to bring with the high tempo game, you know. So we'll also be able, we have to be able to handle that for 80 minutes because of, we know the All Blacks, they've got very special Wani and Talia now at wing, you know, and Jordan, we know how dangerous he is if you give him time and space, you know, and Maunga at 10 makes things even tricky, you know. So yeah, I think we're going to have to be at our best to be able to stand a chance to win.
Bongi, how keen are you, with only 9 weeks until the Rugby World Cup, to put in a real statement performance tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think every test game we play for us is always going to be a statement game for us. And yeah, obviously New Zealand, South Africa, it's massive for everyone. I think it's well known all around the world. And yeah, it is going to be a massive game. And I think both teams also want to put up a statement before the World Cup. That's what every international team works hard for, especially in the World Cup, yeah.
And Coach, just one for you. Has leaving Super Rugby been beneficial for South African rugby?
Wow, what a question that we always get. We always get that question. I think from my side, personally, I'm answering this personally from my side. I'm one of those people that always look for positive in any situation that I face in life. Super Rugby is what we knew when we grew up with the young age. You know, I used to watch Super Rugby early mornings when they play away from home, also in New Zealand. It's something that it was part of us when we grew up, you know, but due to the challenges that we had later on in life, you know, with the COVID, none of us knew what COVID was. And all of a sudden we had to go through the pandemic, you know, and the decisions were made. And I have to be honest and say, we've managed to adapt very well to go up north. And is it a positive move for us? It's very, very tough to say, you know, because of, once again, like I said, we grew up admiring Super Rugby because of, if you look at the style of play between the three nations that used to play Super Rugby, you've got New Zealand, who's got a massive X factor amongst their teams, and then you've got South African teams that were very physical and tough, you know, and then you've got Australian side that used to run all these different lines and beautiful lines, you know. So yes, on the other side, maybe we've lost something, but I must be honest and say, also going up north, there's also benefits on it. If you look at now how we are adapting conditions, you know, because of our boys now, I mean, they're not that soft anymore when they travel up north and get to the cold, and you hear them complaining a lot. So I think we are adapting very well. I think that's the main thing that I can take from us going up north. We're adapting very well, and the fact that also most of those countries, the most probably will be 2-hour difference, you know. So I don't think it's really that tough for us. But I know one thing for sure, coming up here, it's very tough because of, like Bongi touched on it earlier on, you'll probably get into your room just after 12 midnight, you know. So it's always tough to travel up here. And yeah, but once again, it's always a nice challenge to be able to travel to New Zealand.
Do you miss us though?
Yes, of course. Like I said earlier on, it's something that we grew up at a young age watching, you know. I will never forget the images of back in those days of Joro Kokoko, the Tana Umagas, Jeff Wilson, you know, those, some of us, even in South Africa, we grew up idolizing those guys, you know. So yeah, there's no ways we can forget about New Zealand rugby. We always admire their players and their style of play also.
And Bongi, you were here the last time the Springboks played the All Blacks. They came down in Wellington. That ended up being a draw. It's a very similar circumstance to this game, a World Cup here, and a lot of talk about not showing your hand, things like that. Does it feel the same this time around?
Jeez, I thought you almost said he was here in 1937.
I wouldn't say similar circumstances because obviously it's Auckland and it's been a while since we have flew down here to play. Yeah, I mean, every game brings its own challenges. We're playing at a different stadium. It's also going to be in itself a challenge. And but yeah, I must say we're excited to be back, and we're looking forward to the game. Yeah.
Just the year before that, in 2018, you had that 1-for-1 in Wellington. How did that rate in terms of your career? How high up do you put that one?
A win against the All Blacks, I think it will pretty be high up in the list in everyone's, especially playing for the Springboks. win against the All Blacks will definitely be ranked high up in your career list as a player and as a coach.
Can I just ask, do you feel the gap is getting smaller between the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere teams between the skill level? I mean, with Ireland beating New Zealand, Munster winning the last state championship this year, that gap that used to be quite large must seem like it's getting a lot smaller, given that you've got that experience of playing both against teams in both hemispheres. Is that gap getting smaller?
I have to compliment them. They are actually doing something right. And if you look at the skill set of how Ireland managed to travel to New Zealand and being able to achieve what they've achieved, so surely they're doing something right. I have to compliment them with that. And but once again, All Blacks will always be All Blacks, you know. And South Africa also, I know a lot of people normally criticize the style of play that we normally play, you know. But if you look at the way we are playing currently, you know, and the balance in our game, because of that, it's not a secret. Since 2018, we've always said we want to pick at the right time going towards 2023, you know. And the manner we played last week against Australia, you know, where opportunities were there for us to send the ball wide. And what was special for me is just to see we've got the right tools in place now. We've got a skill set. Be also actually the challenge tomorrow, you know. Both teams, we know All Blacks are a very physical side, but they know how to switch that button on when it's opportunities on for them to go out wide. So I think also we, as a team, also we need to have a good balance in that. You know, I know you're not going to get 10 opportunities against the All Blacks, you know, but when the opportunity comes, you have to be able to convert it into points, you know, and make sure that you capitalize from it.
How much does that, how much does that annoy you when you hear criticism of the way the Springboks play, that it's one-dimensional? How does it make you feel?
Doesn't bother me anymore because people keep on criticizing. But if you look at our wings and their record, how they keep on scoring tries, we've got a guy like Ketley Arendse now currently, who's probably about 10 tries. He played only, I think, in 8 games. And Makazole Mapimpi for the past 4 to 5 years, he's been one of the best finishers in the world. You've got guys like Lucanio that are one of world-class players at the moment at outside center, you know. But once again, if people don't talk about what you do, you know, that means they really don't respect what you're doing. So the more people they talk, it shows that we are actually doing something right as a team. So that's why I'm saying we don't mind, because once again, a dog doesn't bark at the cat that's standing still.
Next question, guys.
Okay, my name is Martin from Argentina. I just want to ask you both, how was the reaction of the team and the staff when you knew that Frans was Steyn is not gonna play anymore at his retirement?
Yeah, Wongs, let me go first because of, I think, same age. Yeah, I'm older than Frans, but even though we played together. Now, listen, the gentleman and his career, there's few that can achieve what he has achieved, you know, and I've got massive respect for Frans Steyn. You know, we were so fortunate as a coaching team that he had a chat with us before everything was announced, you know, we had a coaches meeting early in the morning. I think it was on Wednesday, where he actually, before it was released, he spoke to us and how grateful he was with everything that we have done as a team with him, you know, to trust him, to be part of our team. And unfortunately, I know it would have been nice for him maybe to have the last World Cup before he retires, but we know injuries are part of the game, you know. I think France at the moment is in a good space. I think he managed to retire in his own terms. That is one thing that I enjoy about a gentleman. He does speak his heart. And once again, I wish him all the best in whatever he decides in life after his rugby career. But I know one thing for sure, he's surely going to farming. So I think he'll be in a good space.
Yeah, no, really for me, watching France in the 2007 World Cup, I was still in high school then. Yeah, I mean, what an amazing player, special talent. And obviously having him as a teammate in 2018 and 2019, yeah, what a what a character in his own way, and yeah, also his leadership that he's shown. The way he could just keep the team calm, and yeah, the way you could just enjoy his company. Age difference didn't matter. You could just sit with him, have a beer, and have a good laugh. And obviously, when he came onto the field, he showed his professional side and his leadership side, and I think that's the thing I enjoyed about him. He had a good balance about everything that he did, and yeah, I wish him all the best with everything forward, and yeah, looking forward to chilling with him once again with a cold beer.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks versus the All Blacks, it's going to be epic. It's going to be hopefully close. It's going to be a measure of two teams who both, I suppose, have actually struggled with a little bit of consistency issues over the last 18 months, but they both looked close to their best this past weekend and at stages of the games. And I think that that's quite exciting for both teams because, you know, we've seen them in the last couple of years put on very good performances, but also looked beatable. But I think both teams took a big step forward, and it's going to be very interesting to see, first of all, what sort of teams we're going to see, as well as sort of the game plan we're going to see this weekend. Now, the big question is, how can you watch all the action? Right, that's what we're going to show you. So, it is being shown, there are no free-to-air broadcasts, unfortunately, but it is being shown on Stan Sport, which does have a 7-day free trial. So, that's what we're going to show you how to do. So, if you're in Australia, you can access Stan Sport and that 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, though, you're going to have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Right, now we recommend using Bitdefender. Bitdefender, one of our channel partners, and they provide world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN. And so what we're going to do is, first things first, link in the description. You're going to download, we're going to go and get Bitdefender. It's also stupidly cheap. It's dirt cheap. There's also a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, you can get your money back at the end of the month. So it's absolutely brilliant. And first things first, you're going to install it, and this is what it's going to look like. And over there, as you can see, I'm currently connected to Australia, so you just go to that location over there. You can go choose your various locations and stuff. We're connected to Australia, and as a result, I'm currently on my free trial for Stan Sport, busy watching. Where is it gone? Wimbledon. And there it is. Yeah, so, and as you can see, quality is brilliant. And it's literally as easy as that. So you literally go and you sign up for a free trial, 7-day free trial. So if you sign up last weekend, for example, you'll still be able to watch this weekend. Go get yourself a 7-day free trial. Unfortunately, if you don't have a VPN and you're outside Australia, it will not work. You cannot access Stan Sport outside Australia. But a VPN will basically locate your device to make it seem as if you're in Australia and therefore allow you to access it. So if you try and access it without a VPN, you won't even be able to get to sort of the proper screen, for example. If you try and log in or sign up and you are outside Australia without a VPN, it just comes across and says that you are unable to log into Stan. I'll show you right now. That's what it looks like. So you do need a VPN. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport, and we are less than 48 hours away from the old foes going toe-to-toe, Springboks versus the All Blacks. Arguably for me, and I think for a lot of people, the biggest match in the world. I don't think there is a rivalry that matches these two teams at the end of the day. And every year it's kind of the biggest game of the year, isn't it? And this year we're going to get at least two. We'll have one in Auckland and then one in neutral ground, which should be quite interesting. The Boks taking on the All Blacks at Twickenham in August, which will be a lot of fun. But this weekend we are in Auckland, not in Eden Park, but we are in Auckland. Unfortunately, Eden Park is being used for the People World Cup. As a result, is unavailable. So a new stadium. It's a rugby league stadium, and so I think we've actually played there. But it should be interesting, and quite a few changes for both sides. And New Zealand trying to sort of match the Boks power with a bit of power of their own. Now, before we look at the two sides, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll start with the home side, which is New Zealand. This is what they have named for this weekend. Now, a couple of changes, and very good changes. It's a very interesting change as well. For me, the big surprise, Damian McKenzie drops out of the 23. I was interested to see whether he was going to start or not. And sort of my gut said no. I thought that Richie Mo'unga would get the start. And then I think it would be a bit of, I was sort of torn between whether they would go with Beauden Barrett or Dave McKenzie at 15. What I didn't expect, however, was after watching last weekend for Dave McKenzie to not be in the 23 at all. So that's an interesting selection. So up front, Ethan de Groot, Till Lomas continue. Ethan de Groot's a seriously good scrummager, so I think that him versus Frans should be an absolutely brilliant battle. Curry Taylor comes into the starting lineup. Dan Cole's played pretty well last weekend, but he is the third choice hooker. But interesting that they had gone Curry Taylor to start and Samasoni Takawao off the bench. The second row, Brody Retallick comes straight back into the starting lineup. He's next to Scott Barrett. No Sam Whitelock at the moment, so that is their best lock pairing. It'll be interesting to see if Whitelock was fit, where they would have looked at putting Scott Barrett on the flank. Shannon Frizzell does continue, as does Sam Kane, who actually thought played pretty well last weekend. Looked a bit close to his best. Got around the park quite well, put some very big tackles in. And then Artie Severe, will look to create a lot of chaos. He loves scoring against the South Africa. So, yeah, I'm not particularly excited to see him. But then Aaron Smith will partner Richie Mwanga. Faf de Klerk actually spoke about, how much of it is an honor for him to play against Aaron Smith. And I think, it is really cool when these games come about and we've got world-class players playing against each other. And I think that Smith versus Faf de Klerk battle will be a very big one, as will like the RCV versus the Aspavisa battle. The interesting ones as well, two new wings for New Zealand. Mark Tellier comes in just his third start in the number 11 jersey. Will Jordan, not a full back, which is his preferred position. It does start in the 14. Electric pace, brilliant finisher. Very good under the high ball as well. In the centres, Geordie Barrett will continue, as will Rico Awani, who both of them looked pretty good last weekend. Very interested to see how Geordie Barrett will go against Emin Delendi, and that Awani versus the Kanya battle should be quite cool. The centre pairing should be interesting. And then Beauden Barrett at full back, which I don't think is probably as surprising as some people say. At the end of the day, we know how much of a tactical battle this is going to be. I thought that he operated pretty well next to Dave McKenzie last week in terms of bringing in his kicking game as well. It's difficult to leave out a two-time World Player of the Year, but you do sit there wondering, well, how do they fit him in? Does he play at fullback? Does he play at 10? Does he come off the bench? Geordie Barrett, for example, is probably the better 15 if you're honest, but I think he's playing really well inside centre. Then off the bench, and this is where I think they're very much trying to nullify the bomb squad idea. If we look at this front row, so Samasoni Takawao comes back in and will come on. He will front up against Malcolm Marx. So that already is them trying to sort of say, right, well, you want to bring Malcolm Marx on, we'll bring Takawao, who is a world-class hooker. Tamati Williams on debut. This is a very interesting selection. He's an absolute unit. Big boy, is Tamati Williams, and he's going to have to deal with Vincent Clark coming off the bench. So, yeah, he is our debut. The 22-year-old, he's 144 kgs and stands at 196. He's an absolute giant of a man. Plays his rugby for the Crusaders. Very, very good and very interesting to see how he will go this weekend. Next to Nepolua Lala, who's very experienced, being up his 47th cap this weekend. Tupo Vai, Dalton Papali'i, Finley Christie, all the same as bench last weekend. Braden Enner shifts from the 23 to the 22. Caleb Clark does drop down to the bench. I do think it's a decent bench. I do think the Bok bench is a lot stronger. I think a lot of it will depend on how Williams does adjust to Test rugby, when he does come on. But I think, with a 6-2 versus a 5-3, I think the Boks do have the edge there. In terms of the Boks team that I think has the edge, this is the team that will run out this weekend. Now, at this stage, we have had no update on Ebenezer whose father tragically passed yesterday. SA Rugby has said that they will give him as much time as he needs to make a decision on whether he will play this weekend, whether he won't. At this stage, he will, and we haven't had any, anything to say that he won't just yet. Given the fact that it's already sort of close to midnight, I think it's about 10 o'clock at night in New Zealand at the time of recording this, and we haven't had an update, tomorrow being Friday, I think he will stay and he'll play. I think if he were to leave, he would have left by now. For example, it wouldn't really make much sense leaving, tomorrow night, for example, where, if as long as he's sort of in the right mental space to play. As I said, the fact that he hasn't already left means I think my gut says that he actually at this stage is planning on playing. But yeah, so Stephen Kitsoff, Bongi Manambi, Frans Maherba in the front row. It'll be interesting to see how long Stephen Kitsoff plays. He does generally play quite a long time. Usually is part of the bomb squad, but no Reteko Badiswe or Oxen Chair in the side has necessitated his promotion to the starting lineup. Ibn Etzebeth will in theory, partner with Luat Yaga. Kwaka Smith in the number 6, Franklin Washington in the 7, Jasper in the number 8. It's a brand new pack bar, that front row. So brand new loose trio and two new lock pairing. Faf de Klerk will partner Damian Willemse. They did play together last year. Interesting to see how Willemse goes at 10. The big sort of questions are who will kick for goal. Makazuma, Pimpy, Chisholm, Colby, and Villaroo will sort of reignite that back three combination that did win the World Cup, as will Damien Delany Lacanya, one of the best centre pairings in South African history. And they are once again back together for the first time in about a year, actually, almost. And they'll play together for the 38th time in that midfield. So it's a really good starting lineup. But then for me, it's this bench, which is what has gotten everybody so excited. Malcolm Marx, Thomas Toy, Vincent Koch, Arthur Steyn, PSTF Toy, Dwayne Vermeulen. I mean, that is that bench, that sort of pack. You obviously have to add two more, would start for a lot of nations. You know, Malcolm Marx starts for any team in the world. I think Arthur Steyn, when he's playing at the best, starts for any team in the world. Peter Steph Toy, when he's playing at his best, starts for any team in the world. I think Thomas Toy, Vincent Koch, Dwayne Vermeulen will get into any sort of 23 in the world. Dwayne Vermeulen is playing at his best. So, yeah, I think it's a very, very powerful bench, and we are looking to try and make sure that as the game goes on, we can then unload even more power. Grant Williams and Marley Liebach is a very interesting selection on the back of that, because whilst we're unleashing raw power off the bench, two very exciting attacking nature halfbacks are the potential placements there. Very interested that Grant Williams has gotten the nod. Tactically, he's not necessarily our best scrum half, but he's definitely our most exciting from a counter-attacking, from a speed point of view. So very keen to see what he does. And I think that the Bok management are very keen to see what he does, which is why he's been given this opportunity once again off the bench. Let me know what your score predictions are down in the comments below. Smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. It should be an absolute crack. We'll be live on Saturday morning, throughout the morning, for both this game as well, Australia versus Argentina. If you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. We do have a guide. Apart from that, we will see you on Friday. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And some breaking news out of the Springbok camp. It has been confirmed that Springbok lock Evan Etzebeth will play against the All Blacks tomorrow after the passing of his father earlier this week. It's been a very strange week. It's been a very sad week in the rugby world for South African rugby, as we mourn the loss of both Evan's father as well as Nick Costa, former Western Province and one of the most talented schoolboy rugby players we've seen come out of our system. So it's been a sad week, and I think it's hopefully you will have something to celebrate tomorrow with the Boks, and I think that they'll be playing for a pretty big purpose. Jaden Henderson also tragically losing his father a few weeks ago, so the Springbok camp's been kind of rocked by the death of two teammates' fathers. But with regards to tomorrow, Evan was named as the captain of the team on Tuesday. He was part of the group that travelled over. He's making his return from injury. He hasn't played in quite a few months and was going to start and captain the side. And then yesterday we woke up to the news that his father Harry had tragically passed away. He had been fighting cancer for quite a long time. And for example, if you look at a year ago, Evan specifically requested to play that Bloemfontein test and to make sure that his 100th test would come in Cape Town because it was difficult for his father to travel, and he was based in Cape Town, so he could get to that test, and he wants to obviously have him there for his 100th test. So yeah, it has been quite a long fight for him. It doesn't make it any easier. And as we've been saying throughout the week, our thoughts really do go out to Evan and his family, and then we sort of waited to see, on the news. I think a lot of people were saying, well, surely he comes home, surely he leaves the squad, somebody else comes in, and he only wants because he wants to be with his family. And I think there's sort of two aspects to it, isn't it? The first is he capable of playing? Regardless of whether he would like to or whether he wouldn't like to, if he does want to play, is he capable of playing? Can he align himself? Can he manage to sort of put himself in the right headspace to be able to get onto the park tomorrow and put in the performance that we know he's capable of? And the next sort of thing is, what's the best thing for him? Because it's very easy to sit there saying, surely he wants to be with his family. Of course he wants to be with his family. And after this match, I wouldn't be surprised if he's on the first earliest flight out possible after the match to get back down here to this family. I think he'll leave the camp for a week or two. I don't think he'll play against Argentina. I think he'll come back into camp. I don't even think he might actually go to Argentina. I think that he could very well, leave camp a couple of weeks and then come back and play again once again against potentially the All Blacks in that sort of mid-August. So the question is, why is he playing? And I think, if you look at when players that get to the top of the top, and I mean, he's one of the greatest players of all time already, there's always sacrifice along the way, isn't there? And what's so important is it's not just the sacrifice from the players themselves. When you think about what parents have to do, what family have to do, to enable these players to have the careers they have. Players miss births of their child. Players miss, major family events. There's a lot of sacrifice the parents go through, whether it's, sacrificing on personal ambition to ensure the best for the kids, to give them the best opportunity to be where they are. So for a career like Eben Etzebeth to have 100 tests at the age he does, there would have been so much sacrifice over the years from him and his parents. And, you know, you can only imagine and that he wants to honor his father by playing tomorrow. He wants to go out and recognize everything that his father did for him, everything that you know, his family did for him, to be enabled him to be the pride of the nation. You know, he's one of our best players ever. You know, he's a Hall of Famer, as they would put it, if he was playing in a different sport. And he feels that the best thing for him to do right now is to go out and play in his father's memory. And it's very special when it happens. We've seen some inspirational performances in the past in this sort of circumstance. I remember Ryan Jansen van Rensburg lost his mother in the week of a Lions game, and he decided to play, and he won man of the match. And he was absolutely sensational. And you could see there was just so much drive in him. There was so much that he wanted to put out there to recognize and to pay homage to the people that had allowed him to be where he is. And that's exactly sort of the attitude that Eben must be having for tomorrow. We've just had the captain's press conference. Unsurprisingly, he wasn't involved in it. Bongi Madambi actually fronted the media instead. And to do this, you know, I think the biggest thing, and I think it speaks to the culture of the Boks, where he said, it's not just his loss, you know, he's grieving and we're all there for him, but it's a Springbok loss. You know, we all feel it as a team. The team mood, for example, he says, has been very, very down this week because they are such a tight group. He says, you know, and to be fair, I think a lot of coaches sort of like to throw it around, you know, we're a family as a team. I genuinely think the Springbok squad is that close. You know, I do think that the culture is very much there. So he said it's a massive loss for Eben, it's a loss for us as well. You know, we all feel it as a squad because we are so close. We felt it when Jaden lost his father. We're feeling it now that Eben lost his father. And, you know, the squad has really had to pull together this week to make sure that, you know, first of all, that they're all aligned and that they know what the task at hand is tomorrow, which is a massive task to take on the All Blacks, but also to make sure they're there for Eben and that they're all managing to cope as a squad and be able to get themselves in the right frame of mind tomorrow. So at the end of the day, you know, we can't ask for anything from Eben, and I don't think the Springbok manager would have asked for him. That they gave him the option, they gave him as much time as possible. They said, right, you decide. If you want to play, we'll play you. If you think you can play, we'll play you. But if you want to leave and you want to go home, you can do that as well. And he's made the decision. So now he's made the decision. As a country, we'll stand behind him, and he knows that he'll have the full support of the entire nation. It's an incredibly brave thing to do. And, you know, hopefully tomorrow we will see a Springbok performance that really does pay tribute to all the tragedies that we've lost in the last couple of weeks. It should be an absolutely spectacular spectacle. I'm expecting a phenomenal game. It's against our biggest rivals. It's always the biggest test match of the year, Springboks versus the All Blacks. And yeah, this is just going to be something else that's going to add to what is already going to be a pretty special occasion. And hopefully the match lives up to its billing. But yeah, we'll see you guys over the weekend for some coverage. And yeah, the captain's press conference will be up this week, and if there's any other news before tomorrow, we'll be posted. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow on the Watchalong. Thank you very much, and I'll chat to you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks versus the All Blacks, it's going to be epic. It's going to be hopefully close. It's going to be a measure of two teams who both, I suppose, have actually struggled with a little bit of consistency issues over the last 18 months, but they both looked close to their best this past weekend and at stages of the games. And I think that that's quite exciting for both teams because, you know, we've seen them in the last couple of years put on very good performances, but also looked beatable. But I think both teams took a big step forward, and it's going to be very interesting to see, first of all, what sort of teams we're going to see, as well as sort of the game plan we're going to see this weekend. Now, the big question is, how can you watch all the action? Right, that's what we're going to show you. So, it is being shown, there are no free-to-air broadcasts, unfortunately, but it is being shown on Stan Sport, which does have a 7-day free trial. So, that's what we're going to show you how to do. So, if you're in Australia, you can access Stan Sport and that 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, though, you're going to have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Right, now we recommend using Bitdefender. Bitdefender are one of our channel partners, and they provide world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN. And so what we're going to do is, first things first, link in the description. You're going to download it. We're going to go and get Bitdefender. It's also stupidly cheap. It's dirt cheap. There's also a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, you can get your money back at the end of the month. So it's absolutely brilliant. And first things first, you're going to install it, and this is what it's going to look like. And over there, as you can see, I'm currently connected to Australia, so you just go to that location over there. You can go choose your various location stuff. We're connected to Australia, and as a result, I'm currently on my free trial for Stan Sport, Busy watching. Where's it gone? Wimbledon. And there it is. Yeah, so, and as you can see, quality is brilliant. And it's literally as easy as that. So you literally go and you sign up for a free trial, 7-day free trial. So if you sign up last weekend, for example, you'll still be able to watch this weekend. Go get yourself a 7-day free trial. Unfortunately, if you don't have a VPN and you're outside Australia, it will not work. You cannot access Steyn Sport outside Australia, but a VPN will basically locate your device to make it seem as if you're in Australia and therefore allow you to access it. So if you try and access it without a VPN, you won't even be able to get to sort of the proper screen, for example. If you try and log in or sign up and you are outside Australia without a VPN, it just comes across and says that you are unable to log into Steyn. I'll show you right now. That's what it looks like. So you do need a VPN. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and I'll hopefully see you this weekend for the watch-along.
A little bit different, a little bit of a pre-game show. I am fortunate enough to be joined by my good friend and colleague in Wesley Hartman. Wes, how are you doing, buddy?
How's it, everyone? Yeah, how's it, Breeze? Yeah, very, very well. Very excited. Early morning rugby is something different. I mean, any sort of international test early in the morning is fantastic, but you cannot ask for much more than a Boks versus All Blacks early morning game.
Absolutely. And here we are sitting on a lovely Saturday morning, or at least in South Africa. I believe it's about 8 o'clock or just before that in New Zealand, which is fantastic. Let me just, Steve, if you can hear me, if you would mind muting yourself, we're getting a bit of feedback here. Right. So, Wesley, let's have a little bit of a chat quickly.
Let's do it.
We've obviously done fan forum before. You've had a chat about the teams. You've done all of the analysis already. But for those who may have missed our fan forum, which is held every Thursday before a big game like this, let's have a little chat about this New Zealand team right off the top of your head. What are we thinking?
I mean, it's a strong New Zealand side. They've put up a big New Zealand side as well. You know, I think teams sort of see South Africa coming down the road and they try their best to put up some big boys to match our strength. You know, but there was a great saying my old coach used to say, like, you can see a steam train coming down the tracks, but doesn't mean you're going to stop it. So they've got their defenses. They're going to see what they can do with it.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see the New Zealand backs firing. I think it is an exciting backline there. Moanga, Barrett, Ione, Jordan. You've got Tilo on the wing, and then Barrett in the 15 as well. So I mean, it is a big, strong, skillful New Zealand side. So I think it's going to be pumping.
Yeah, if you had to pick someone out of this New Zealand team that you are not concerned about, because you know we're South Africans, we're never concerned. But if you really had your eye on someone and hope that they, you know, if they had to pick a day to have a bad game, who would it be?
It's a good question. It's a tricky one though, because you know my initial thought goes to the 10, the Moanga, the sort of kingpin, the key pin there that everything revolves around. But you know, that being said, if he's having a shocker, I mean, Barrett can just slot into 10 there, and you've not lost anything. So again, they've also got that depth rather in their backs.
Okay.
I do think if their forwards are struggling to fire though, they will struggle to get that go forward ball. So I think, you know, if I'm going to cheat a little bit and say, you know, the whole pack, if the whole pack could have a bad day, that would be fantastic. Maybe there was something in the meat last night or whatever they ate. I mean, yeah. So we'll have to see.
No, that's you know, we don't operate in such Australian ways. No, but we do hope. Honestly, I think you're absolutely right. To be actually quite honest, I think that if I was to choose someone to have a bad game today, it would probably be the likes of maybe an Ardie Severe, Sam Cane. I think, as you said, if that forward pack crumbles, I think that they're probably in a little bit of trouble, right? I mean, let's be honest. I don't think we've never lost a game where our forwards are dominating. It's kind of our base of operations, and if someone does manage to send us backwards, we've generally struggled in those types of games. And yeah, so I guess my next question goes on to this, and something that Australia really struggled with last week is that we played with a lot of ball last week, and for once, which is very odd for us as South Africans, we used to playing without the ball. We used to taking advantage of a couple of chances in a game and relying on our defense to create those openings for us. Do you think we'll have that same kind of dominance or possession against this New Zealand side?
As much as I'd love to say yes, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think New Zealand are also a team who are very good at keeping the ball. They make very few unforced errors. They're great with ball in hand, even with the style they play, that sort of offloading, free-flowing game. They are, well, maybe less so now, but they were, for me, growing up in the last, I don't know, maybe like 5-10 years ago, they were a team who could dictate exactly what happened in the game, the pace of the game, where they were playing, how they were playing with the ball. So I think that's lost a little bit. I mean, it's not gone entirely. So if this is a very strong, experienced team, and if they get that
With you.
points, yeah. So let's see what we can do against this this New Zealand attack.
Absolutely. No, yeah, and I'm sorry I missed Fan Forum, but I did listen in, and obviously you guys did a fantastic job there. And I think I suppose the right word for it is quiet optimism, right? No one is coming out here and saying that this is going to be a walkover for the Boks by any stretch of the imagination. And similarly, I'm sure that no one on the New Zealand side thinks this is going to be an easy game. I'm sure you guys might have dealt with it, but obviously big news coming out of South African camp is that Eben Etzebeth has obviously decided to play following the loss of his father earlier in the week. Condolences to the Etzebeth family. I believe that Jaden Hendricks also lost his father earlier in the month as well. So, yeah, some motivation to play there, or could it possibly go the other way? Are we going to see? I mean, it's. I guess no one can really relate to that, but when you've got some sort of trauma in your life of any sort, do you think that factors into his performance? Okay. Long story short, I was asking about Eben's loss of his father earlier in the week, and obviously it's a big talking point. A lot of different opinions. Some people think he's going to come out firing. Some people think he's, may not be present in the way that he needs to be. I mean, personally, my opinion is just that he is a consummate professional. And he knows himself better than anyone. And if he feels that he's ready to play, then of course the decision is to back him in that way. But do you think there's another side to that coin? Could this possibly backfire horribly?
I mean, yeah, always. As we said, he's as you said, he's an absolute professional. He's one of our stalwarts. But at the end of the day, he's human. And he's suffered a tragic loss of his father. We obviously send our thoughts and prayers to him and his family. And I think, for him, it might be a way he can honor his dad, to go on the field and just give the best performance he can. There's always the risk it does go the other way, but again, we hope not, and we hope that he's able to find his groove. And I mean, I know, like, I'm sure you remember when you played. Like, for me, when that whistle went, all the external stuff stopped, and so actually he might be savoring that opportunity to just get those thoughts and everything out of his head, and he can just focus on the game and do what he loves. So I think he'll be looking forward to hearing that whistle, and he's going to give us a great performance.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Wes. Right, so Wes, something that we don't often like to talk about, but something that we should talk about is that the Boks have played 103 tests versus the All Blacks. It is a rivalry that is top tier. It's on par with our Classico. It is the Hamilton Verstappen, so to speak. It is honestly one of the greatest rivalries of the past century. But is it really a rivalry? Is the question. We've played 103 tests against him. We've only won 38 of those times, and only 10 of those on New Zealand soil. So that's 61 wins to the All Blacks. Now, in recent year, that record does look slightly more even, but it's still not great, is it?
No, it's not, but it's really interesting, this thing about going back to look at past records, and that'll be a future predictor. I'm not a big fan of that model. I don't like to look at the past and think, oh, well, this is how they performed then, or this is our record then, and this is an indicator of how we're going to do. I think every day is a new day. Every game's a new game. Teams are different. Mindsets are different. So yeah, for me personally, I stay away from that record. I think you can look at team form recently. You can look at how the teams are performing against other teams. You can say, okay, this team looks like they're clicking, like France and Ireland. We can see they're in great form. Or a team like Australia, maybe not so much. But yeah, Reece, I think for me that past record, stay away from it. You know, I'm more keen to see how the guys are doing on the day. I don't know about you. I'm not sure. What do you think about that?
Spoken like a true sportsman. You know, if you obviously can't go into any game with the mindset that you're already on the losing end. And so, unfortunately, stats are a part of the game. You have to talk about them. And you know, I will say though that there is something to home and away stats. It can give you an insight, and I suppose actually in the context of records against the All Blacks, I haven't actually done a deep dive into this, but I'm pretty sure that the Boks must be up there with one of the best records against them, right? So the only one I'm really paying attention to is that home and away stats, because I do think it plays a big factor, and obviously Auckland Park, again, I'm not too sure the exact number, but I think it's been somewhere on like 2 decades since we won in that region. So
yeah, I think no, you're absolutely right. That home and away advantage, like, you know, being acclimatized, having fans, you know, home crowd support, it definitely does make a difference on that end. You know, but interestingly here, I came across a couple of polls, you know, looking at people's thoughts on who's going to win and whatnot, and you know, despite us being in New Zealand, you know, there's one poll here that is saying that the Springboks, you know, 61% of people think the Boks are going to win, and then 39% think the All Blacks. So, you know, when we were talking in the fan forum on Thursday, we were all quite close in our judgment of the game and who was going to win. But I didn't think it would be that big, that margin. You know, I would have thought it would have been much tighter, because I think it's going to be a very, very close affair.
What poll was that, out of interest, there is?
Yeah, it's on Rugby Pass here. People have got their poll here, sort of saying, you know, okay, look, fair enough, there's 120 votes. It's not a massive sample size, but out of 120 people, I mean, maybe, you know, all over the South African, more or less. But they also got some interesting stats here as well. And looking at, there's another stat that the first team to score the first try wins 60% of the time. So again, I know we're sort of looking at historical stuff, but that's quite interesting. And then, as you said about the team advantage here, they've got home team wins 80% of the time. So yeah, it plays a massive factor into it. But you know, if we want to be the best, we got to beat the best, and we got to beat them wherever. So looking forward to the challenge.
Look, the one you can say about the Springboks is they are almost diametrically opposed to what the Proteas are, in that they may not give their best performances outside of tournaments, but man, when they're in tournament mode, it is a different beast, you know. And even as South Africans, we kind of go into World Cups like, okay, I'm pretty sure we can do this, but yeah, you know, so we're showing up today, and then they obviously blow us away with some pretty special performances, barring 2015.
Gosh, yeah, I came across that result again the other day. I completely forgot about it.
Yeah,
but no,
it's a dark time. It's a dark time. But
but
you know,
like we said.
yes.
Oh, go ahead, Reece, sorry.
Sorry, just to end off on if we're talking about stats, you obviously have to go to the other side of that and talk about a bit of rumors and superstition, so to speak. And there's a lot that fly around in World Cup here, but the one that is fascinating is that when the Cheetahs win the Currie Cup, the Boks win the World Cup.
Yes.
And it is a fascinating, to me, it's just unbelievable that kind of happens. I'm more inclined to look at the every second World Cup cycle that we seem to have going on, or is it second or third? Yeah, third. Sorry, every third we seem to win. So obviously we've never defended it. It would be an amazing feat, something that has only been done once before by our incumbent opponents today in the All Blacks. I mean, do you place much stock in that? Do you think that there are cycles to these things?
I mean, no, and I'm not going to bore everyone too much with my reasoning, but like as ice cream sales increase, so do shark attacks. Why does it? Why is that? It's not because ice cream sales are driving shark attacks. It's because more people at the beach in the summer, kind of thing. So I think you got to be careful with correlation and causation. But I hear you. Super sports is filled with superstition and customs and tradition and routines. And so I think whatever the players can latch onto, that gives them that extra edge. Mentally, it'll help them. I think with looking at this team, I think this is a better team. If this team was to go back and play the last World Cup, the South African team, I think we'd win as well. I think it's such a strong team. I think the difference this year is there are other teams also on form or in form, rather. You've got Ireland, we've spoken about, you've got France, New Zealand are getting back into their stride. So it is going to be a cracking World Cup.
Yeah, and I'm glad you touched on that, because I do think that this World Cup is possibly going to be one of the most competitive of all time. There is just honestly just so much to pick from, and the quality of rugby all around the world is just fantastic at the moment. And I will credit a little bit of that to us joining URC. I think it's brought a different dimension to global rugby. And yeah, it's an ever-changing dynamic, and big kudos to World Rugby. I think that the game has been developed to such a point where we can finally start to say that this is looking more like a global game. It's not limited to maybe 5 or 6 nations. It's really starting to branch out, and you start to see the minnows put out some really good names as well. But Wes, let's talk into what we're all here for today. I know I'm wearing a black shirt. I apologize to everyone viewing this today. I promise it's not an all black shirt. It is a Forever Sports shirt. The Springbok jersey will come out a bit later. But let's talk about the South African side, right? Front row. That's an absolute beast in Kitshoff, Umbanambi, and Malherbe. I'm not a front row myself, although I may look at these days. But tell me, what's the opinion of that front row in particular and this pack in general?
It's, I just feel sorry for the All Blacks. I mean, it is arguably probably the strongest front row and maybe pack type 5, in world rugby at the moment. I mean, not only the size and strength, but the experience in those five men going out there on the field today is huge. And then it doesn't let up. I know sort of, Rassie's brought about this bomb squad sort of phenomenon that like a lot of teams are looking at doing and trying. No one has been able to quite match it like we have. But it just does not let up when you've got Malcolm Marx, Thomas du Toit, and Vincent Koch all ready to come off the bench, absolutely frothing. You do not have a dip there in performance or skill or size or strength. So I'm really looking forward to that. But another front row I'm excited to see come onto the field, and I'm curious about your thoughts, Reese, is Tamati Williams from the All Blacks. I'm not sure if you've been able to sort of read up much about him or see him play anything, but there's been a lot of hype around him.
Yeah, I know there's plenty of hype going on there, and thanks for throwing that back to me, Wes. But Tamati Williams is going to be an interesting one, and personally, I actually won't probably be looking too much into him unless he's winning scrum penalty after scrum penalty. Mostly just because I think that it's an unfair comparison to have him come off against any of these front rows, bench or starting on the South African side. So look, it's going to have to be a hell of a performance for him to really catch my eye. But obviously I wish him well, and as the All Blacks do, they churn out star after. So do you think a guy like Tamati Williams, who was obviously very good in Super Rugby and so on, will translate a performance like that against a South African team who he's never faced any of these boys before?
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. I think there will be that sort of learning curve. You know, when these guys get to that top level, they know how to adjust quite quickly. So it's a big ask to come on against the Boks beast. So no, I think it's going to be interesting to see. You know, when the southern hemispheres once again collide, and they've kind of not sort of had a chance to sort of meet each other for a while.
I hesitate to say it because, you know, obviously there's a bit of bias here, but I do feel that Australia, on top of having a new coach, new personnel coming around and all that kind of thing, that they were undercooked simply just as a result of the shock factor. I mean, they know what to expect when they see the Boks. They know they're going to get clobbered at and hammered. And as much as everyone says that, oh, it was fantastic to see free running rugby, we have a core base of what we do. And nothing changed from that game. We may have added some variation, but it's forward dominance. It's contesting your rucks. It's making sure that when we hit guys, they don't move. You know, it seems to be a point of honor for the Springbok side that they make their tackles, and so yeah, I think that there's a shock factor when you play the Boks. You know, it's like, oh my goodness, even if you know it's coming, you get that first hit. And Glenn Vermeulen standing over you with a smile, it's got to suck, right? So that's where my worry comes, that they may be slightly undercooked versus a South African side. And I even go so far as to say when they face like the islands and so on, and the Frances these days, and that those games are much tighter than they used to be. In fact, Ireland even dominated New Zealand at a point. All right, so. To go on, I think that if I may offer an opinion on the second row as well, Etzebeth and Diaka, they speak for themselves. I mean, it's so interchangeable at this point. You actually don't know who to start with. I think Etzebeth is probably the only lock who you can say with confidence, will start in and out every single game, right? We had a bit of a problem with lineouts last week, obviously. Completely different second row here. Bongi's throwing was perhaps not so great, but we've got the added addition of Mostert, Smith, who also jumps, Visa, who also gets involved in lineouts. We shouldn't be losing lineouts today, right?
No, absolutely not. I mean, from an options point of view, no, but it all comes down to Bongi, as we said. Like, his throwing wasn't necessarily on sort of par last week. But we know that guys takes good pride in it, and we know probably this week he would have been absolutely drilling his line out. So, he should be throwing nice and straight. And then with all the options, as you mentioned, Mostert, Smith, Disa, Lewitt, Eben, I mean, yeah, you can just hit anyone. So no, we shouldn't be, and really should be using that to get nice, good, go forward front foot ball, and just launching our backs at the All Blacks off that.
Absolutely. And we're heading towards the end of our pre-game show, but obviously let's have a little bit of a chat about this backline now. Faf de Klerk, the incumbent scrum half here, he's also got people just nipping at his heels a little bit for a starting berth, but I think come World Cup time, he's earned his spot, he's earned the right to be there. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I think to be honest, the pressure that Faf might be feeling is probably a good one. I think there was a period where he was so good. I mean, he is so good, but he was really good. And I think he felt like no one could really touch him in that position. And then he started to do just some stupid things. So hopefully that sort of pressure will make him just not second guess himself, because you don't want to be doing that in the game, but just think about the decisions he's making, so he can't just be as reckless as he was in that period where he kind of wasn't at his form. So no, I think he's definitely the 9, and he deserves to be there, and he definitely is the one I'd back at the World Cup. But I do think this pressure is only going to make him a smarter player, probably.
Yeah, agreed. Something that I'm quite curious to see as we head towards this game is last week we saw obviously Kobus Reinach and Mani Libok and completely different back three except for Leroux. Is that I don't recall many box kicks, which has been a staple of South African gameplay for the last, I think, almost 4 years, going right back to the last World Cup, right? And it's sometimes it gets very much on people's nerves that we seem to have this game plan where Faf's kicking, and it's obviously perhaps was put in place to take some pressure off of Pollard and Leroux and so on, but we got some really good meters off 10 and off Leroux kicking and so on, and even Esterhuizen as well. And Do you think that they're going to revert back to that now that Faf's back? Do you think it's a plan that's put in place specifically for this back three, Mapimpi, Colby, and LaRue? And so when those guys are playing, that's the plan that's put in place?
George, I hope we just see like adaptive rugby. I think, you know, potentially the reason we didn't kick so much last weekend was because we found that we could run with the ball and actually get up the field and make some meterage. Now, I hope we try that with the All Blacks today. I hope we give it to Dilender, we give it to Arm, we give it to Colby, we see what we can do a couple phases. And if we're not necessarily getting over the advantage line, then yeah, give it to Faf, let him put it up high, let's compete in there, let's send Mapimpi down the wing. I don't want to see the first ruck of the game us just kicking it straight away. That wouldn't be great. But no, hopefully we just play smart, adaptive rugby.
I think as well that we, you know, so the big thing for me was that we trusted our 10, we trusted our LaRue and so on to make those meters off their boot. Because obviously when you're box kicking, you don't make much, and you give them an opportunity while it is contestable to run onto a ball really hard. And if you're not competing well, it opens up a lot of avenues for opposition to get through you. Now, in recent years, we've done really well in contesting those box kicks, but yeah, I worry when you've got a Caleb Clark, and as much as we love Colby, and he's so good at contesting a high ball, Caleb is a big boy, you know, and if those two go up against each other, I can tell you now that I'm backing Caleb all day, every day, you know. But then again, Colby's done it against Liam Williams, one of the best players in the world under a high ball back on the British and Irish Lions tour. So we'll see how that goes. And as we wrap up, we've obviously got the Willemse, Dialendi, trio. Now, I think it's not, other than obviously Willemse, it's a tried and tested combination at 12 and 13, so we won't go too much into that. But Willemse, are you worried about him at 10 today?
No, I think you've got to have faith. You know, they wouldn't have put him there. The coaches wouldn't have put him there if they didn't have faith in him. I think, you know, he'll understand the gravity of today's match. He'll understand what's required of him. I think he's going to come out and he's going to deliver. I think, you know, again, we've got the options if he's not looking too solid. But I think on the fan forum, we also said, you know, I'd rather give him this experience now against an All Blacks, a potential finals game in the World Cup this year, you know, and just let him get used to that. Let him feel that 10 on his back. Let him feel what it feels like to be against the All Blacks at 10. And let's get him some good experience against it. You know, hopefully he has a good game, but if he doesn't, he goes back and he learns from it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mapimpi, Colby, again, try test a combination. We aren't going to cover that too much. We look forward to seeing the boys back on the park. I do think Mapimpi has perhaps something to prove, and I hope that doesn't impact him negatively. But again, being the professional that he is, I'm sure that it'll only spur him on to bigger things. But Wes, you guys had a main topic, so to speak, for Fan Forum, and that was all the Springboks favorites going into this game. What was the ultimate conclusion of that?
I think, you know, as you said, we really try to remove our bias. But three of us, no, that's not true. There were four of us. So two of us said we would win by close margin. One said the All Blacks were going to win.
I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know if you think we're going to win or not. Are we favorites going into this game?
I don't think you can say that you're ever the favourites when you go to New Zealand and play New Zealand there. So from that standpoint, from the history and the record, as you said, those home stats, I don't think you can call yourself the favourite. Do we have a really good chance at knocking them off? Yeah, I'd back us. But favourites, I'm not confident to say that.
You know, I would venture to say this might be one of the games in history that it's actually evened out, and I don't think either team is going into this as a favourite, which is fantastic. I do think that a Bok win means more than a New Zealand win in the context of things. I think going into this year, I think that means much more to us than a loss would affect them, so to speak. So I think we've got a lot on the cards here. I think that we get past this, we start to really kind of settle into this World Cup year, saying the game plan works, and you know, we shouldn't be concerned. We can replicate performances like that over and over again. It's going to mean a lot to us, and that's all credit to New Zealand, because that is the way we think about these games. They are our grading games, so to speak. They are the old enemy, and honestly, there's no one in world rugby I'd rather play. So yeah, it's a great rivalry. There's a lot of respect between these guys, and I'm just so excited. And so as we wrap up our show, I would just like to say to everyone that's watching, please tune into our stream. It's going to be fantastic. Stevie P is always a jewel. He might even have a beer at 9 o'clock in the morning. Who knows? It's just it's just what he does, and he has fantastic commentary going on. And as we close in, I see here we got 30,998 subscribers. Be number 31,000. That would be amazing. And enjoy the commentary. Turn down the TV. If you want to have a listen to Steve, if you don't have access to the game as well, it's a fantastic way to listen in. And if you just want to join in, be part of the community, the chat goes crazy. And we'll be in the chat as well. We'll be listening and enjoying it. And if you do have load shedding, unfortunately, as in South Africa, we apologize, but we're here for you to keep you up to date with the game. Thank you very much, Wes. Thank you for your time. I'll see you again at halftime and as well as after the game. And yeah, really looking forward to it.
Thank you, Reese. Yeah, can't wait. See you there.
Cheers, guys.
Right. Thank you very much to the lads who have been in Reese's words chatting shit for the last half an hour. It's been a lot of fun and really cool to add the pre-match show to our coverage, which is really cool. So big thanks to the chaps. And people, I am actually gonna have a bit of an intervention here. I refuse to continue while staring at a screen that says 30,998 subscribers whilst there are over 1,000 people watching. People, it's not hard. There has to be 2 of you that has not subscribed to the channel. There has to be 2 of you that has not done it. There can be 2 of you that can take us to another milestone. Yeah. So I might have to go on protest. I might have to go on strike. We are South African, so if there's something that I do know how to do very well, it is strike. Because surely 2 people can just quickly go and subscribe to the channel and we can get past that benchmark. How are we all feeling, people? It is a very miserable morning here in Johannesburg. But it is always going to be brightened by the prospect of Springbok Rugby, which starts in about half an hour. As you can see, we've got a bit of a countdown there in terms of exactly when it starts. And so we've got literally less than 30 minutes until kickoff. It's going to be an absolute cracker of a match. It's been a long time since I've been so excited for a match, because you really feel that these days the Boks don't go in as underdogs completely. I think traditionally, obviously, New Zealand have got such a good record, and playing in New Zealand is always such a tough task. I grew up watching where we didn't often use sort of feature against New Zealand, but that's very much no longer the case. We now walk in going, why not? The good news, by the way, is that we have got over 31,000 subscribers. In fact, it was just an issue with this particular page. So crisis averted. We have gotten over the mark, as we are about to see now. So well done, people. Let's keep that ticking over. Maybe we can even get to 32,000 subscribers today. That'll be quite cool. So big shout out to all the new people who are new to the channel. We've got a poll running, who are busy asking how many, who do you think is going to win today? Springboks are currently leading the poll with 1,500 votes. So if you think that the New Zealand are going to win, then go and vote. If you think South Africa's going to win, go and vote. And if you think it's going to be a boring draw, go and vote. When in doubt, go and vote, Now, the big question that everybody's is asking me is, how can I watch the game? How do I watch all the action? How do I make sure I don't miss a second of this incredible matchup? The answer is very, very simple. Check out the description. We have got a complete guide on how to watch the game. And what you can do is you can go and get yourself, if you're in Australia, you can do this method without any issue. However, if you're not in Australia, you can get yourself a VPN. We recommend using Bitdefender, who are one of our channel partners. They've got a really good VPN which works, or else you can get yourself ExpressVPN, link in the description. Go and get yourself a Stan Sport free trial, and you'll be able to watch all the action live at an HD. And all that we then ask is, once you've got your stream working and you got your method of watching, come and join us. With the watch along. That's the whole point, is that you want to watch it with you guys, want to chat with you guys, and really get stuck into the the game together. That is the plan. So yeah, as I said, we've got about 25 minutes to go. We're gonna have a look at the teams very shortly. We've got some profiles so you can kind of see exactly how big everybody is, how many games they've all played, kind of get a bit of idea of the whole sort of scope of the teams. We'll also be showing you a video on how to watch the game. We'll do that just before. We'll be going through the lineups a little bit. Wiz and Reza did sort of delve into some of the matchups and stuff like that. So if you did miss it earlier, they'll be back at halftime to give you a bit of a halftime analysis. But until then, you are stuck with me. How lucky are you? Imagine waking up on a Saturday morning and being lucky enough to be, watching Steve. I mean, I don't think they are much better Saturdays, to be honest. I think, this is the stuff that dreams are made of. And we're hopefully going to have another fantastic stream. Last week, we actually broke records. We had the biggest watch-along stream ever on YouTube. Ever. Not for Forever Sports, for any channel ever. We had the biggest stream last week. And you guys could be part of maybe trying to push that limit today. So please do smash a like on the video, by the way. Only 100 likes, 1,300 people watching. It's a pretty bad percentage. So if you haven't already, please do like the video. As I said, go and vote in the poll. Get involved, don't just be a passive viewer, be an active viewer. Come and join the community. Come get involved with the chat. Because it gets a lot of fun as soon as we start, as soon as the action really starts coming in. And yeah, I cannot wait for things to actually get going. So yeah, you've also got a bit of time now to go and sort out your beverages of choice. Yeah, I cannot promise that a beer will be drunk on the stream just yet. It is very early and very miserable in Johannesburg. So I know the reason was promising you guys, well, making promises on my behalf. We're not sure about it. We'll have to wait and see how the game's going. If things are going well, then maybe we'll cheers the box. If things are going really badly, then maybe we'll have to start drinking for our commiserations. But yes, for now, we are just sort of settling in, just making sure that we are ready to go for the match. And at the end of the day, this is the match that decides the Rugby Championship, isn't it? It's kind of always been the case like that, hasn't it? It's always been the match that you kind of, whoever wins this match often goes on to win the Rugby Championship. So it's very important, and that's why I think it's in many ways I suppose a mini sort of prep for the World Cup in terms of a playoff match. I mean, you can almost view this as the Rugby Championship final, I suppose, which maybe sounds harsh on Australia and Argentina, but let's be honest, the way that the gulf in quality between these two teams and those two teams does seem to be quite large at the moment. So unless Argentina and Australia start putting together things pretty quickly, then I do think that there is quite a big gap in the quality at the moment. But the question is, I suppose, who is taking to the field? Who can we be excited to look out for? And the answer is there are a lot of players. So we can look at the home side first. For me, take a look at sort of some of the pack weights, for example. But in case you have missed it, then this is the All Black side that will be running out in about 20 minutes' time. There is a David on the bench, a pretty large one at that. So in case you did miss it, here is the All Blacks team for today. Right, so there we have it. Those are your two teams for today. Two stacked. I'm going to say it again. Stacked lineups. It is going to be a match to remember because I look at these teams and I think, those are some good sides. And that's what's so exciting about this rivalry, isn't it? Is the fact that at the moment, I think New Zealand are a bit of a transition period, but I think on paper, I think they've still got some phenomenal players. South Africa are currently in a bit of a golden age, aren't they, with the amount of quality they've got across the squad. So what's going to be interesting is, can they really sort of can they really put that to use? Can they start to capitalize on what, as I said, what is really a golden generation of players? I mean, you look at the South African depth. People are talking about, where's Andre Estes and where's Marco Verstappen based on last week, Kurtley Orense, Kanan Moody. Those are players that aren't even in the 23 today. So I do think that I don't think we've ever had sort of the kind of depth that we kind of have at the moment. The question is, though, what are we going to do with it? Because it's not enough to be like, in the past where we've had good teams, we've had good players, for example, but we haven't really dominated the scene. And that's what we want to start trying to do, isn't it? And that's the whole point. That's how you become, that's how you become an all-time great team, is that you've got to dominate. You've got to really sort of have lots of different big sort of tick boxes. And obviously they've ticked the two biggest ones, British and Irish Lions Series and the World Cup. But you want to dominate in between these years, So a rugby championship win, for example, which you'd have to go and beat the All Blacks tonight to do that. That would be a big step in the right direction of trying to become an all-time great team. Going back-to-back in the World Cup, that would then sort of solidify your status as one of the best teams ever. Because if they were to go and win the Rugby Championship, the World Cup, they would be the only team ever to go back-to-back World Cups and a Lions Series. Never been done before. So let's see what we can do. If you're looking to watch the game, I'm going to show you in a little bit. You can. It is being shown on Steyn Sport. They do have a free trial there as well. So it's a really good option for you guys to use to watch the game. In terms of if you want to know exactly how to use it and how you can use Bitdefender, who are one of our partners, to do it, then this is how. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks take on the Wallabies this weekend. And a couple of different methods we're going to talk about today. Both are free to use if you are in Australia, for example. They are Steyn Sport and 9Now. If you're outside Australia, you'll still be able to watch with the use of a VPN. If you're in South Africa, SuperSport is the official broadcaster. If you're in New Zealand, it's Sky. Argentina, I think it's ESPN. And Sky across a lot of Europe as well. Now, before I show you exactly how to watch the two different methods to watch this game, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, the first method I'm going to show you is watching it on a 9Now, which is the Australia free-to-air broadcaster. They show all the Wallabies matches for free. Now, for this one, I'm going to show you how to use it with ExpressVPN. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN, link in the description. You're going to install it. You're going to open up ExpressVPN, as you can see there. Those three dots on the right there, that brings up a whole bunch of locations. You're going to click on Australia, and you're going to click on Connected. Now, because we have done that, I'm currently busy watching the Ashes, actually, on 9Now, which is, as mentioned, a free-to-air broadcaster and is available to anyone in Australia. So this is what a VPN does. It makes it seem as if your device is located within Australia, and as a result, you can access all the sort of 9Now things. If you try and access without having this on, then it is not going to work. So it's just busy loading up here. As you can see, we're going around in circles a little bit as we sort of wait to load the screen. But there it is. That's the Ashes at the moment. So that is, I'm currently watching on 9Now, which is the broadcast there. So it'll take a few minutes for the VPN to sort of kick in and stuff like that. But as you can see, it works. Now, the other method is to watch it on Stan Sport, which I find actually a little bit more reliable. Now, for this method, I'm going to show you how to use with Bitdefender. Now, Bitdefender are one of our channel partners. You can get world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN using Bitdefender. So that is what the Bitdefender looks like once you go install it. Once again, link in the description. You're going to turn on the VPN over there. As I said, same sort of thing. We're going to go and search your location, and we are currently connected there. And then we are going to go to Stan Sport, where you can get yourself a free trial. It is a 7-day free trial, so you can watch both this weekend's action as well as next weekend's action, both the Wallabies and the South Africa game, as well as next weekend you'll be able to watch the New Zealand versus South Africa game as well. And there we go. I'm busy watching Wimbledon using Bitdefender. I find this method actually a lot more reliable. All the links you need are in the description. Let me know if you have any questions. Apart from that, we'll see you this weekend for another cracking couple of days of rugby. Right, so there we go. If you have any more questions, let me know. But that is how you can watch all the action. The anthems are underway. We are minutes away from kickoff here. And yeah, you can see the good news is that the Springboks have been that grey hoodie thing that we wore last week in the during the anthems. We've now gone with the Nike Springbok hoodie, which looks. Well, I said on Twitter the other day, and some people saying, "Oh, all you guys ever do is complain. You guys just find something to complain for." I was like, "Well, we've got a wild, cool hoodie. Let's wear it when we sing the national anthem, not some random, grey Nike lifestyle thing." So we are in the, and I mean that looks crisp, boys. Kickoff is in 5 minutes, people. 5 minutes, and the question is, are you guys ready? I don't get the feeling we're ready. So what I want to start doing is we've got 5 minutes to go. 2 things, people. 2 things. I want to know where you're watching from, and I want a score prediction. And go. Where you're watching from, score prediction. I want to see if we can tick off all the various continents, like we always seem to do. And I want to see what the score predictions are, what the general feeling is, who everyone is backing to get the job done. Get that into the chat right now, and let's see what everybody has to say. Also, big shout out to all the new Frere Sport members that have joined the members club. The likes of Lawrence Duplessis, Robert Cowley, Michael Berrettini, Michaela, Anandi, Theo, Arberta, Andre, Natasha, Leon, Leslie, Cindy, David Andrews, Johnny, Brian, amongst a lot of people who have just joined the Frere Sports Members Club. Big shout out to you guys. Welcome to the Members Club. Now we've got God Defend New Zealand going. Right, over 4,000 people watching, still less than 200 likes. So please do continue to like the video and continue to subscribe to the channel. You can see the subscribers mark is flying up, which is what we like to see, isn't it? So please do continue subscribing to the channel. Let's see if we can get up to 32,000 maybe before even the first half. If you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. It's got a whole guide on how you can watch all the action. Let's go through some of the score predictions, okay? Right, so first I'm seeing Canada, I'm seeing London, I'm seeing Adelaide. That's three continents already. We're not even Africa yet. I'm seeing Kempton Park. I'm seeing Mzanzantoti, Eswatini. There we go. So we're international, we're global, we're continental. Right, so Clayton's going 23-17 to the box. Jordan, who is a Frere Sports member, part of the members club, is going. He's from Adelaide, going 32-25 to the box. And Brian's going New Zealand by 8. Daniel Kruger's going Boca 28, New Zealand 19. Now watching from Cape Town. St. John's from Kempton Park, going with a narrow victory with the All Blacks. Leclerc's going South Africa by 8. Vic from the Northwest saying South Africa will score. It will be 30 points to 25. Eureka 28-22 is what Angela's going with. I'm seeing Port Elizabeth, which is now Gqeberha. I'm seeing somebody from Scotland back in the box. More London, Eswatini there. A couple of guys from going. So 32-21 to New Zealand. I'm seeing Toronto. I'm seeing lots of South Africa. I'm seeing the UK. Listening from Belleville. Well, there we go. The anthems are underway, which means that the next thing we have, formalities-wise, is the haka. And then we get to get going. Then we get ready. Then, as Aaron Smith prepares to conduct the haka, then we really get to get stuck in here. Are we ready? This is the question. Are we ready? You know, we moved to the tracker now because, you know, it's time. So, this is when you know it's real. Oh, there's the former Lions boys. Here we go, the hookup. And then kick off. So, yeah, still a bit of time to put the score predictions in. Let me know what you're backing. Aaron Smith conducting it as you'd expect. Sam Kane right in the front there. Roddy Retallick back into the side. There are some proper players in this All Blacks side. Proper players in the Springboks side. For me, what's going to be interesting is how they play. You know, are the Boks going to look to keep ball in hand? Are we going to go back to quite I wouldn't say restrictive, but quite a sort of set tactical sort of battle? You know, what are we going to see? Eben Etzebeth with a very steely, cold look. As we sort of said during the week, big condolences to him and his family. Did lose his father early this week. Has decided to play in his honor. And I think what we can probably expect is a pretty good performance from him. He's one of those players that just always does seem to rock up. And, you know, he's got such a high sort of threshold where even when he's playing badly, he's next level. There's Tamati Williams, the big front row. He'll get his debut off the bench a bit later. But now all the formalities are done. It is time to watch some rugby, people. It is time to see all the action. Arches Neyman back in New Zealand, back in a Bok jersey, coming off the bench later. The Bomb Squad boys is back and girls. And are we ready for what is going to be a scintillating game of rugby? As one of our presenters would say, simply sensational. Come on, let's go. I just want to see. Imagine a Springbok victory as early as 9 o'clock in the morning would be it'll be about 11 by the time it finishes. It'll be absolutely brilliant. Mathieu Reynolds, the referee, who's been assisted by Angus Gardner and Pierre Bassett. Ben Whitehouse from Wales is the TMO for today. So Mathieu Reynolds will be the man that we hopefully will not be speaking about at all. Last few words from Eben Etzebeth. There was an absolutely cracking haka. Now we get ready to party. Springboks have won just 10 of their 45 matches in New Zealand, but have not lost in New Zealand since 2017. So in Auckland, however, we've got a dreadful history, but we're not playing Eden Park, so it is a bit of I wouldn't say it's neutral ground, but it's not the main sort of field where we often play here. So we've got kickoff just about to happen here. It looks like South Africa have got kickoff. Yep, and we've got kickoff. They're underway down the right-hand side. And it's a first touch for Mark Talia. And a first tackle for Lourdes Diaga. Big counter-ruck coming already. And now Shannon Brazil with his first off. What will be mini carries, I'm sure. And now Bowden Barrett goes to the boot. Will not find touch. First touch of the ball for, I think it was David Williamson. Jasper Visa, the human wrecking ball. Strong first carry from him. Faf de Klerk now going to Frans Malherbe. And a knock-on is the call. So we're going to have an early set piece here. That's interesting. We missed the knock-on on the broadcast there, so we have to wait and see. Check the replay to see where it was. I assume it must have been Jasper Visa on the floor. But this is the big thing we wanted to check out, isn't it? The set piece. And it's, for me, the Springbok front row, especially this particular, both Springbok front rows are the strongest in the world. We're about to find out. I think Ethan de Groot's a fantastic scrummager, so I think him versus Frans Malherbe, that should be a really interesting scrum battle. And we're about to see that now. Steven Kitshoff versus Cyril Lomax. Bongi Manambi, Cody Taylor. There is literally 1 kg between them. New Zealand is 1 kg heavier. Those are two big packs. Two packs well over 900 kgs. Let's see what they can do. New Zealand with an early scrum here. The right-hand side of the park, Aaron Smith will feed. Pretty solid. Not too much give either way. Now Aaron Smith goes to Richie Mwanga. Mwanga goes to Geordie Barrett. Goes to that left boot of his. Billy is backtracking. Billy is going to look for touch here. It's a fantastic touch by now. He gets touched by Richie Moonga. Will take quickly. Factor Quick is tearing up here. He wants to have a go at Will Jordan. He's going to go on a bit of a run here with Will Jordan. Gets away from the Kanya arm. It comes off for Aaron Smith, but backwards to the core. Brody Metallic now carrying it up. Jason Colby eventually bringing him down. Shannon Frizzell with the heartbreak. Oh, that's dreadful tackling. He's eventually brought down by Franco Master. Goodness me. Early break here. Rush defense. They've got numbers there. Bongi Manambi slips the tackle. Rico Wani eventually completed by David Lindy. Far too many missed tackles in that phase of play. Now Ethan de Groot. Franco Master and Luke Yal completing that tackle. Uncharacteristically sloppy defense so far from the Springboks. Ball available there for Aaron Smith. Goes to Richie Moonga. Goes to Scott Barrett. But it's intercepted there by Kwaka Smith. Turnover ball. Here we go. Pap de Klerk, ball over the top there. Just a bit of space there. And the balance. And Rakazuma Pimpy is chasing really hard. So Bowden Bat's going to be under a bit of pressure here. Pimpy does get away to Mark Talia. He wants to go on a run. Oh, he's hammered in the tackle by Eben Etzebeth, who says, hello, I'm back, boys. Now Scott Barrett. Good defense there by Jasper Visa. Jason Colby trying to get over the ball as well. Ball is available for Aaron Smith. All Blacks all the way back just outside the 22. Now Shannon Frizzell. Tell you what a start this has been. Now they go back to Richie Moonga. Richie Moonga puts it up in the air. This will be a test. A couple of players circling. Who wants it? It's Will Jordan who pops it up to Rico Awani. He steps inside Damon Linder, brought down by Faf de Klerk. He's even doing well to retain that possession. Now Brody Retallick. His legs are taken off. Stephen Kittle trying to get over that ball, but it is available for Aaron Smith. Now Moonga. Quite a few options there. Good tackle there from Bongi Manambi. Richie Moonga shows and goes from Lakanya. Sees a bit of half back trying to free his arms there. Quacker Smith trying to get over that ball. Oh, bit of an overlap here for the All Blacks. Sam Kane goes to Mark Talia. Faf de Klerk makes the tackle. Pops it back to Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith going to Cody Taylor. Scramble defense now for the box. Now penalty advantage. The first penalty of the day going the way of New Zealand so far. High tempo start. Sam Kane. I'll tell you what, this has been a high-octane start. It'll be interesting to see which team's going to be able to last. Now a bit of overlap there. The Kanya, I'm trying to sort of wrap it around the tackle, make sure there's no offload. Now Aaron Smith going to Ethan de Groot. Lots of numbers out there. Makazuma Pimbi's come out wide. Ball over the top. Billy LaRue makes a very good tackle on Will Jordan. Will Jordan, however, steps back and sends aside. Will Jordan! That is so sloppy. Aaron Smith under the poles. It was coming, wasn't it? It was absolutely coming. So many missed tackles there. So many. Much of an overlap there. Half tackle coming from Billy LaRue. Didn't hang on. And everybody else was switched off for a moment. And that, I mean, I tell you what, that is a hell of a 4-minute start. It's a good tackle here from Billy LaRue. But there, just switching off. Damien Daly shifting far too much to the left-hand side. Not enough backtracking here. Yeah, and I mean, I haven't seen us start that poorly in a long time. It's a good tackle, everybody. You can't hang on to Will Jordan. He picks up and goes once again, and there's too many players that are shifted towards the left-hand side. And then the support play from Aaron Smith is really good. Right, so 7-0. We do characteristically start pretty badly, but yeah, I mean, I haven't seen us tackle that poorly in a while. So that's not a good start at all. Right, chaps, time to pick up the socks there. Because that just looked just kind of looked like we didn't know what was going on, really. Right, well, jeepers me. At the end of the day, that is the warning, isn't it? And I mean, look, we know New Zealand can do that. The question is all about the defensive structure. Right, big chase here. Eben Etzebeth leading the charge there. It's Mark Talia once again under that. And Aaron Smith buying that penalty, throwing straight to Frans Moherby, was trying to retreat back onto an onside position. So easy exit there for the All Blacks. A bit sloppy here from the box. Need to try and sort of tighten up a bit quickly. Brodenberg kicking for touch there. I think it was, or could have been Geordie, in fact. Right, Curry Taylor has done a pretty good line of throw. It's actually the first line of the game, by the way. And we're almost 7 minutes in. We go to Badori Utalik at the front of the line out. Looking for the rolling more. It has gone down, though. So a good sack there from the box. But now a penalty. What's the penalty now called for? So it was a penalty, Stephen Kitts. Apparently the sack wasn't fine. I mean, it didn't seem to be a penalty advantage or anything. So that's 3 penalties in a short space of time there. A wry smile from Stephen Kitts. I don't think he agrees with that. Right, so the All Blacks now just outside the 22. Good momentum then for them. Sam Kane to Aaron Smith. Not the best tackle. Parker Smith trying to get his hands over that ball. Pick up and go, yeah, from Shannon Brazil. Stephen Kitsov again wants to try and get his hand on the ball, but pick up and go straight through the middle, but well read. Pick up and go from Sam Kane. He's left the ball behind though. Turnover ball there, Eben Etzebeth. No, come on, Matthew Reynolds. What's going on here? Surely this is a... Oh no, it's a penalty apparently for offside. Against who? Number 1 apparently is against Stephen Kitsov. A bit confused the way who's been penalised for offside there. I'm pretty sure he said 1, which is Stephen Kitsov, but he didn't look like he was in offside position. Anyway, that's an easy 3 points. So we're going to be 10-0 after the first 10 minutes. Not a good start at all. Discipline, yeah, chaps, discipline. Just need to sort of settle into the game a little bit, chap. A long 80 minutes ahead. No need to get overexcited. You will have your opportunities. The biggest thing I think is not to panic. And that's where I suppose the experience in this team is going to be a good thing. Because, yeah, we need to not panic here. That's 10-0 after 10 minutes. Not a good start. But don't panic here, lads. You will get opportunities. You will get opportunities to score. 1 try and it's a 3-point game. Now, this time, a bit of a change in the restart. Right against touchline to Geordie Barrett. Jason Colby's chasing. Geordie Barrett runs inside. Good carry from him. Shannon Frizzell there. Brought down by Lurt Diaga. Now, Burden Barrett lifts it high in the air. A lot of chases there. Villeneuve underneath it. So it's David Willemse. It comes up his foot, I think. No, it is a knock-on advantage. So last forward will be another scrum, yeah. See, far too many mistakes. Far too many mistakes. See, he's got to start getting back to basics there. Damien Willemse. Yeah, I see. He just doesn't quite get the timing right at all. And he's just too far away from the ball when it eventually comes down. See, a bit of a break in play here. Evans talking to the players. It's probably a good thing, actually. Just need to calm down a little bit. So I think at the moment it'll be a case of South Africa trying to sort of slow the game down. New Zealand will want anything but that. All right, big scrum here, lads. Pretty even so far. Both teams trying to work hard there. Ooh, penalty to the All Blacks. Knee on the ground is the call. Frans looks very bemused. He looked like he had a bit of the better of the eighth in the group there, actually. I did say that was going to be the one that that defines this Ethan Group versus Frans Mahib. Right, so knee on the ground here is the call. No. No, that knee never went to ground. I think if that's against Frans Mahib, I think that's the wrong decision. I don't think his knee ever hits the ground. I think that's what Frans Mahib is saying. Anyway, Geordie Barrett, big hit on him from Damian Willemse. Now Aaron Smith, kick over the top there, into the 22. Lots of chasing here. Has been knocked forward from Will Jordan. There is grounding, but there has to be. There is a knock on from Will Jordan, so it will be a scrum. As Villiers is clearly indicating there. Marcus on the pimpy, but nowhere under that high ball. Interesting, actually. I reckon they'll keep putting this out high in the air. We're gonna have a check over here. There is, in theory, a New Zealand player has grounded the ball over, but I think it's kind of I'm 90% sure that there was a knock on in the build-up. Yeah, so Will Jordan comes off, and then Rico Wani picks it up and goes over. So there should be a 5-minute. There should be a 5-meter scrum here for the box. Yeah, so this will be forward off Will Jordan. Yeah, it is a scrum for the box. So the first our first scrum of the day. It looks a pretty good hit there. Very, very solid scrum here. Uses the call from Captain Clerk, does himself. Goes for Villaroo up against the touchline. It's a very, very, very good touch finder. We'll take a quickly note. That's an absolutely brilliant exit. Villaroo, I don't know what he's done in the off-season, but his kicking for touch has been absolutely brilliant. He's put them all the way back on the halfway line. That's the Villaroo we know and love. Big tackle there, and Severe being driven back. David Delaney trying to sort of drive through as well. Now Richie Mwanga putting it up in the air. I think they're going to use the tactical a lot. So who wants this? Mark Tillier throws it back, and Aaron Smith throws it back towards Geordie Barrett. So Bowden Barrett sees the cross kick. It's perfect for Will Jordan. Good tackle from the Pimpy. Geordie Barrett looping around, throws the ball back inside to Bowden Barrett. He goes across to Sam Kane, pops it up to Cody Taylor. Good offloads here. Ball comes loose there. Surely that was forward. Surely that was forward. Apparently not. Talea now once again. Now chip over the top. Bounce the ball, goes back to Jordan Barrett. He's hit hard in the tackle by David Willemse. Gets the offload away to Sam Kane. Chesson Colby comes through, as does Quacker Smith. Tell you what, the bounce of the ball is also favouring the All Blacks. Sometimes when it's today sometimes. Will Jordan now straight to the middle. Long pass out wide. To Shannon Fazell up against the touchline. Shannon Fazell, that is shambolic. Dreadful. Heartless, in fact. That's 3 players he's just run over. And from the worst person in the world. I mean, if you're going to let anybody score, how about we let anybody score but the oath that beats women? You shouldn't even be playing bloody rugby and we're going to let him score. Very far too upright in the tackle. Chesson Colby coming across as well. Will Jordan is causing absolute chaos here. Well, what a bad start. Can't hold onto the ball, can't get into the game. Missing, I mean, I'd love to go see how many tackles we've missed so far. See, 12% possession. That's the first problem we've got, is that fact we can't actually blooming touch the ball at the moment. And we've completed 67% of our tackles. We've already missed 18 tackles. 18 tackles missed so far. Very good kick from Richie Mwanga. 17-0 after 17 minutes. I mean, I berated Argentina for switching off and letting New Zealand score so many early. Well, we've got the same issue here, don't we? And as I said, did anybody score but Shannon Frizzell? Right, Mark Talea once again under the restart there. The try scorer, now Bowen Barrett, looking to run under 22 of the All Blacks. Good tackle there from Damien Willemse. It's about making the tackle on his opposite number. Aaron Smith going to go to the box kick. Looking for touch, does find it. Do take it quickly though. And that's god awful. That is absolute. In fact, that's a joke. An absolute joke. Chasing the game. Absolutely no tendency whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, that coaching staff says it all. Look at that look there. To take it quickly, throw it in front of Vaspaviso, then knocks it on. That is amateur hour. Absolute amateur hour. No, I don't think David Williamson is doing the right thing. I think in that situation, we haven't had the ball at all. Set up the line-out. How about we actually set up the line-out? Set up a set piece. What are we talking about now here? It could be a penalty against New Zealand here, actually. There's foul play. Penalty for the Springboks. Thank you. Let's get back into this game. So I think it's actually, so ironically, Jasper Wiese, who knocked it on, was then tackled high, and as a result, we've got a penalty from it. So we'll take it. Right, now that's a bit of a silver lining there, people. Now actually try and use it now. So Damien Willems is going to go for touch here. Yeah, high tackle. I think it is Shannon Frizzell as well. What do you expect? So Springbok line just outside 22. Come on, lads. Let's now. Bongi last week had a bit of a tough time at lineouts. That's a much better lineout. Early carry here for Damien Delendi. Have to look at the quick ball. Goes to Lourdes Diaga. First real Springbok attack now. Stephen Kitsoff. Oh, there's no way. There is no way. There was no really. How is he allowed to do that? Holding on the ground. Come on, chaps. Let's actually wake up here. Let's switch on here, shall we? mean, you think we're the ones that will be suffering with jet lag. Kerry Taylor now in the midfield. Pick up and go from Rico Awani, almost through. Big counter-attack coming from Damien Delendi. And turnover ball here. The Kanya Am coming away with it. The Kanya Am trying to find a bit of space. Ball pops off after clear, goes up to Kwaka Smith. Bongi Manambi to lure Diaga. Diaga goes himself. Now we work our way towards the left-hand side. Really out wide to Damien Delendi. Pops up to Mapimpi. Mapimpi comes back inside as well. Stay in. After Clerk, he's a bit of space. After Clerk going on a snipe. Throws it back inside to Kwaka Smith. Good work there to make a few meters now. After Clerk back inside to Bongi Manambi. Bongi Manambi puts his head down. 6 phases now for the Boks, the most of all game. But they're willing to go to Stephen Kitsoff. Much, much better this now. Slightly behind Willemse. Willemse long pass out wide to Colby. Colby decides to drift inside. Just outside 22. Really soft hands. Willemse goes to Franco Mostert. There we go. It's a bit more like a Villaroo. Flat to Lure Diaga. Back to Clerk now. Villaroo inside ball to Chesney Colby. Trying to spin away from Brody Retallick. Yeah, penalty advantage, not rolling away. Thank you very much. Now Villaroo. Damien Delendi. This is much, much better. 12 phases now for the Boks. Big counter-attack coming for New Zealand. And another penalty. Right, penalty. There we go. Right, and about a minute, 70 points down. Off the line to go, chaps. Got to go for the line. Yeah, got to set up the line out. Try and get some points. We've got to score a try at the end of the day. But that pass to play was a lot better. Couple of passes together, a couple of carries, 12 phases, I think it was in total. Yeah, there we go. Nice big counter-attack. There we go. As I said, you're always going to have opportunities. A game is always going to ebb and flow. The question is, when you get your opportunities like we're about to get now, you've got to capitalize on them. You've got to capitalize them. Good take there from Evan Etzebeth, looking for the rolling more here. Good, well set up so far for New Zealand, but now going to try and get a second shove here. Bongi Manambi controlling things at the back. Starting to edge a bit forward. Needs to splinter off here. Ball comes loose from a Pimpy, who's hit hard in the tackle by Brody Retallick. And there's a knock on there from New Zealand in the counter-attack, so it'll be a scrum for South Africa. A lot of energy here from New Zealand. It'll be interesting to see if they can keep it up. They've definitely sort of started a lot better. And I think feeding off that energy. So the Boks, I think, just need to calm things down a little bit. Go back to basics. Stick to the power game. Right, it's an attacking scrum here, chaps. What can we conjure up? What can we conjure up? Right, you're looking to watch the match, as I said, please do check out the description. It's got a whole complete guide on how you can watch the match. You can use a Stansport free trial with a VPN, and you can watch all the action. Right, now the big thing is, we talked about the Springbok bench the entire week, but that bomb squad's only going to be useful if you're still in the game. So you've got to try and make sure that we're sort of sitting at least sort of, not more than really sort of 7 points behind. Ideally about 5 points behind before we kind of release that bomb squad. So it's been a slow start here. We've definitely improved in the last sort of 5 minutes. Scrum's gone straight down. Then we're going to have a reset. As I said, the biggest thing now is not to panic. Cannot afford to panic. Yes, it's been a terrible start. I don't think anybody wanted us to start this badly. But it's a long game to go. You score a try now, you make it a 10-point game. You know, you score another try, you can make it a 3-point game. Build into it. Right, here we go. Taking scrum, pretty solid, not too much movement. Fats Kirk being told to use it. Slightly slip, goes to Damon Delembi. Delembi, that's a good carry from him, making 2 meters. Quick ball, yeah, Fats Kirk going to Jasper Wiese on the angle. Good tag from Brody Metallic. Box about 10 out. Lure to Jager. Good carry from him. Now Bongi Benambi. The torpedo. Franco Mostert. Start standing start, but does get to the 5-meter line. 5 meters out to the box. Now Eben Etzebeth. Goes low. Back to clear. Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse steps around himself. Now Kwaka Smith. Ball comes loose. Back to Clerk. Back to Clerk. Sees a bit of space. Build over the top for Chesney Colby. Bowden Barrett is there. I think we might have a try here. We're going to have a look over here. I imagine that Bowden Barrett would have tried to mark this. The question is, has Colby actually robbed him of the ball? He thinks he scored a try here, by the way. I mean, this would be absolutely mental if he has. With absolutely nothing on. In fact, de Klerk decided to just chip over the top. So now we're going to have a check to see what's happening in the air there. So Bowden Barrett's got the ball. As he's coming down, loses it. It's dropped backwards by Barrett. I think Colby's got grounding here. I think that's a try. Barrett goes up. He's got possession there. Then he loses it down. Loses it backwards. And then Colby dots it down.
It's a tight call. It does come off Colby's hand, but back towards his own line.
There it goes back. Then off of Bowden Barrett's shin. Then off Colby's shin. And then he puts his hand up. Oh, it's an interesting decision. Yeah, I think that's downward pressure. I tell you what. That's really tight is what the TMO. Come on, Ben White. You know it's tight. That's why you paid the big bucks. For me, it comes off Colby's hand backwards, then off of Bowden Barrett's leg, then off the knee of Colby, and then he gets grounding. There. Then off the knee of Colby, then he has his hand on it, and he grounds it. Knock on in the in goal, apparently. What I want to know is what part of there are they? So it's knock on is the core. I'm not convinced. I want to know what part that they reckon is the knock on. Whether they're saying that there isn't downward pressure and that's the knock on. Because that for me is the only one that can be the knock on. Because the first, when it comes off his hand, it goes back towards the Springbok try line. Then it comes off his leg towards the Springbok goal line. And then he has that go. So they must be saying that there wasn't downward pressure. And then David Elliott dropped it. Yeah, I mean that's typical, isn't it? That's one of those calls, by the way. I said if you're a New Zealander, you're going to say that there's no downward pressure. If you're a South African, you're going to say there's downward pressure. I must admit, I think there's pressure there. But when you're playing well, you start getting the calls going your way. And then Damon Dale ending Oxidar, and we're all the way back under with the defensive scrum. Brilliant from Faf de Klerk, who's turned that ball over by putting a lot of pressure on Aaron Smith. That's a bit of more what we need. And now Faf de Klerk, I think it's been touched, by the way. And Tesman Colby right up against the touchline. That's not a bad kick from Faf de Klerk. There we go, bit of energy. Yeah, so pops out there. Faf de Klerk's on it, like that's a very good. And completed the lineup. It goes short to Artie Severe. New Zealand maintaining possession there. Inside to Brody Retallick. Frans Herbert competing the tackle. Damien Willems trying to get over the ball. Aaron Smith firing out to Ethan de Groot. Pops it up to Rich Mwanga. Mwanga not too much on, so he goes to the boot. Lifts that very high in the air. And the ball comes loose. That's forward of Will Jordan, has to be. Backwards, nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Colby's going to come all the way back down for a goal and a dropout. But that is absolute nonsense that's come backwards off Will Jordan. Can we check that? Can we ask Ben White to have a check with this? How has that gone backwards, Matthew? How has that gone backwards? Let's wake up a little bit, Matthew. I mean, that's clearly for Will Jordan. Now we've got a goal line dropper. We have to kick back to him as opposed to having our own scrum on the 10-meter line. It's a pretty big difference. Stephen Kipsoff over that ball, award the penalty. Thank you very much. I mean, we've started absolutely dreadfully. There's no doubt about it. We've been terrible. But a call like that is a straightforward one. You could see from the get-go, Will Jordan, and it's not a good thing, by the way, that he got there first. He dominated the challenge there. He got ahead, got his hands up, ball off his hand. It clearly goes forward. Apparently backwards with Billy Roo got dominated in the air. Let's call it. And all of a sudden, we've got a goal line dropout where we have to kick to them and allow them to attack us, as opposed to having a scrum on the 10-meter line. It's a very big difference. So it's a small call like that I think, it gets quite frustrating. Right, here we go. Line up, start 22. Come on, lads. Let's pick our socks up here. And it's been contested and lost. It's typical. I tell you what, I reckon we're going to see Malcolm Marx and the bikes on very, very soon. I don't think we're going to, that Bongi Manambi and the likes are going to make their way to 50, 60 minutes. Right, Billy Leroux. Not his best clearance, but does find clearance. I mean, that sums it up, doesn't it? Attacking a line out just outside 22. Right, come on, lads. Just wake up. We had a decent action passage to play. We just didn't really capitalize on it. How about we could test the line out here, hey? You know that we're allowed to do that, eh, chaps? Free kick through the box. Thank you very much. There we go. Called for a scrum, yeah. The good news is that literally apart from that opening 10 minutes, it's been a lot more even. So, you know, that's the annoying thing is we switched off for 10 minutes. So it's a bit like last week where Argentina also, they switched off, all of a sudden, you know, you're chasing the game. But after that, I mean, the last 15, 17 minutes, it's been very, very even. And the box has been a lot better. I mean, look, not great, not good at all, but it's been a lot better. But the problem is, as I said, you switch off against, there we go, that's the scrum. There we go, there's the scrum we want. That's the scrum. Penalty advantage as well. Faf de Klerk going to Damien Delendi, going to Billy LaRue. Out wide to Chesney Colby. Chesney Colby's going to come in the inside. Penalty advantage for the box. Free roll of the dice there. Jasper Visa goes on the charge. And now Faf de Klerk taken out. There's no way that was penalty advantage. Matthew! We gained 20 meters. How's that advantage over? That's out in the full, thankfully. How is that advantage over? These days, advantage basically not only over if you like score a try. I'm very surprised at that call. Look, if that's the standard, I don't mind it, but I mean, these days, I mean, refs are playing advantage for like 5 minutes. So there we go. So Matthew Reynolds now, so 20 meters disadvantage, which is fine. If that's the standard, that's fine. I don't mind it. But then as long as we're consistent on that. So anyway, Will Jordan made a mistake. So as a result, we have got a 9 meter good take there from Franco. While Faf de Klerk decides to go himself. He's still going. He's still a bit of space. David Delendi now popping up to Luat Diago, who's being... Yeah, that's a very good work as well from him. And the ball's popped out. Isn't that bloody typical? Turnover ball, you have Cody Teddy. So he's falling in front of Stephen Kitsoff, though. Wins the penalty. Well done, Stephen Kitsoff. I think we might take the points here, you know. Yeah, we gotta take the points. That's actually not a bad call. It's a long game still to play, and at the moment we're really struggling. So, yeah, take the points. Oh my goodness, Tyrrell Lomax has been sat down by Faf de Klerk. Clip that, hang it in the Louvre. And unfortunately, this is a mentally, first of all, it's quite interesting that Faf de Klerk, by the way, is the one kicking for poles. That is a huge mental victory for the All Blacks, the fact that the Boks are taking the points. I don't think it's a bad decision, actually. I think that we're really struggling. But maybe, you know, sometimes you just need a bit of points to just get things going. So Faf de Klerk will add those 3 extra points. We'll have 5 minutes to go. Can we just talk about the fact that Tyrrell Lomax was sat down by Faf de Klerk? I mean, if nothing else, I'm taking that as a dub. You cannot be being sat down by Faf de Klerk. Come on, people. Have some shame, Tyrrell. I mean, jeepers, of all the people. Right, first using the kickoff and they've won it back. Gone with a short kickoff and they have won it back. Bowden Barrett seeing a bit of space, brings him early Metallic, he runs into Stephen Kitsoff. Offloads it to Scott Barrett. And now New Zealand will just be able to... Aaron Smith is so good at doing that. And all of a sudden, penalty for New Zealand, they'll be able to nullify those 3 points. Yep. They're going to go for the poles. Of course they're going to go for poles. I mean, Kitsoff, just be patient. Just be patient. Just be patient. See, trying to run back over there. Stay on the ground. Wait for it to move away from you. I'm going to end the poll now. I should have ended a lot earlier, by the way. My bad. But I expect to see a brand new front row come on in the second half. Actually, I expect to see Vincent Koch and Malcolm Marks come on. I think that Steven Kitshoff will stay on. Has conceded 2 penalties, has also 1 penalty, so I suppose he's on the good. Where's our shot clock here, by the way? What's going on here? I want to see a shot clock. Yeah, straight down the middle, so that nullifies the 3 points. Back to a 17-point lead. Right, so now we've got the kickoff here. Come on, chaps. We really need a try before half-time. You score a try before half-time, go in at 10 points. I'm not happy about the situation. Going short, we're going to make it nice and competitive. And it does bounce. Falls to Jordy Barrett, throws back to Mark Telaire. Big tackle on him from Kitshoff and Etzebeth. Taken back, so they can't kick it change to touch. Shannon Frizzell wants to go himself. Do it to Jager, Frans Maherber sorting him out. Now Aaron Smith back to Beauden Barrett. Beauden Barrett lifts it high towards that right-hand side. It's swirling a bit. Makazuma Pimpy's retreating. Great take from Makazuma Pimpy. He's hit hard in the tackle, but does really well. Now if after Clerk spots that bit of space in the side, it does bounce. Beauden Barrett has been turned right up against the touchline. And he has not found touch. Now Billy LaRue, what does he do? Long pass out towards Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby's got Franco Moss on his outside. Cheslin Colby wants to go around himself. Steps on the inside. Franco Moss is there. Does well. Nakanya comes to help him out. Billy LaRue at first receiver goes to Steven Kitshoff. Box trying to build from deep here. Just over a minute left in the half. Billy LaRue now. Damien Delendi, good hands. This Damien Williams looking straight. Damien Williams brought down by Artie Severe. Good carry from him. Bungi Manambi deciding that he should be scrum off. Now Jasper Wiese comes back on the angle. Good work from him as well. After Clerk to Billy LaRue at first receiver. Billy LaRue going to Lakanya not in the best position. Hit hard by Shannon Frizzell, but does do well to spin out of it. Now Makazuma Pimpy decides to come inside looking for a bit of work here. 7 phases from the box for after Clerk. Billy LaRue. Back on the inside goes Quacker Smith. Now Billy goes to Jasper Wiese with the half gap. Ball available, going to our 10th phase here. Slow ball here for the box. Billy at first receiver, going to the Kanya looking at his options, going to Mapimpi. Mapimpi comes back inside. That is the 22 that the box have just entered here. Now Billy LaRue popping it short to Eben Etzebeth. Into the 22, 10 phase this year. Come on, chaps, just remain patient. Billy LaRue once again, Damien Willemsen now. Stepping around is Damien Willemsen. Still going is Damien Willemsen. Decides to get, he's looking for the offload. It's a good tackle by Ethan de Groot, but we're into the 22. Perhaps Clerk going to Steven Kitshoff. Kitshoff to Lakanya ball at the top to Mapimpi. That's a high tackle on Mapimpi from Mark Taylor, so that will be a penalty advantage. And they will do take it. Right, chip into the corner. Scrum, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, lads. Score a try before half time. Try before half time, and I don't think this is completely done. This is a dreadful tackle at 10 from Mark. I think that's dreadful from Taylor. Yeah, and Edwards, Felix Jones, not happy with that, as you can imagine. Come on, lads. Try before half time. Go in at 10 points. Reset. Good take. Come on, lads. Big more here. Big more needed here. Big more needed here. Starting to get a bit of go forward ball. Need to try and shift towards the left over there. There we go. Starting to make a bit of momentum. Keep shifting. That's it, boys. That's it, boys. Once is the core. Bongi Manami goes himself. Needs a bit of support. It comes from Steven Kitshoff. Etzebeth. Patience here, boys. Patience. Sorry, it wasn't Etzebeth. I think it was Jasper Wiese. Now it's Etzebeth. There's surely no way he's on side there. Ball comes loose. David Willemse spins away from one. Franco Mostert. There's a lot of lazy New Zealand runners here, which keep impeding on Faf de Klerk. Now Eftebeth back on the inside. Go Eftebeth! Go! He's held up, trying to recycle. They're trying to recycle. Ball comes back. Ball comes to the back. What? No, they were trying to recycle it though. No, we're trying to work it back though, man. Nick Roll, thank you. Got a penalty advantage anyway. But why do you even blow the whistle? Oh, Nick Roll plus the African player. Never mind. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, that'll be half time. Ah, that is so bad. So bad. Good to August. So they tap it to kick it out, and that's half time. 20 points to 3. Dreadful half. To be honest, it was the first 15 minutes which really was the difference. Lots to pick out, lots of big calls, by the way. So it'll be interesting to see what how we and at the end of the day, you got to adapt. You can complain all you like, but we've got to adapt. So yeah, not a good half. Needs to sort of reset, but yeah, annoying. You know, you kind of felt if you could have scored there, then the game could still be alive. 17 points, a lot to come from behind you. So you kind of almost feel the game's a little bit done. But we do have a very good bench, and if you're going to talk about having a good bench, then let's start to see it. But it's just frustrating because, you know, as I said, you know, you spend the entire week trying to build up and stuff like that. You then switch off for 15 minutes. And all of a sudden, you know, you're almost out of the game already. That's the biggest problem, is that, you know, you kind of up the game, and before the game even gets going. So that's where the frustration comes, is that we've made a lot of mistakes. We haven't been very clinical, but if you can just sort of go back to basics a little bit, then hopefully you can get a bit of a grip in the game. But yeah, so a lot to talk about. And I'm going to hand over to the panel, who are going to sort of go through that first half, talk a little bit about what's been going on, and yeah, hopefully that will sort of give us a bit of a better indication on exactly where we can improve and what needs to happen for us to improve, because there needs to be a lot that needs to happen to improve, because yeah, it was not a particularly memorable half there of rugby. Lots to talk about, lots to sort of break down, and for that I'm going to hand over to the panel very, very shortly. Before I do, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Yeah, we are trying to get up to 32,000 subscribers, so you guys can become a part of that journey. If you would like to subscribe to the channel, please do. And without any further ado, I'm going to hand over to the panel. We've got Reza, we've got Wes, and we've got Rudy on standby, and they will be taking you through sort of a bit of halftime analysis. And then I'll be back for you guys for the second half, so don't go away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve, and fantastic commentary. Unfortunately, not the result that we wanted there for the Boks. If you haven't joined us before, my name is Reza. I'm joined with Wesley and Rudy. Rudy, how are we doing, buddy?
At this point in time, I'm doing awful.
No, I haven't seen
I'm
you look
nervous,
this
I'm
sad in a long
stressed
time.
out. I'm not a negative person, but it's stressful, man. Like I expected something else, but obviously New Zealand have brought the intensity. But yeah, there's a second half.
Absolutely,
We're
absolutely.
gonna switch on.
100%. Wes, what's the situation, bud? Are we in trouble here? I mean, look, the first 20 minutes looked incredibly depressing. I think we have brought it back and slightly. Unfortunately, we haven't quite executed very well. But yeah, what's your first impression there?
Yeah, I think two things. I think one we spoke about the New Zealanders of the past, and I spoke about their ability to control the pace of the game and where we play and how quickly, and that's exactly what we're seeing in that first 15, 20 minutes, actually that entire half. Just the All Blacks were in complete control. They had a stranglehold on possession, they were dictating where the ball was being played, how it was being played, so I think, credit to them, they played a fantastic half of rugby. I think from the box side of things, a little bit concerning. Clinically, we've not been there, we've lost line out, scrum penalty that we conceded, throwing the ball in quick, we're just reacting to the pressure. So I think hopefully the boys can settle a little bit. And we started to find a bit more of our groove there towards the end. They can take that momentum into the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think perhaps we got caught a little bit with our pants around our ankles there in the first couple of 15 minutes. And I think that there may have been a bit too much excitement. The boys certainly were. There's a rush defense policy that the Boks have been implementing for a while. Unfortunately, they got a bit keen on it in those first 15 minutes, opening gaps. And when you've got guys with as good hands as the All Blacks do, their ability to send it wide over your head and see you rushing out of the line and put it way past you is there for all to see. Yeah. So really, look, are you still expecting a Bok win here, or have we considered that we just need to put in a better performance?
So the second half, I think the substitutions will be an interesting part of the developments, where Jacques decides to introduce who and how soon, because I think at the moment we lack the intensity. The All Blacks are almost doing a number on us, where in the build up to the week, the All Blacks were talking about how South Africa bring their big boys over the advantage line, direct, intense. And I think they're just doing that and obviously implementing that awesome kicking game, which we normally do, and we're not dealing with it well. So the All Blacks, credit to them, but a lot of improvement from South Africa's side, especially in those two areas, the aerial kicking game and our intensity, but also the work on defense. If you look at the number of tackles to the tackles missed, I think it's like 40% or 35% missed tackles. So that's a real big concern.
I think we slipped almost close to 20 tackles already in the first half, which is more than we concede in entire games. So I have some concerns as well. I think that we don't seem to have the ability to fall back on our game plan when we aren't able to implement it. So there's not a defensive game plan in play. As we did to Oz last week, we were able to obviously control the ball, play the narrative, and Oz didn't have a game plan in place. I think New Zealand did that to us pretty much for the first 25 minutes. I can see us building a little bit back. It's more the rugby we're used to in the last 15 minutes. Unfortunately, a couple of calls didn't go our way. Where's a couple of strange ones there? The Colby try, for instance, a couple of forward passes that perhaps have been missed. What are we saying so far about that? I'm not saying that it would have changed the course of the game, but it certainly would have given us a bit more impetus had a couple of those calls gone our way, and I think a lot of them were pretty harsh.
Yeah, it's always tough with the calls. I mean, as you said, we can't put sole blame on them. Sure, it might have changed the momentum slightly here or there, or at least put us on a different track. I think for me, the Colby instance, and we can get into this, but if you're really looking at that from a neutral perspective, which always try to do our best, it didn't seem like really clear control of grounding. Like there definitely was his hand on the ball and the ground, but it didn't seem like much control. In terms of the forward passes, you've got to play what the ref blows, and on that, I want Willie to stop crying. As soon as something happens, he stops immediately and looks at the ref and starts shouting and putting his hands up. and the All Blacks have made 15 meters the other way. For me, he just needs to play until that whistle is blown. It's something I've seen him do quite a lot, actually. And I just think he needs to play until the whistle's blown. Then he can go cry to the captain, who can then talk to the ref. But we're starting to see a bit of this. You know, there was a bit of where all the Springbok players were coming to the ref and talking and complaining. We need to stamp that out very quickly, because there will be games where it doesn't go our way, calls we don't agree with, but we need to play to the whistle.
Yeah, and really, obviously, we're missing the presence of Sia Khaleesi for this game, and obviously Etzebeth has got some personal issues going on with his life, with the loss of his father and so on. And while it hasn't perhaps affected his gameplay, so to speak, Wes makes a good point about the fact that there doesn't seem to be a clear leadership going on there. And you know, you hate to disparage Eben on a day like this, but the cold fact is you can't have 20 odd players running to the ref all trying to make a point, because all you're going to do is push him away, right? So are we lacking leadership? Do we perhaps need to make some adjustments there? Let Lucanio take the lead here.
I take Wesley's point on board here for sure. I don't want to speculate whether it's had an impact. Obviously, the tragic events leading up to the week with Eben's dad. I just think from an individual point of view, the players who are considered senior players are also making schoolboy errors. For example, the Malherbe getting up off the tackle and sort of lazily running back, you know, not being sharp enough to either lay down flat, and then just conceding a penalty, which subsequently takes New Zealand further and further up the field. The second one being, I don't want to criticize, but Damien Delende catching a ball from a goal line dropout inside his own half, just dropping it cold. So those sort of things need a little bit of attention from the senior players. And I don't know if maybe the introduction of Dwayne Vermeulen in the second half will be that calming factor for the Springboks, but we definitely hope so.
Yeah. I ventured to say that I think the bomb squad needs to come on sooner rather than later. I think, unfortunately, the boys that have been involved have just not seemed to handle it very well. There's been a solid scrum. I believe there was a lost line-out as well, which was, I mean, Wes and I were saying before the game that that is one area that we should absolutely be making sure that we don't lose. Unfortunately, it was really good goal field position, and we lost that ball. So there are some areas of concern. The only thing that seems to be going well at the moment is our obviously our scrums. Wes, if something needs to change, obviously I feel that it's the bomb squad coming on earlier. In your opinion, what needs to change for the Boks?
Just slow it down when we get the opportunity to. I think we're trying to match the All Blacks pace, and we struggle to do that. I think when we get the ball, just let's look to work it up the field. Let's go back to what we know well, what we can do well. Let's retain the ball as well, big time. I think there's been a few slips here and there, not putting the ball cleanly, not cleaning out nicely. So for me, it would be to take what they were doing towards the end of the first half, which was going back to a system we know, and go back to the basics. As Rudy said, like there were the senior players making sort of schoolboy errors. We just need to sort of stamp those out, get some consistency. I think if you give the boys some time to get back into that groove, and then I'm absolutely with you, Reece, bring on the bomb squad, or the nuke squad, apparently as it's been called for this week, and let's see what they can do. You know, we like to tout this term. Bring on the boys.
I wish that they hadn't come out with that nuke squad. It puts a huge target on our backs. But look, I mean, we came into this game and we did say that anyone who knows rugby knows that you never write the All Blacks off. You know, they are that good. They are able to put past 50 points past any team in the world at any given time, regardless of where they are at any time, at any point in time. Rudy, standout players for you. I'd like to make a mention for Will Jordan, who demolished us, honestly, in that first half. He was the catalyst for many meters, and he was breaking tackles left, right, and center. And honestly, he's making our wings look bang average. You know, especially on defense. Of course, we know what they can do on attack, but that's not the point. Is if you've got a shit hot winger on the other side of it, you need to be able to put them down. And Will Jordan has certainly exposed some failings there. But yeah, really on your side, standout players, who are we thinking so far?
For the All Blacks, I think it's been, unfortunately for South Africa, it's been Shannon Frizzell up front. He's managed to break that first tackle and sort of gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes before the second or third defenders are sucked in. So that's a problem area for South Africa, especially if the forwards, which is our strong point, want to get the upper hand. We can't allow them to keep getting over the advantage line. And then obviously, Richie Mo'unga has been pretty solid, and he's making Damian Willemse look a little bit average in the sense that he's controlling the game better. So we need our 10 together, obviously in unison with the forwards, to control the game and put us in the right areas. And Willemse hasn't been doing that. We hope that he can sharpen up, or if Libbok does come on, give us that dynamic to control the game better.
I'm glad you brought that up as well, because I do feel that obviously, you know, with when Mani comes on, I think that's maybe the shortfall with David Willemse, is just that, you know, he's not an out-and-out 10, and perhaps, you know, a lot of it's focused on when he's under pressure, he feels like he needs to make something happen, and that can often result in some bad decisions here and there. And I think Mani will probably be a bit calmer. So as the boys run back out into the park, I'd like to thank Wes and Rudy. I'm sure we'll see you again after the game. Let's hope it goes better. Enjoy the stream, guys, as we head back over to Steve. Cheers.
Yes.
Thanks, gentlemen. And I can't ask much more there from the analysis from the lads. Big second half coming up, and I think that's the big thing that we need to sort of focus on. Can the Boks bring it back? The question is yes they can, but we're going to need a serious shift. It would be one of the best comebacks ever. From a Bok perspective, probably the best comeback ever. But we've got a lot of good players that can come off the bench. We've got a lot of good players in the side anyway. We've just got to start playing the way we know we can. You know, it's just cut out the basic areas, sort out the defense, and just sort things out a little bit. And it'll be interesting to see if there are any substitutions that are made. I'm busy looking at it to try and see if Bongi Manami back up there. Looks like no changes to the side. Expect to see a couple of quite soon. I think what we've got to do here is we've got to basically, I think, got to start well, try to score a try nice and early, and then being on the bench. You know, try and get them into the game and say, right, we've actually given you a chance, and then bang, put on the bench and try and really put the pressure on you. I do think we've got the better bench, but they've got to have something today to work with. And that's what the starting 15 needs to do. They've got to give them a chance. We do have kickoff. It was taken a bit quickly, but Jasper Wiese is with the task. He puts his head down and hammers into a couple of All Blacks players. There is a change by Sam Cane has gone off. So that's Dalton Papali'i who's come on. Looked like Sam Cane was a lot of pain. I hope he's all right, actually. I quite like Sam Cane, and I think that a lot of the criticism he gets is a little bit unjustified. So I hope that's nothing too serious. Burton Barrett on underneath that ball there from Faf de Klerk as New Zealand wants to go again on the attack, starting from deep. Will Jordan is coming down the left-hand side. He was very lethal in that first half. Cody Taylor wrapped up. Quacker Smith trying to get involved. I'd like to see our breakdown work improve a little bit more this half. I thought we were a little bit slow sometimes. I think we need to try and compete a bit more. Aaron Smith going to the booth there. This is an area where I think we need to get a lot better. Mark Tellier, that's a fantastic take out the air. We've got to get better out of the air. We are being dominated in that position. Richie Mo'unga running onto that. Not too many options there, so he decides to go to the booth, sees a bit of space, and that ball's going to set up perfect. That's a brilliant kick from Richie Mo'unga. Pins the box all the way back to the 22. But this is an area, see, and Mark Tellier just getting in front of Damian Willemse, they're taking it out the air really well. Good option there for Richie Mo'unga. I think we have gone into the game, though. There's no doubt about that. I thought we started really slowly. It looked like a side that hadn't played in a while. And after that first 15 minutes, I do think we started to go back into the game. So all is not lost, I think, is the main thing. But we've got to that's a very interesting line-up. David Delendi will carry things up. I mean, there's no ways that was planned. Right, Faf de Klerk goes back to Damian Willemse in the pocket. Damian Willemse needs to find a good clearance here. And you will find it's not a bad clearance just outside the 22. We just weren't accurate, weren't we? You know, we had two opportunities, I think two really good try scoring opportunities. Well, had a try disallowed, which is going to be quite a contentious one, I think. Sam Cane is sitting on the bench there. I'm not quite sure what the injury was. Didn't look particularly happy at all. But you kind of felt that, if you had scored one try and this was a 10-point game, that the game would still be pretty open. It's a lot of way to us to chase. The important thing is we've got to try and score first. But I'd just like to see it compete a bit more. So, for example, that line-out, just we didn't compete. And that, for me, is worrying. We've got to start being a bit more competitive in all various. Inside, from all Jordan, guys, that is so telegraphed. That's 3 missed tackles. Kizan Colby, thankfully, has knocked it on in the tackle. Now Damien Delaney running things out, going up to Chesn Colby. We'll go back for the knock, planning double knock on, so it will be a Springbok scrum. But I mean, like that, it's so telegraphed. Will Jordan coming on the inside there, Bongi Manami getting across, missing the tackle. We've got to cut that out. That's uncharacteristic from a lot of players. Now, players missing tackles today who don't often miss tackles, and that's a bit worrying. So here we go. Arcus Neyman and Malcolm Marks being readied. I think that's a good decision as well. You have to get Malcolm Marks onto the park. Let's get the best hooker in the world onto the park. Arcus Neyman, interested to see who he'll replace. Jasper Wiese is down putting his boots on. I'll tell you what, I think I'd probably look at replacing Luat Diago. I'll be interested to see who the replacement is here. Yeah, it is Luat Diago, I think. Yeah, Luat Diago will make way. So Arcus Neyman will go into the second row. Yeah, it wasn't his best game, Luat Diago. I mean, when he's playing well, we know when he's playing well. When he's playing as well, he's one of the best locks in the world. But not his day. And I think that hopefully Arcus Neyman will bring in a bit of X factor, a bit of physicality as well. Not that Luat Diago doesn't, but I think a couple of these players have looked a bit rusty. So good moves there. Malcolm Marks on, I think, is a good call. Right, so Arcus Neyman and Evan Etzbeth. Is that our strongest lock combination? It's an interesting point, isn't it? I think when Arcus is playing his best, I don't think there's a lot separates him from Luat. Luat's a much better line-out option. Arcus probably a bit better in the loose. But come, chaps, we now just need to start. Let's say back to basics. Build an innings here, boys. Build an innings. Score first. Big scrum though. We had a nice big scrum. We got that penalty advantage. Didn't actually get the penalty for it. Let's try and see if we're gonna have another go here. Pretty solid. Reynolds is telling Faf to use it. Goes to the left-hand side, goes to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue will use that left boot of his. Try and find touch. Another, tell you what, Billy LaRue's touch finders have been brilliant this season. That is another brilliant. Now, here we go. Here goes PSF to Troy. So Franco Master does leave the park. And PSF for Troy on. Very nice clearance from Billy LaRue. And now we start to put on the bench. Now, this is going to be the difference, isn't it? You know, we need these players to make a difference. Another uncontested lineup there. Aaron Smith, Richard Mongo going short. Jordy Barrett goes straight. And David Williams is there to make a good tackle. Metallic now popping up. Faf to Clerk. Knocking it on, trying to get through. It will just be a knock on. Sniping for that interception. I'll tell you what, I think Faf de Klerk is actually one of the few players who's really actually, I think, really try like there. The intensity, they're trying to make a genuine attempt at intercepting it there. So it'll be a scrum here. Well, the little kid's first All Blacks game. No offense, kid, but I hope you lose. Dear. So it's interesting, isn't it? I think this will make the sort of the question. Although, to be honest, I don't think it really makes much of a difference. I think something like Brody Retallick been really good today. He didn't play last week. About, you know, does it take time to adjust to Test rugby, for example? You know, does it... short ball here from Jordy Barrett once again. Quacker Smith trying to get over that ball. Couple of carries here for All Blacks. and then knock on there, and then Jasper Wiese can't gather, so we'll go back for the scrum. Much better here, by the way. I think, I cautiously say a bit better from the box from an intensity point of view. The defense is looking a little bit more in song, and we've actually caused a couple of mistakes early on here. Right, here comes Dwayne for Jasper. Not Jasper's best game, actually. I think, again, it's interesting how we've seen all the players who we sent over early to hopefully try and make sure they're fresh, but I don't know. I don't want to say it's backfire, but I think they've actually taken a bit of a longer to adjust than we probably would have hoped for. There's the Italian football team. Right, so here we go, chaps. Peter Steph the Toy on. Arcus Neyman on. Dwayne Vermeulen on. Malcolm Marks on. 4 new forwards in the pack here. Let's see if they're going to try and get him a bit of a... Yep. Surely, penalty advantage. There we go. Faf de Klerk going down the short side to Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby steps inside of Aaron Smith, who makes the tackle. Up to 10-meter line. Now remember, we don't have a lot of penalty advantage. Arcus Neyman popping up to Damon Delaney. Popping up to Malcolm Marks. Much better intensity. Quick ball here for Faf de Klerk. Looking for options. Goes to Willemse. Willemse to Leroux. Leroux tipping it over the top. Straight into touch. Go back for the penalty. Better. Kick for the corner. Let's get some tries here, boys. Hey, we're past 32,000 subscribers. That's exciting. Please do continue to subscribe, by the way. Last week we did 2,000 subscribers in a day. So I'm going to throw that to you guys to see if we can make that possible. Can we get to 33,000 subscribers by the end of the match? Only you can make that happen. We've also had 34 new members, so a big thank you to everybody who has joined the channel. I can also... Faf. He's gone for too much. He's really tried to go. He's given it the full Monty, trying to go for that corner, and he's pushed it 4 meters too far. That's massive. And again, that's kind of been the sum of the day, isn't it? It's every single time we've had that chance, we've thrown it away. So that, for example, was golden. And just trying to be a bit greedy there was Faf de Klerk, trying to really put us in the corner, and he's kicked it too far, and it'll be a scrum. We've been our worst enemy. I think somebody just put that in the comments. It's annoying. It's very, very annoying. And we're going to have a reset. So just the one change so far. So much better scrum there. Mwanga does use it, goes over the top. And Colby has managed to snatch onto it and not knock it forward. Yeah, had to have a second go. It was almost very, very close. And Will Jordan a bit under pressure there with the kick through. And now ball coming back from the All Blacks under a bit of pressure. A couple of players coming through. PSF the Toy trying to get over that ball. Now another high ball. This for Damian Willemse though. Better. Keep building your lads. Now PSF the toy. Solid first carry for him. After Clerk being taken, he's injured, in fact. Yeah, penalty. Thank you very much. That's actually happened a few times, yeah. Like a couple of lazy runners. Yeah, and very Italian also position. After Clerk tripping over him. Right, so penalty over here. We're gonna be able to go for the corner here. We've been better in this half. That's quite simple. Oh yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, so I think Patrick Clerk was injured there, but I'm not sure if that's affected his decision. Grant Williams has taken to the park. So it must be an injury because you're not going to risk Grant Williams with half an hour to go unless with a 6-2 split. Right, come on, lads. Come on, lads. Mark Stanley saying we've been granted the Williams. Okay, Sneyman. Ball, it's gone down there. It's gone legally. It's available for Grant Williams. He wants to go down the right-hand side. He wants to snipe himself. Won't be the first. Is the first, won't be the last. Puckett Smith comes in to scrum off there. Stephen Kitsoff. Box about 10 meters out. Penalty for the box, not release. Oh, hands beyond the ball. Kick straight into the corner there. Thank you very much. 5 meter line coming up. Damien, how can you not get to the 5 meter line from there? I mean, really? Really, chap? Okay, Steyn goes up, comes down. Looking for the rolling Moya once again. There we go, on a bit of a run now. That's looking a bit better. That's looking a bit better. That's looking a bit better. Master Marks! Over he goes! Come on, man. Let's move now. Let's move. That's what we needed. That's what we needed. Let that be the catalyst. I see on Twitter, Malcolm Marks hat-trick incoming. That could be the first. Come on, lads. There we go. Much better. Much, much better. There we go. As I said, what I said after is that, you know, it's I do think, and I'm interested to see. So Chesney Colby's going to have to take over the kicking duties here, with Faf de Klerk having to come off. I do think that this bench has got enough to make a comeback. I just think that it was about the starting lineup meaning that keeping us in the game. You know, so for example, even with if this kick were to go over, and it needs to because it's not a particularly difficult chance. So come on, Cheslin. Then we can get going. He slips, but it's no issue. Goes straight down the middle there from Cheslin Colby. Right. 20 points to 10. First try of the match. Has momentum shifted. We score again, and all of a sudden, bang, you know, game on. Game on. The issue, I think, for me is obviously it's taken too long to get to the stage. Right, so they're now trying to nullify the Malcolm Mark by putting on Samasoni Takawao. Very, very good player. Dwayne Firmino under the kickoff there. Almost fumbled it a bit, but does manage to hold on to it. Good work from him. Grant Williams, need a big game from him as well. Now he's going to go to the boot. This is a bit of an issue of his game. Phillips goes to Billy Damien Delindi to Lekanya Now Lekanya goes to the left boot. What an exit that is. That is absolutely brilliant. We've shifted. Lekanya now found the touch find of his life. And from our own 22, we've just pinned New Zealand back to beyond their 10 meter. That's it. On their 10 meter. That's it, boys. That's more like it. Now keep this momentum up. They switched off. Well, we switched off and they capitalized. If they switched off, we've got to capitalize. Once again, Messi line up there. Arke Steyn through, putting pressure on Will Jordan. It's like a whole different Bok team all of a sudden. Now they will also have up now. Kwaka Smith coming through. Big counter racks coming through. Peter Steph Toy now coming through. Pick up and go for Samaso Takawari. Slightly isolated. Malcolm Marks getting his hands over the ball, but they do well to bring him off it. Now back to Richie Mwanga. Richie Mwanga goes to the air down the left-hand side. Jason Colby, the man underneath it. Let's come backwards. The Kanya makes the tackle. Bit of pressure there. Big pressure coming from the South Africa. Big counter rack. Just turn over ball. Oh, no way! Off their feet. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Where's this been, hey? Where's this been? Isn't that the question? Isn't that the question? So the problem is, the issue here, I think, is too much. You know, I think that's the problem. It's 23 minutes to go, so still plenty of time, but there's still 10 points to make up. So I think that's the problem, is that we're coming from a long way behind. But I'm really enjoying the intensity we've seen in the last 10 minutes. The important thing is to not switch off. So keep up the defense here, because I said New Zealand will have their chances. What we just got to do is make sure that when they do, that we defend well. Kwaka Smith over that ball. Aaron Smith going left. Ibn Etzebeth getting through. Jordy Barrett to Mark Taylor. Now we need people to shift across. Grant Mills shifting across. Artie Sevilla is wrapped up by Grant Williams. Good tackle from him. Aaron Smith now going to Mwanga. Goes short to Ethan de Groot. Big tackle from Arke Steyn. Malcolm Marks is lurking. Nepalua Lala. I don't even think he was infringing that much, to be honest. Meanwhile, apparently other channels are busy stealing our stream. I mean, how's that for the audacity? Stealing the stream. Yeah, so you can see Artie Sevilla pointing at the polls there. So that's interesting that he's obviously the captain. Surprised if he is, you know. That's a big moment in the game, though, that penalty. It's a frustrating penalty because Kwaka Smith was there, told to leave it, and then was trying to move and basically not interrupt. It was pushed from behind. Yeah, Kwaka Smith, I think a bit bemused the fact that there seems to be a bit of inconsistency with regards to when you're allowed to come to the ruck and when you're not. Big kick, though, because we had all the momentum, and this will make it a 13-point lead. As I said, I do think it is too much, but at the end of the day, this is now World Cup preparation. If we can't win the game, the Rugby Championship's gone as well, so it gets very annoying. We're not going to be happy about this. We can't justify it. But put in a performance here. Sam Whitelock there running the water. Do us a favor and miss it, Richie. Yeah, I'll straight down the middle. He's a fantastic goal kicker, is Richie Mwanga. Just slightly towards the left-hand side, but pretty good. He is so good, isn't he? He's the reason he's one of the best Super Rugby players ever. Partly Richie Mwanga, one of the leading point scorers in that competition. Right, at the 60-minute mark, I'm going to put a link in the chat for the player ratings, which will go live immediately after this. Very, very slow boy. Finley Christie's on, by the way, for the All Blacks. And he'll knock down his touch. Not a great touch finder, so it's not a bad result for the Boks. They're going to have a line just outside the 22. Come on, chaps. Come on, chaps. Another try. Oh, here we go. A debut for Marty Williams, the 140 kg prop. And I think Thomas du Toit, might have come on as well. All Black number 1,209, making his test debut. Thomas du Toit is on there, so very much looking forward to that first scrum battle between those two. The European Steph du Toit. And Quacker Smith breaks out the line, goes very flat to Raymond Vermeulen in the midfield. Good carry from Vermeulen. Quick ball now from Grant Williams, popping it up to Pierce du Toit. Gets the offload away to Arcus Never. Gets the offload away to Damien Williams. Damien Williams spotting a bit of space on the right-hand side. Giving it to Willie LaRue. Finley Christie's come up. Willie LaRue's drifting. Pops it to Jason Colby. Jason Colby coming on the inside. Somebody needs to straighten. Yeah, he runs into Scott Barrett, which is never advisable. Big counter back coming from New Zealand, but very good work there from Grant Williams. Pierce du Toit looking to try and get that on. Mr. Ref, Marty Williams taking bad off the ball there. Williamson now to Willie LaRue. Willie LaRue to David Dale to the Kanya The Kanya deciding to straighten. Into the 22 we go. Back to the right hand side. Willie LaRue nice and flat for Evan Etzebe. Working hard through the tackle. Vincent Cochran as well, by the way. Brand new front row for the Boks. Willie LaRue. Straight to RKS Neyman. Good work there from Malcolm Marks at the breakdown. Willie LaRue, ball over the top. To Jason Colby. Who's over? Come on! That is a hell of a finish, by the way. That photograph is going to be iconic. But Willie LaRue put some respect on his name. Mathieu Reynolds is stretching out the calf. He's got cramp. Cheslin Colby is... that is going to be a wild photo. Goodness me. Here we go. Here we go. Game is not done yet. Willie LaRue, my man. Mathieu Reynolds might have to go off here. Might have an injury. Just that ball over the top, straight over the head of Mark Tellier. And Jason Colby with bang! Right, now he's trying to convert his own try here. So that's already 7 points to Cheslin Colby. What a pass, though. What a pass. Come on, lad. Let's make it a game here. Let's make it a game. Big kick this. Starts to the right. Needs to come around. Oh, off the upright. Oh, it's a big kick. It's a big kick. It's a big kick. Look at this. There's a big Springbok support there, by the way. To be fair, I think a couple of All Blacks fans are also going, shit, fair enough. Come on, lads. 8-point game. Right, Monty Liebach onto the park. That's also a big call to make. Don't forget underneath kickoff once again. That's very interesting. So Mapimpi is been replaced by Liebach, so I think that Willemse will move. Will be interesting to see. It could be Willemse to the wing. Alternatively, it could be the Kanya to the wing, Damien Delange to outside centre, Willemse the inside centre. I think Willie LaRue will stay at full back. It'll be very interesting to see once you see a wide angle how we're now setting up. Grant Williams. It does look like Kanya shifted to the wing. Arcus Neyman's come up, by the way. The ball's come back to the All Blacks. Knock on advantage. We go down to the left-hand side. Mark Talea there. Held up by Vincent Koch. That should be advantage over. Right, so advantage over now. Barrett to Mwanga. Quickly up. Brilliant tackle by Lekanya and Will Jordan, fumbling a little bit. And up there quickly to make the tackle. Damien Delendi rather there. Ball backwards is the call there. New Zealand back inside their own half. Really good defense there. Good intensity this from the box. Now Burton Barrett tripping inside. Good tackle. Slightly isolated. Big counter-attack coming through from Damien Delendi. Big counter-attack coming from Damien Delendi. The ball comes loose here. Falls back to Jordy Barrett, who throws the ball out towards Mwanga. Throws to Mark Talea. He's got a wall of defenders in front of him. He's shifting wide. He sees a bit of space. Comes across, but it's a good tackle from Dwayne Vermeulen. Brilliant defenders from the box. Now Christie going to Mwanga. Not too much chance. Mwanga does go to the boot. Really important kick this on take from him. Underneath it goes. Does very well as well. Couple of forwards there to secure that ball. Big counter-attack coming from New Zealand. You get that ball out. No, why? Why is that a penalty? I mean, we've seen them. I mean, handling the ball on the ground is thing. But whenever we've had a pretty big counteract, they've also tried to move the ball back. Oh, big, yeah. Quagga Smith up quickly. Will Jordan runs into Arceus name, and I hate to run into Arceus name, man. Imagine. On the attack here, New Zealand quick defense there. Takawao, Murray Liebach working hard as is Vincent Koch. Finney Christie short to Scott Barrett. Good tackle from Damien Willemse. Artie Severe. Chop tackle there from Damien Delendi. Just defend now, boys. Defend. We're not going to have the ball all the time. Vermeulen lurking. Malcolm Marks lurking. Quagga Smith lurking as well. Lots of fetches on the park at the moment. Shannon Frizzell. Big counter-attack coming. Big counter-attack coming. And they have to pop it back to Richie Mwanga to the left. Burton Barrett chips to the head. And I think it came off the boot of Cheslin Colby. So it is the New Zealand line. It's a bit annoying. Fine, boys. You don't mind defending for a bit. I mean, we've got 40 minutes, so it's not ideal. I'm going to put the link in for the player ratings now in just a bit. So you can go start rating the players. A little bit early, but I'm going to throw it out there so that you guys have it. Good, more defense there. Oh, there we go. He's isolated. Isolated referee. You've got to reward it. How have you not rewarded that? Big counter-attacks coming in from the box here. All the fetches are lurking. Quagga, Malcolm Marks, all of them around there. Burton Barrett going himself. Big tackle coming on him. Christie now to Scott Barrett. Good defenses from the box. Not something we said too much in the first half. Oh, it's a huge overlap here. Huge overlap here. Retallick on the inside. That was probably just as well went to him. Good tackle there. Lalala, now penalty advantage. Not sure for what. Chip over the top there for Will Jordan. Well, that sucks. Well, there goes the game. Cheap as me. That's good from the All Blacks. Right, Wall Jordan's over. That's a try against the run of play. And that's the Kanya who's drifted across. Damien Delendi is not watching his man. Ball over the top. Bang. Goodness me. That's awareness. He did fumble it and then eventually managed to regather and goes down. And that, as they say, unfortunately, is probably the game. It's not. That's not. Annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying. Because before then, it was a really good 20-25 minute period. That. Right, so as it stands, a 13-point lead. This would take it to beyond a 2 converted try lead. Oh my goodness, that's a gorgeous kick from Richie Mwanga. 30 points to 15. That is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from him. He's kicked brilliantly today. We go short of the kickoff. We do win it back, actually. It's a bit fun. Grant Williams going to Miley Buck. Damon Delendi. Come on, lads. Score another try. Let's just show a bit of fight here, shall we? Last 10 minutes of the game here. Grant Williams. Miley Buck. To Vincent Koch. Come on, let's Grant and Miley to cook here. Malcolm Marks making a half break. Popping it up as well, Damian Willemse. Good stuff, yeah. Grant Williams now to Libok. Long pass out wide. Damon Delendi. He's got Quacker Smith with him. Quacker Smith. Good work from him. Going up to 22. Working really hard in the collision. They're going to... Quick ball from Grant Williams. Flat from Willie LaRue to Vincent Koch. Up towards the 22. Really, really good. Oh, it's a bit of a snipe here from Grant Williams. It's slightly isolated though. Doesn't believe he's going to turn that ball over. Silly from Grant Williams. Should never have gone himself. He had momentum. You were getting over the advantage line. Things were working. Don't go yourself. You're isolated. And that's where... Look, that's why he's playing. You've got to understand when to go and when not to go. That was a really poor decision by Grant Williams. Well, we've shown the line out. I mean, it was our line out, so it looked like a steal. But it has been our line out so bad lately. Caleb Clarkson, by the way, for Mark Talair. I don't really rate Caleb Clark, to be honest. Libok going himself, not too many options, and being tackled by Finley. He's being manhandled by Finley Christie. Mate, ref is... And it's turnover ball. I mean, Monty, what are you doing? I mean, Monty, you're one of the smallest players on the pitch. You had Etzebeth on your shoulder. Give it away. Give it. Give it. Give it. Give it. Give it. Stupid. Right, scrum. First scrum of the 2 front rows, actually. Vincent Koch up against Tamati Williams. Thomas Toy up against Lualala. So, I mean, it's a 15-point game. It all comes down to that first 50 minutes, doesn't it? Literally, that first 50 minutes was the difference. And characteristically, the box starts slow. And this is something we've really got to work on when it comes to the World Cup. You know, you've got to start better. We start well in that period, and we don't concede 70 points. We even concede 10 points, for example. We'd be 5 points behind you in the game. penalty there for New Zealand. So what are we learning here? Is got to start better. We have to start better. I think we are missing. I think today we did miss Andre Pollard. It's difficult. It's harsh on Damien Willemse because it's the standard thing. Whenever you struggle, it's a great kick, by the way. That's putting it 10 meters out. Whenever you struggle with the pack, and I thought the pack did struggle in the first half, the backline's under a lot of pressure. They make a lot of mistakes. So it's going to be very easy to make Damien Willemse the scapegoat. It's going to be very easy to go after him. I don't think he played particularly well at 10. But no good. I mean, Craig Cooper last week was bang average. He's one of the best 10s in the world on his day. So at the end of the day, you've got to dominate up front, which we didn't in that first 15 minutes. We were absolutely off it, and we've been chasing the game since. And we've had some phases which have been really good, and maybe that's a nice little butcher there from the All Blacks, trying to set them all and dropping it backwards. They do still have possession though. Tamati Williams has driven back in his first carry. Good stuff there from Malcolm Marks. Samason Takawao. Oh, that is a Quacker Smith. How the hell has he done that? No ways! Not rolling it away. I mean, Quacker Smith got over that and stole that ball absolutely brilliantly. But then there's a penalty for not rolling away. Takawao, congratulations, you fucking thug. What an absolute prat. Absolute prat. I mean, congratulations. You walked up behind a guy holding the ball and throwing him down. You, Takawao, you. Wow, what a lad, what a man. Congratulations. Go and tell your kids about that moment. Knob. Right, scrum on the 5 line. There's 4 minutes to go. OTV goes down the right-hand side. Muanga and David Willemse caps off what has been a very forgettable afternoon by missing that. I look back at the ruck and I think not rolling is a pretty harsh call, to be perfectly honest. And this is all of a sudden becoming a bit of a drubbing. Yeah, Willemse shoots out there. He's absolutely nowhere. Play Raiders are going to be fun here, people. They're going to be really fun. Right, so a forgettable day at the office here, lads. It sucks when the Boks lose. Like, it's just such a downer. Now I've got to get myself up and watch another game. And are we panicking though as Boks supporters? I would advise you not to panic. It's not been a good game. It's not been a good game at all. Very interested to see what the coaches say. Been good moments though. It's been good moments, and I think what we've seen today is Richie Mo'unga at his absolute best. There were a lot of talks about what's going to be D-Mac, what's going to be Bowden at 10. Richie Mo'unga, I think today has shown he is the incumbent, and he's still the incumbent. And take him on if you dare. Brilliant performance from him, really has been. So is it back to the drawing board? I think it is back to the drawing board a lot. I think that there are, and as I say that, as I sing his praises, Mo'unga pulls that to the left, and yeah. So at the end of the day, and jeepers, he looks like he's been through the wars, hasn't he? That's a couple of some battle wounds there for Mo'unga. So the Rugby Championship is probably gone. It's very annoying, but I think has there been some positives? Yeah, not a lot. I'm not going to beat myself up about this game. I'm not going to beat the Boks too much about this game. I think that we've got a lot of work to do before the World Cup. I think we knew we had a lot of work to do before the World Cup. And I think this will sort of recognize exactly where we are. I think certain players will be under pressure after this game. I think, with the Australia game. And so a bit of a fact-finding mission, isn't this? Chip over the top there. Really good covering there from Dwayne from Munin. Come on, catch up. Let's just finish with a bang here. Grant Williams going to Damian Willemse. Damian Willemse inside to Damon Dealindi, who's worked hard and now had the ball ripped in the tackle. And one of those days, hasn't it? You know, we've made silly errors. We've not been on it at the end of the day. And New Zealand have been on it. Great tackle that is from Peter Steyn, Toy, Richie Mwanga. Oh, Quacker Smith with the steal. Quacker Smith with the step. Quacker Smith. Hello. 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 Quacker Smith. Are you still Brian? Of course I'm still Brian today. I will not let this result ruin my Saturday. Hey, ball, Liebok. So Liebok just tried to take it quickly by dropping it and he missed. But Quacker Smith, how was that for a try? Yeah, that's out. Shot, and he's absolutely dusted Bowden, by the way. Shoot with me. No, that's a nice little consolation try. I actually think he's been pretty good today, Quacker. He hasn't had as much opportunity as he'd like. I don't think he's gotten a lot of reward from the referee. But I think he's definitely shown what he can do. And I think that we've seen in the second half when PSTF Toy and Dwayne, it'd be interesting if that I think will be the combination until Khaleesi's back. That he can do. The All Blacks go short once again. It's forward to Cheston Colby. Cheston Colby's got a bit of grass ahead of him. He's still going as Colby up to 22. Oh, here we go, boys. Whose line is that? Come on, Angus Gardner. Whose line is that? I'm pretty sure that's our line out. Is that full time? Oh, it's full time. That sucks. That sucks. Right, well, there we go. 35 points to 20. Full-time score, 15 points. Back to the drawing board, isn't it? Not a good game. Pretty forgettable, to be honest. But, again, I think, you know, you've got two things you can do. You can panic and you can go and lose your shit and be very upset. What did we keep saying? I think Christopher's nailed it on the head. What did I keep saying the entire game? We were nowhere for 15 minutes. They scored 17 points. We've lost by 15 points. That was the difference. The 65 minutes of that test, I think, was absolutely contested properly. I think it was two of the best sides in the world going at it properly. I think for the first 15 minutes, we just decided not to pick to do it all. So we can panic. We can panic. We can lose our shit. We can panic and we can just tell everybody that they will use to stop everybody. Or we can look at that and what do we learn? We start better. We will be competitive. We start like we did in that sort of the next 65 minutes. We start like that. This game becomes competitive. New Zealand are brilliant in Auckland. They were brilliant again once today. We were outplayed. Sometimes it happens. Take it on the chin. We now need to move. And we will see you guys on the player ratings. We'll go live with that in about 5 minutes' time. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel. And I will see